Chapter 37. Journalism in Orange County. By W.T. Doty. First appearance. From the accessible records, it seems that the art preservative entered Orange County by way of Goshen in 1788. It appeared next in Newburgh in 1895, at New Windsor in 1799, at Montgomery in 1806, New Vernon in 1833, Slate Hill in 1834, Middletown in 1840, Port Jervis in 1850, Warwick in 1845, Pine Bush in 1868, Walden in 1869, Cornwall 1871, Monroe 1882, Cornwall-on-Hudson in 1888. Chester 1888, Highland Falls 1891, Washingtonville 1899. At first thought it appears more probable that Newburgh was the first port of entry, from the fact that the latter early felt the contact of the civilization, advancing up the Hudson practically the only highway into the great unknown interior prior to, during and immediately following the American Revolution. And also as, during the Revolution, Samuel Loudon followed the retreating footsteps of the American forces from New York City to Fishkill, printing or issuing, at convenient times, the New York packet. This was issued, it appears, at Fishkill. Why not in Newburgh, where so many great events in connection with the Revolutionary period occurred? However, Goshen seems to have been a hamlet or village as early as 1714, while Newburgh's first settlement was about 1719, and the records accord to the old county seat the honor of housing the first printing office in Orange County. In 1788, David Manville and David M. Westcott issued the Goshen Repository. That they were men of some literary ability is surmised from the fact that they were connected with the Goshen Academy, that ancient and honorable seat of learning and institution of which, also, Goshen should feel a thrill of pride. The office of the repository was, in 1793, near the courthouse. The repository was sold to John G. and William Hewiton in 1800, at which time its name was changed to the Orange County Patriot. In 1801, Gabriel Denton secured the interest of William Hewiton, and in 1803 Denton sold his interest to William A. Carpenter, and the name of the paper was changed to that of the Friend of Truth. The year following it again changed owners and names, when Ward M. Gasley became its publisher, and it became the Orange Eagle. The next year, 1805, the office was burned and Mr. Gasley removed the remains to Newburgh, where the paper, in union with the Recorder of the Times, which Mr. Gasley purchased, became the Political Index, and this lived until 1829. According to the record, the second journalistic venture in the county was in 1795, when the Newburgh Packet appeared, printed at Newburgh by Lucius Carey, and in 1797 it became the Mirror under David Denniston. Denniston had purchased the paper of Carey, 1797, in which year it was announced that the paper was printed by Philip Van Home. In 1798, Joseph W. Barber was the printer, and he advertised, also, printing and bookbinding carried on by David Denniston. The Mirror was absorbed, 1804, by the Rights of Man, and the latter by the Recorder of the Times in 1805. In 1799, we hear of the New Windsor Gazette, through the removal of a paper of that name from New Windsor to Newburgh, by Jacob Schultz. How long it had existed at New Windsor is now purely conjectural, but as most of the newspapers of that early period were sort of birds of passage, it is assumed that the year 1799 witnessed the Gazette's hatching at New Windsor and its fledgling flight to Newburgh, where it became the Orange County Gazette. It became the Citizen when later purchased by David Denniston. The year 1799 also brought forth at Newburgh another publication, The Rights of Man, with Dr. Elias Winfield as its sponsor, for whom it was printed by Benoni H. Howell. David Denniston purchased this paper and merged in it the Orange County Gazette. We learn that the Mirror of 1797 was absorbed by the Rights of Man in 1804, and then the Packet, the Mirror, and the Gazette disappear. The Mirror and the Citizen espoused the patriotic political works and probably the religious doctrines of Thomas Paine, who wrote The Crisis, Common Sense, and The Rights of Man, while the Gazette advocated opposite theories. The paper, The Rights of Man, which absorbed the Mirror and the Citizen, represented the Jeffersonian branch of the Republican Party, while the Recorder of the Times, claiming to be Republican in politics, represented the Federalists and Burr, than a Federalist. In 1803 appeared at Newburgh The Recorder of the Times by Dennis Coles. Then at Goshen the same year, The Friend of Truth, under the management of Ward M. Gasley, and in 1804 at Goshen the Orange County Gazette, conducted by Gabriel Denton. It will be seen there were, within 5 years, 2 Orange County Gazettes in the county, one at Newburgh, one at Goshen. As the former metamorphosed itself into the public index, the Orange Telegraph, the Newburgh Telegraph, and the Newburgh Register, with short pauses between, it may be that it had thrown off the first epidermis and was emerging in new form when its Goshen namesake burst into the sunlight. Montgomery was looming up from its settlement in 1721 or soon thereafter, and in 1810 it was large enough, or felt important enough, to become incorporated as a village. But as early as 1806, the printer or publisher saw an aching void in the growing hamlet, to pervade which the Orange County Republican was called into existence that year. It was published for the proprietors by Cyrus Beach and Luther Pratt. Who the proprietors were is not in evidence. It is worthy of record right here that this Montgomery journalistic venture is the only one, up to that date, that lives today. Through migration and other changes, this Orange County Republican ultimately became the Independent Republican, with a permanent abiding place in Goshen. That venerable editor and historian, Edward M. Ruttenber, says the Orange County Republican was first published at Ward's Bridge, the title of the first post office in Montgomery, so called from the fact that it was located and kept at James Ward's gristmill, where he had thrown a bridge across the Wallkill, constituting it one of the most convenient locations for the delivery of mail matter. The money to start the paper was advanced in equal shares by 24 patriotic citizens of this county, consisting chiefly of respectable farmers and mostly inhabitants of the town of Montgomery. This excerpt is from a statement in the paper itself of the issue of June 9, 1806. The paper admitted there was some honesty among Federalists, but was bitterly opposed to Dewitt Clinton. January 18, 1812, Luther Pratt, the publisher then, changed its name to the Independent Republican as more clearly indicating its political policy and views. It was not until 1822 that it was removed to Goshen, 4 years after James A. Cheevy became its proprietor. He was a Frenchman and a practical printer. In 1806 appeared another publication, the Political Index, at Newburgh, by Ward M. Gasley. The latter's orange eagle plant at Goshen was burned in 1805, and he had removed the remnants to Newburgh, the phoenix emerging from these ashes being the Political Index. The index is credited with having, some years later, apparently consolidated the interests of the Republican Party. It gave a hearty support to the administration of Jefferson and Madison and to the War of 1812. It is further stated that its political articles were mainly from the pen of Jonathan Fisk, one of the most able men of the period. In 1829, the index passed into the ownership of Charles M. Cushman, who changed its name to the Orange Telegraph and later to the Newburgh Telegraph. In 1839, Mr. Cushman sold it to Henry H. Van Dyck, who, in 1840, sold it to Elias Pitts, who, in 1850, disposed of it to Edward M. Ruttenber. The latter sold it in 1857 to Joseph Lawson, repurchased it in 1859, resold it in 1861 to E. W. Gray, who sold it in 1864 to George M. Warren, he to Isaac V. Montaigne in the same year. He to E. M. Ruttenber in 1865. He to A. A. Bensel in 1867, he to J. J. McNally in 1869, who, in 1874, sold it to Dr. Cooper, of Warwick. In 1876, E. M. Ruttenber again became its owner and changed its name to the Newburgh Register. February 24, 1908, the publication of the Register was suspended. Here, then, appears the second paper to come down to us from that early period, though only after many ups and downs and with kaleidoscopic changes of titles and owners. Mr. Ruttenber assures us that the Telegraph, although democratic at all times, opposed the Albany Regency a fact which led to its purchase by H. H. Van Dyck, or rather the purchase for him. Mr. Pitts, who had been sent to take Mr. Van Dyck's place, very soon fell into the line of thought of his local supporters, and not only approved the Regency, but upheld the Free Soil banner of 1848 with marked ability. In the subsequent changes and revolutions, adds Mr. Ruttenber. In politics, it has maintained the democratic faith. An ambitious effort appeared at Goshen in 1808 when Gabriel Denton launched the Orange County Patriot and Spirit of '76. In this publication, we recognize the third journalistic venture with sufficient tenacity of life to come down to our own day, though it, too, had to change its title and character somewhat ere it became the present well-known Goshen Democrat. From 1808 to 1820, there seems to be a hiatus. There does not appear a single new journalistic venture in that time, although it was in this period, in 1812-13, that the Orange County Republican became the Independent Republican, and in 1822 was removed from Montgomery to Goshen. The War of 1812, impending, progressing, and ending, with war's all-demoralizing effects, may account for this cooling of the journalistic ardor for 12 long years. At any rate, the next new publication to appear in the field figuratively, if not literally, was The Orange Farmer in 1820 at Goshen. Its founders, Williams and Farrand, were graduates, Mr. Ruttenber says, of the Albany Plowboy publication. How long the Orange Farmer plowed through the journalistic heather of Orange County is not now known, but we never hear of it again. Mr. Ruttenber records that Samuel Williams, the associate of Mr. Farrand, died at Rondout, June 16, 1878, in his 90th year, the oldest printer in the state, and for 40 years a member of the Baptist denomination. In June 1822, John D. Spaulding began, at Newburgh, the publication of the Newburgh Gazette. This passed through many owners' hands, appearing in 1856 under the management of Eugene W. Gray as the Daily News. Later it passed a somewhat checkered career in alliances with the Gazette, the Telegraph, the Daily Telegraph, 1864, Daily Union, same year the Press, 1866, and the Register in 1876. The Reverend J. R. Wilson began at Newburgh, in 1824, the publication of a religious monthly of 48 pages, under the title of the Evangelical Witness. It was devoted to the exposition of the doctrines of the Reformed Presbyterian Church, and was continued 4 years, to be succeeded, 1828, by the Christian Statesman, which gave up the ghost after 1 year's struggle in this cruel, cold world. An anti-Jackson paper appeared in Newburgh during the campaign of 1828. It was called The Beacon. Its editor was Judge William B. Wright. In 1829, the Orange Telegraph appeared at Newburgh. It was merely our old friend, the Political Index, in a new guise, under the tutelage of Charles M. Cushman, who subsequently named it the Newburgh Telegraph. A monthly quarterly appeared next in Newburgh in May 1832 as Tablets of Rural Economy. John W. Nevels was the editor. The people then, as too often now, had no use for rural or other economy, and the quarterly died after a few issues. In 1832 appeared another publication, one that time has dealt with so kindly that we find it today brandishing, as of old, the Sword of the Lord and of Gideon. The Signs of the Times was started at Goshen in this year by Lebbeus L. Vail as an exponent or expounder of the old school Baptist theology. The first numbers were printed at the office of the Independent Republican. Mr. Vail, though born a Congregationalist, his father, Isaiah Vail, being one of the founders of the present First Congregationalist Church of Middletown, became an enthusiastic old-school Baptist through the influence of his wife, Sally, daughter of Wilmot Moore and her father's family. Like most neophytes, Mr. Vail became very earnest and gave freely of his purse, his time, and his energies, and the Signs of the Times soon became a recognized factor in old-school Baptist work. This publication was only one of the forms of his contributions to the cause, with no hope of material reward. 2 years later, Mr. Vail became county clerk. Recognizing in a young enthusiast in the old-school Baptist faith in Elijah in the cause and fit to wear the mantle, he was forced by civic duties to lay aside. He turned over to Elder Gilbert Beebe the entire plant and goodwill of the Signs of the Times. Mr. Beebe removed the office to New Vernon, then a somewhat thriving hamlet with a well-appointed old-school Baptist church, with store, post office, hotel, blacksmith shop, and the accessories of a live community. The place is on the Shawangunk Kill, on the Orange and Sullivan County line, about 4 miles northwest of Middletown. Mr. Beebe removed the plant again, this time to Alexandria, whence he returned with it to New Vernon, and in 1847 or 1848 removed it to Middletown, where it still oscillates, as of old, the sword of Gideon. Elder Beebe preached to congregations in Middletown, Brookfield, Slate Hill, Bloomingburg, Van Burenville or Wallkill, and New Vernon. He was an energetic, tireless worker, and built up an immense circulation for the Signs of the Times. It became a power in old-school Baptist faith throughout the United States, and was for years and is yet the leading publication in this faith. In the 60s, Elder Beebe reprinted sermons and old-school Baptist verses in book form, taken from Files of the Signs. 2 volumes were printed and they had great sale. The Signs of the Times, first published as a monthly, became a semi-monthly, which it is now, with 30 pages and covers. It is one of the remarkable and quaint publications in this country today. Its contents are a study for the historian, whether of religious or secular subjects. Whatever its other merits, its very quaintness should preserve it from the vandalism of time, the sacrilege of events, and the blasphemy of environment. It stands as a monument to the enterprise, the religious feelings, enthusiasm, aims and forces of a period, and a propagandism that seems slowly but surely fading into the twilight of the ages. It is now published the 1st and 15th of each month by J. E. Beebe & Co., Middletown, NY, with Elder F. A. Chick, Hopewell, N. J. and Elder H. C. Kerr, Middletown, as editors. The Newburgh Daily Journal was started in 1833 or 1834 by John D. Spalding, which he continued until 1843, when he changed the name to the Highland Courier. After his death, August 22, 1853, Mrs. Spalding, his widow, published it until 1855, when she sold it to William E. Smiley. Edward Nixon became its proprietor in 1858, and Rufus A. Reed in 1859, who changed its name to the Highland Chieftain. The name was afterwards changed to the Newburgh Daily Journal, which it retains to the present day. On June 1, 1861, Cyrus B. Martin became the owner, and its whole character at once radically changed for the better. Mr. Martin was peculiarly fitted for editorial duties, and under his able management, the paper soon attained a large circulation and eventually gained that high standing and wide sphere of influence, which under the wise control of his successors it has ever since retained. Mr. Martin remained the owner of the journal until 1877, when he sold out to the Messrs. Samuel Ritchie, Lawrence C. Bodine, and Frank S. Hull. Before the year was up, Mr. Bodine disposed of his interests to his partners, and those 2 gentlemen have managed the paper ever since, although their interests are merged in the corporation known as the Newburgh Journal Company. The journal is housed in a building owned by itself, a handsome, spacious structure located on the corner of Smith and 3rd Streets, where it maintains one of the most complete printing establishments and book bindery plants to be found in the county. The Republican banner existed in Montgomery in 1833 or 1834, or in both those years with Calvin F. S. Thomas as its publisher, but that is all that seems to be known about it. In 1834, a handsomely printed weekly appeared in the thriving locality of Brookfield or Slate Hill, known as the Republican Sentinel, or the farmers' protests against political speculation and dictation. The writer has a few copies of the Sentinel, which show it to have been a highly creditable publication in its makeup, its typographical appearance, and in its literary features. The issue for April 12, 1834, was number 6 of Volume I, and it was printed by those P. Evans for the publisher. May 17, the issue was number 10, and announced that the Republican Sentinel is printed every Saturday by D. Yoakum for the proprietor. The issue for June 28 was number 16, and contained the same announcement as to the printer, but in no issue does it appear who the editor or publisher was. The Sentinel was a 5-column folio, improving typographically with each issue, and printed from clean-faced brevier or possibly minion type. When it ceased to exist, no one now living seems to know. In 1834, in Newburgh, Wallace T. Sweet issued the National Advertiser, which was merged into the Newburgh Telegraph, though in what year is not stated. The Reformed Presbyterian appeared in Newburgh March 1, 1836, with Reverend Moses Roney as editor. It was a monthly of 32 pages. In 1849, he removed it to Pittsburgh, Pa. In 1840, A. Bensel began the publication of Middletown's first recorded newspaper venture. He called it the Middletown Courier. It was a weekly paper, democratic in politics. In April 1846, he removed the entire plant to Kingston, NY, where he started the Ulster Democrat. In 1845, in Newburgh, the Reverend David L. Proudfoot began issuing the Christian Instructor, a monthly of 32 pages. 2 years later, he sold it to the Reverend J. B. Dales, who removed it to Philadelphia. So far as records can be found, the first publication to appear in Warwick was an old-school Baptist journal, the Doctrinal Advocate and Monitor. This was in 1845 or 1846, possibly earlier. It was published and probably edited by Elder Jewett. In 1846, it was merged with Elder Gilbert Beebe's Signs of the Times. Middletown was without a paper from April to July in 1846. At the latter date, John S. Brown began there the publication of the Orange County News. It was neutral in politics, and Mr. Ruttenber says it was hardly deserving the name of a newspaper. It died in 1849, the material being purchased by Gilbert J. Beebe for his new paper. In August 1848, Gilbert J. Beebe started in Middletown the publication of the Banner of Liberty. It was issued monthly as a conservative journal opposing all the modern ideas of reform in politics, in religion, in laws, and in temperance. In 1856, it became a weekly and espoused the cause of the Democratic Party. In 1856, Mr. Beebe issued the campaign banner, a sort of auxiliary to the Banner of Liberty. Both were more or less pro-slavery in all their utterances, the particular limb of the democracy to which they clung being known as Hunkerism prior to the Civil War, as Copperheadish during and after the Civil War. In antebellum days, both papers attained a big circulation for those times, fully 27,000 copies, Mr. Ruttenber says. The Banner of Liberty was taken everywhere in the South and Southwest, and below Mason and Dixon's line it was all-powerful. And even north of that line, there were many who swore by the Great Horn Spoon and the Banner of Liberty. The income was great, and had Mr. Beebe been as astute a businessman as he was aggressive in polemics, he would have been numbered with the exclusive few of that day known as millionaires. But Gilbert Judson Beebe was a different type of man. Like his venerable father, he had a principle right or wrong, but right as he saw it, and Pelf was powerless against his adamantine purposes. His father, Elder Gilbert Beebe, was in position to roll in wealth. He had a great income from his Signs of the Times and from his writings and books. He had the machinery of his church to manipulate for his own aggrandizement, if he so willed. He was almost an idol wherever the old-school Baptists had an abiding place in this country. But he disdained all sordid allurements, and, armed with his own peculiar interpretation of the Scriptures, he lived frugally and pounded his theorems and theological dogmas for 3 and 4 straight hours every Sunday in one of his pulpits, and during the fortnight in the columns of his Signs. The writer of this knew him well, set type a long time in his office in Orchard Street, Middletown, fed his presses, helped get out one of his book of songs and sermons, and always held the venerable editor-preacher in respect, if not in absolute awe. Looking back at those days from the year 1908, the writer understands better the magnetism which gave Elder Beebe his great power among the people. This peculiar personality was not lost in his children. In Gilbert Judson Beebe, who made the Banner of Liberty the most powerful pro-slavery journal for years in antebellum days, individuality, aggressiveness, polemics, even the most violent dogmatism were constantly in evidence. Not only did he wield a most trenchant, bitter pen, ever dipped in the wormhood of invective and the gall of expletives, he was an orator as well, and could work his hearers up to a pitch of frenzy or tears. The writer, yet in his teens, was employed on the Banner of Liberty as a compositor for a considerable time, and had much opportunity for learning the characteristics of the man. The Banner of Liberty lost much of its power when the Civil War boomed its terrors over the land. Its circulation fell off daily, but the editor every week just as religiously sailed into the Lincoln hirelings, with a venom that came near landing him in Fort Lafayette. The writer was one of those hirelings, and, while sticking type, in his office had many doubtless indiscreet arguments with the aggressive editor on the issues of the day. Mr. Beebe seemed rather pleased, not to say amused, at the temerity of the boy printer, and gave him opportunity to expound his abolition heresies. As the Civil War went on, the paper continually lost prestige, and when the venerable editor broken-hearted in the Lost Cause died in 1872, the banner of liberty became homeless. It was bought by the Benedict brothers, Thomas E. and Gilbert H., and was removed to Ellenville. The writer's recollection is that it was later transferred to Brooklyn, LI, where it ceased to exist. On this point, however, he may err. However, it did not long survive its talented founder. Gilbert J. Beebe also, in 1848, started another paper, the Middletown Mercury. This paper was less virulent than his Banner of Liberty, and being devoted to local news, attained a considerable circulation. In 1860, Mr. Beebe sold the Mercury to James H. Norton, who had been conducting the Tri-States Union at Port Jervis. Mr. Norton associated with him in this purchase a young printer and ready writer, Isaac F. Gowitz. The two were thoroughly practical men, and soon made their personality and their good taste vividly apparent in their work. The Mercury was enlarged, new type and machinery were installed, and it was not many months before the paper began to grow in circulation and in power. It got better and neater with each issue. Its managers seemed to vie with each other in this work. Within 5 years, the Middletown Mercury became famous for being the handsomest newspaper in the United States. For those days, it was a model of beauty. What is more, it became a leading newspaper. Its local news was gotten up the best, much attention being paid to this feature, practically an innovation in journalism, strange as this statement may appear to newspaper men and readers today. Mr. Norton was a Democrat of the pro-slavery type, and his editorial utterances during the war were often vitriolic, notwithstanding which the paper flourished, many paid-up Republican subscribers contributing to its success, admiring its journalistic features while cursing its politics. In 1867, Isaac V. Montanay purchased an interest in the paper, and in 1868 became sole proprietor. In 1869, S. M. Boyd became its owner. In 1873, the Middletown Mail was merged in the Mercury, when Dr. Joseph D. Friend and George H. Thompson became its editors and owners. Dr. Friend retired in 1874. In 1878, the Weekly Argus consolidated with the Mercury, which became the Mercury and Argus. In 1876, Cornelius Macardell and George H. Thompson became proprietors, with Mr. Thompson as editor, who continued thus until his death in May, 1904. The Mercury and Argus plant remains in the Macardell family, known as the Argus and Mercury Publishing Company, with Cornelius Macardell, president, A. B. Macardell, vice president and secretary, A. E. Nickinson, treasurer and general manager, A. B. Macardell, editor, Henry P. Powers and Horace A. MacGowan, city editors. In 1849, Thomas George began in Newburgh the publication of the Newburgh Excelsior. E. M. Ruttenber purchased this paper in May 1851 and merged it with his Telegraph. In January 1850 appeared the first newspaper in Port Jervis, the Port Jervis Express. This journalistic venture deserves a special notice from the fact that it was started by a colored man. P.H. Miller, the first publication of such distinction in Orange County and possibly in the state. The Express was well printed and ably edited, but it died in October the same year. The Middletown Advertiser was started in Middletown in 1850 by G. J. Beebe. It was a monthly advertising sheet and lived 2 years. In November 1850, Colonel Samuel Fowler, a leading citizen, started the Tri-States Union in Port Jervis. It was a Democratic paper, with John I. Mumford as editor. Lucius F. Barnes, a rising young lawyer of Milford, Pa., purchased the paper and edited it until August 10, 1854, when he sold it to James H. Norton. The latter sold the paper in 1861 to G. W. Allen of Honesdale, Pa., and Wallace W. Farnham, a deaf-mute of Port Jervis. The latter was a practical printer and remained in the office many years. It was under Allen and Farnham that the politics of the paper changed from Democratic to Republican. In 1862, Allen's interest in the paper was purchased by Daniel Holbrook, a recent graduate of Harvard College and fresh from the position of principal of the school at the House of Refuge, Randall's Island. Mr. Holbrook made it a lively Republican paper, ably maintaining the Union cause during the Civil War then waging. September 27, 1869, Mr. Holbrook sold the paper to Foster Ann Mitchell of Chambersburg, Pa. In 1871, the paper was purchased by Charles St. John, Jr. William T. Doty, and Alfred E. Spooner. In 1872, Mr. Spooner's interest was purchased by Irwin G. Fowler. All through this year, the Union was one of the foremost supporters of the liberal Republican movement that led to the nomination at Cincinnati of the lamented Horace Greeley for president. Soon after Greeley's nomination, the Union's proprietors issued the Woodchopper, a campaign paper which was full of fire and enthusiasm, but died with the ambitions of its martyred presidential candidate. In January 1873, Mr. Doty retired from the firm to take charge of the Gazette. Mr. Fowler retired from the paper later in the same year. In April 1877, Fred R. Salmon, Mr. St. John's brother-in-law, young and fresh from a commercial school, entered the office as bookkeeper. He displayed aptitude and business qualities from the start points Mr. St. John quickly recognized, and in 1884 he was made a member of the firm, which became St. John and Salmon, and thus remained until 1894, when the same members became the Tri-States Printing Co. in May 1895. The firm was incorporated as the Tri-States Publishing Co., which it remains, though on October 1, 1907. Mr. Salmon purchased Mr. St. John's interest and became sole owner. In 1878, the Tri-States Union was changed from a weekly to semi-weekly issue, but within a year or two was changed back to the weekly issue, which it continues. In 1871, it was changed from a folio to a quarto, which it remains. In January 1873, Mr. St. John started the Port Jervis Daily Union. It was issued as a morning paper for a year or two, since which time it has been an afternoon paper. It has been edited successively by Ed H. Mott, E. A. Brown, Henry A. Van Fredenberg, E. G. Fowler, Fred R. Salmon, Charles O. Young, James Bennett, Charles A. Starr, Merritt C. Spadel, and at present by W. T. Doty. On November 26, 1851, John W. Hasbrouck issued at Middletown the first number of the Weekly Whig Press. In March 1868, Mr. Hasbrouck sold the plant to Moses D. Stivers. In 1870, Albert Kessinger bought a half interest in the paper, and the firm was Stivers and Kessinger until August 1872, when the junior member died. In October 1872, Mr. Stivers sold the plant to F. Stanhope Hill, who sold an interest to John W. Slosson, and the firm became Hill and Slosson. Mr. Hill sold his interest to Mr. Stivers July 1, 1873, and the firm became Stivers and Slosson. In 1880, Mr. Stivers sold his interest to Mr. Slosson, and Charles J. Boyd entered the firm under the firm name of Slosson and Boyd. This continued until February 1906, when the whole plant was sold to the Middletown Times Publishing Co., and the familiar old press lost its identity in the Times Press. It seemed lamentable to see this staunch old paper die. It was the pet of that venerable and conscientious laborer in the literary field, John W. Hasbrouck, and his estimable wife, Dr. Lydia Sayer Hasbrouck. Both labored for years, literally side by side, in the editorial room and in the workshop of the establishment, and they had built up a fine property. Under its successive changes, in the hands of Messrs. Stivers, Slosson, and Boyd, the press had become one of the best country newspapers in the state. Its plant was very valuable, with the most improved machinery, and the whole establishment was shrewdly managed, the paper ably edited, and nothing but the menace of a distinguished rival could ever have induced Messrs. Slosson and Boyd to consent to the disposal of so valuable a plant. The temperance agitation evidently struck Port Jervis heavily early in the 50s, for in June 1852, J. L. Barlow and John Dow began the publication of the Mirror of Temperance. This lived about 18 months. In 1853, another temperance paper appeared in Port Jervis when John Williams issued the Sentinel. It died in 1855. Mr. Williams was a pugnacious Englishman, and while his Sentinel was still on guard, he issued another temperance paper in the fall of 1854, which he called the precursor of temperance. With the demise of the latter publication and the Sentinel in 1855, the starting of temperance papers in Port Jervis ceased entirely. Whether this was due to the complete and perpetual reclamation of the place by the army of temperance agitators that swooped down upon it in the 50s, or to the belief that the warfare was utterly hopeless, is not certain. Any way, the vanquished or conquering. John Williams shook the dust of the town from his heels and tarried long enough in Middletown to start the hardwareman's newspaper, later the Iron Age, in the office of the Whig press. In 1855, the Newburgh American was issued by R.P.L. Schaeffer. It had a life of only 3 or 4 weeks. In 1855, at the office of the Whig press in Middletown, John Williams, who had wrestled with the liquor question in Port Jervis for a few years, started out in a new line. He had Mr. and Mrs. Hasbrouck print for him a trade journal, one of the earliest ventures of this kind in the country. He called it the Hardwareman's Newspaper and published it monthly. After 3 years, its name was changed to the Iron Age, and it is published yet in New York by David Williams, son of its founder, and is one of the leading trade journals. A monthly of 48 pages was started in Newburgh in 1855 by R. B. Denton. It was called the Literary Scrapbook. Its life was short. If the temperance workers had abandoned the western end of the county as wholly reclaimed or as irreclaimable, they had an eye or two on the eastern end of the district, and in March 1856, Royal B. Hancock, as agent for an association of gentlemen, started in Newburgh a temperance paper which he called the Newburgh Times. It passed into the hands of R. Bloomer and Son, who sold it to Alexander Wilson, he to Charles Blanchard, and the latter, in 1867, turned it into the Newburgh Daily Democrat. The latter failed in a few months. In 1856, in the Middletown Whig press office, Mr. and Mrs. Hasbrouck began the publication of the Sibyl, a fortnightly quarto. It was edited by Mrs. Hasbrouck and was a particularly bright, able, fearless publication. It was continued 8 years. An association of students in Demansky's School in Newburgh, in 1857, started the Acorn, a small but pretentious monthly of a literary character. It lived about 1 year. In the early part of the winter of 1864, Eugene W. Gray began printing the Daily Union at Newburgh. It was really the Daily Telegraph, which had been suspended for a short time. In 1866, the title of both the weekly and daily was changed to the Press. In 1869, the title of Telegraph was restored, and in 1876 it became the Register, which continued until February 24, 1908, when it suspended under financial difficulties, and, as one paper expressed it, too much anti-Bryanism. January 27, 1866, Elder Leonard Cox, a practical printer, began printing Warwick's second paper, which he called the Warwick Advertiser. It was a 5 or 6 column folio, neatly printed, well-edited, and newsy. Today it is one of the best-edited weekly newspapers in the county. It is Republican in politics, in fact, has practically always been so. January 1869, Elder Cox sold the paper to John L. Servin and moved to Virginia. April 1874, it was purchased by Daniel F. Welling. He sold it to Stewart and Wilson, August 5, 1876, who sold it to Stewart and Demarest. The office was burned out January 24, 1879, after which it was published by Stewart and Co. Samuel J. Stewart was its editor until Hiram Tate came into possession of the property. Mr. Tate was a practical printer and was fresh from the office of Mr. and Mrs. John W. Hasbrouck's Whig Press, and had good ideas of what a neat, live newspaper should be, as generally had the graduates of Mr. and Mrs. Hasbrouck's School of Practical Journalism. It is still in Mr. Tate's possession. Though short-lived, a bright little specimen of ambitious young journalism appeared in Middletown in September 1866. It was called The Rising Sun, and was the first venture in this field by Stephen H. Sayer, a recent apprentice in the Whig press office. The Rising Sun was a literary effort, might almost be claimed as one of the earliest of the amateur publications, except that its ambitious young editor had higher and more mature aims when, out of the environing nebulae, he called into existence his little star of hope. It was a 4-column folio, printed from long primer and nonpareil type. The two tolerable extremes end was listed at 50 cents a year. It was printed in Co. Finch's job printing office at Franklin Square in the 3rd floor of the building, now occupied by the Middletown Savings Bank. Mr. Sayer announced that The Rising Sun is not a local paper, but will circulate throughout Maine, Kansas, Iowa, etc., with as much profit to subscribers there as in the state of New York. The writer set type on the first issue of the Rising Sun and had a sort of godfatherly interest in this promising luminary, and regrets that one of the two common cataclysms in the journalistic empyrean overwhelmed the bright little orb ere its rays had scintillated a single scintillation on either rock-ribbed Maine or bleeding Kansas. But Mr. Sayer was not extinguished, even if the light of his little rising sun was dimmed forever. He was ambitious and, what is more, determined. When he emerged from this celestial crash, he cast his optics over the universe and discovered Montgomery and forthwith hied him hither, and in April 1868 issued the first number of the Wallkill Valley Times, a 7- or 8-column folio, of good appearance, newsy, and well edited. In 1869 he issued the Dollar Weekly. Both publications passed into the hands of Lester Winfield in 1871. In 1869, Mr. Sayer also started the Walden Recorder, at Walden. Chauncey B. Reed took it in 1870 and issued it as the Walden Recorder Herald. Later he dropped the Recorder, and the paper has since appeared as the Walden Herald. From these ventures, Mr. Sayer went to Deckertown, now Sussex, NJ, and started the Sussex Independent, which has always been one of the brightest newspapers in New Jersey. After retiring from the Independent, Mr. Sayer joined the Texas colony of the 70s and spent some years in the Lone Star State, farming, writing, editing, and making himself generally useful to the inhabitants of the faraway empire of the Southwest. He and his estimable family returned to the North in the 80s, and he is now living in well-earned retirement on the old farm near New Vernon, surrounded by his amiable wife and remarkably bright children, the latter now grown to maturity as useful and honored members of the community. One of the marvels of success for a few years was Wood's Household Advocate, a monthly magazine started in Newburgh by S.S. Wood in 1867. Later the name was changed to Household Magazine, and it attained a circulation of 60,000 copies. It died in 1874. Lester Winfield started a paper at Galesville Mills, Ulster County, in May 1864, which he removed to Pine Bush in September 1868, under the name of the Pine Bush Weekly Casket. The same month, September 1868, he continued the journey to Montgomery and called the paper the Montgomery Republican. Mr. Winfield succeeded in uniting his casket, his Republican, and Mr. Smith's Standard into one publication, May 1, 1869, which he called the Republican and Standard, which is continued to this day as the Montgomery Standard and Reporter. Early in 1869, A. Bensel started at Newburgh the Home, Farm, and Orchard, an 8-page weekly. It was a bright, useful journal devoted to farm topics and deserved the widest circulation, but it died in the spring of 1876. April 22, 1869, James H. Norton of Middletown Late of the Mercury and William H. Nearpass of Port Jervis began the publication in Port Jervis of the first tri-weekly paper in this county. It was called the Evening Gazette. It was a 5-column folio, printed from new bourgeois type. It was newsy, bright, chatty, and entertaining from the start. Within a few weeks, the Family Gazette appeared from the same office and was issued weekly. Within a year, the latter was enlarged and became the Port Jervis Weekly Gazette. The Evening and the Weekly Gazette soon attained big circulations and have since continued to reach a large class of readers. Both were neutral in politics for years. Mr. Norton retired from the concern in 1871. Ed. H. Mott, of Honesdale, becoming associated with Mr. Nearpass in the publishing and editing of the paper. October 1, 1872, George A. Clement, a young New York lawyer, purchased the establishment and turned it into a Republican organ supporting General Grant in his second presidential campaign. July 1, 1873, William T. Doty of Port Jervis and William R. Waller of Monticello leased the plant. Mr. Doty becoming editor and business manager, and Mr. Waller taking charge of the mechanical department. In 1874, Mr. Clement sold the plant to Jesse M. Connor, a Port Jervis merchant, who in turn disposed of it to Hun. Charles St. John, ex-congressman from this district. Soon afterward, Mr. St. John sold the plant to Ezra J. Horton of Peekskill and William T. Doty, and the paper became Democratic. In 1875, the co-partnership between Mr. Horton and Mr. Doty ended, Mr. Horton retiring and in October 1876, Mr. St. John again became owner of the plant for 2 issues, when he disposed of it to William H. Nearpass. The paper has since been democratic. W. T. Doty continued as editor for several years, being succeeded by James J. Shear of Middletown, and since his death, by Mr. Nearpass as editor. Associated with Mr. Nearpass in the management and ownership of the paper was Abram Shinier, A. M. May, James J. Shear. And since the 80s, the paper has been conducted by the Gazette Publishing Co., with W. H. Nearpass as president and editor, Evie Shinier as secretary and treasurer and business manager, with Mark V. Richards as associate editor and James Skellinger as city editor. The tri-weekly edition was changed to an afternoon daily issue, except Sunday, and to an 8-column folio, January 17, 1881. In January 1869, Isaac F. Gewitz started the first daily newspaper in Middletown. It was issued at 4 o'clock every afternoon, except Sunday, and was printed at the office of the Middletown Mercury, then located over what is now Hanford and Horton's news store on North Street. It was a 5-column folio, printed from Brevier type, and was a model of neatness, sprightliness, and paid much attention to local news. Mr. Gewitz was an elegant writer, brimful of wit, a thorough all-round printer and newspaper man, an apt pupil of the master journalistic mind, James H. Norton, and he made the Daily Mail a bright paper. But it didn't pay as a daily, and April 28, 1869, Mr. Gewitz issued the Middletown Mail, a weekly publication of 6 columns folio, this succeeding the Daily Mail. Some months later, Mr. Gewitz sold the mail plant to Evander B. Willis, a printer, stenographer, and reporter. A year or 2 later, Dr. Joseph D. Friend became the owner of the Mail. In 1873, he made an arrangement by which the Mail was consolidated with the Mercury, when Dr. Friend and George H. Thompson became the proprietors of the combined publication. The Mail was a local newspaper with democratic tendencies, but it never cut much of a figure in the newspaper life in the county after it ceased to be a daily, though Mr. Gewitz and Dr. Friend were both fine writers, and Mr. Willis was popular. Dr. Friend, the genial, the easygoing, the Friend, has long since passed away, but his memory is ever green with the few who yet linger, few who associated with him in journalism in those early days. Mr. Gewitz went to Kansas City, and Mr. Willis to California. The second experiment of publishing a tri-weekly paper in Orange County began in the office of the Orange County Press when Stivers and Kessinger, Moses D. Stivers and Albert Kessinger, on May 24, 1870, issued the first number of the Middletown Evening Press. October 26, 1872, the tri-weekly became a daily under the name of the Middletown Daily Press, and continued until merged with the Middletown Times in February 1906, under the name of the Middletown Times Press. The first journal to be issued at Cornwall, or Cornwall on the Hudson, was called the Cornwall Paper, a local record of things new and old. It was published by P. P. Hazen, of Cornwall, in conjunction with A. A. Bensel, of Newburgh, issue number 1 appearing April 15, 1871. So far as known, no other issue of the paper ever appeared. May 24, 1875, Miss S. J. A. Hussey started the Cornwall Times, which lived 6 years. In 1875, Isaac V. Montanay started the Middletown Argus, a weekly paper. It was merged with the Mercury in 1876, and January 27, 1876, the Daily Argus came forth and still does valiant service. The Daily Argus was started by Cornelius Macardell, S.R., who had money as well as brains, and he made the Argus and the Mercury Live Democratic papers. George H. Thompson, who soon after leaving college became connected with the concern, and his ready pen and many other good newspaper qualities, soon won the attention of Mr. Macardell, who installed him as editor, which position he retained to his death. The present editor is A. B. Macardell. An association of printers in Newburgh in October 1875 started the Daily Penny Post as a representative of labor and union interests. While the Post was struggling for existence, the Daily Mail was started by a rival organization in 1876. In June of the latter year, the Post was discontinued, and having evidently accomplished its purpose, the Mail merged in 1877 with the Register. It was in 1876 that the Newburgh Register came into existence, with many vicissitudes and owners, as previously explained, but finally emerging from the Telegraph under the able management of the lamented Edward M. Ruttenber. The Register later passed into the hands of Herbert P. Kimber and Co., who made of it a bright, newsy Democratic paper. Succeeding Mr. Kimber as editor were John A. Mason, Francis Willard, and A. L. Moffat, the latter of whom fought the Bryan element of the Democratic Party so vigorously that his retirement from the paper in 1907 was a matter of much rejoicing in the ranks of the reigning element of the party in Orange County. The recent editor of the Register was John V. Tucker, whose utterances were evidently more in harmony with the views of the Democratic County Committee. But the Register suspended publication February 24, 1908. In 1877, the Cornwall Reflector was started by John Lee. Later H. Snelling became editor. The paper lived until the latter part of 1888. In 1879, James C. Merritt started the Cornwall Mirror at Highland Falls. In 1895, it was merged with the Cornwall Local. On April 4, 1880, appeared in Port Jervis the first number of the Sunday Morning Call. It was a 5-column quarto, neatly printed, ably edited, and destined, as its first number indicated, to make a stir in local social, political, and religious circles. It was published by Irwin G. Fowler and A. L. Moffat, with Mr. Fowler as editor. The latter was bright, witty, ready, and fearless, and he girded on his editorial armor and leaped into the arena of local polemics with an ardor and a fearlessness that, for a time, set the town in a furor. He attacked the validity of the bond issue for the Monticello Railroad and came near having the bonds repudiated by the people in accordance with court decisions in similar cases. His iconoclasm aroused the frenzy of those most exposed to his vitriolic assaults, and they sought to muzzle his call, with the result that the last issue of his fearless paper appeared in December of the same year. April 23, 1881, appeared in Middletown the Liberal Sentinel, an independent weekly quarto, with John W. and Mrs. Lydia Hasbrouck as editors. The paper was never profitable to them, but it enabled these two benevolent people to again take up, for a time, the battle for human rights, a struggle in which they had practically sacrificed the bloom of their youth and the fruition of years. Mr. Hasbrouck has gone to his reward, after a life of struggle in his own quiet, unassuming way, with the adverse forces of environment for the betterment of humanity. His noble, self-sacrificing companion through years, yet lives, a martyr to conventionality, a lover of the good, the pure, the true. May her declining days be as peaceful and as beautiful as the summer flowers that shed their fragrance and their luster around her own beautiful habitation on Linden Avenue's fair lawn. On the 8th of September, 1881, was issued at Port Jervis in the office of the Tri-States Publishing Co., the first number of the Orange County Farmer. It was a 6-column quarto, and, as its name indicates, was devoted to the interests of the farmer, dairyman, and pomologist. The idea was one of the many conceptions of the fertile brain of Charles St. John, Jr., then the head of the Tri-States Publishing Co., a former supervisor of the town of Deer Park, a son of former Congressman Hunn. Charles St. John, a young man who, ere he was out of his teens, was a leader in all the athletic sports of his native village, Port Jervis, active, energetic in business, and brimful of plans and ideas. He was one of the leaders in the county in the liberal Republican movement that in 1872 led to the nomination of Horace Greeley for president, and made the Tri-States Union and the campaign publication, The Woodchopper, red-hot champions of the Sage of Chappaqua. In starting the Orange County Farmer, Mr. St. John built far better than he knew, as subsequent events proved. The first number was, editorially, the joint production of himself and his brother-in-law, Fred R. Salmon, then a bookkeeper in the office of the Tri-States Union. Mr. Salmon had been active in the business department, but developed talent in connection with repertorial and editorial lines, and did some clever agricultural work for the first and for many succeeding issues of the Farmer. He was for some time known as managing editor of the Farmer, though after the first issue Irwin G. Fowler, late of the Sunday Call, and a former editor of the Daily Union and of the Middletown Press, and a lover of horticultural matters, became the active editor of the Farmer, with Mr. Salmon as the business manager. Under this joint control, with more or less supervision of Mr. St. John, the farmer rapidly grew in popularity, in circulation, and in influence. In 1890, Mr. Fowler and John J. Dillon, then connected with the office and now manager of the rural New Yorker, purchased the Husbandman, an agricultural paper at Elmira, and both retired from the farmer. Mr. Fowler's successor was William T. Doty, and Mr. Dillon's successor in the business department was William F. Wade, now of the rural New Yorker. In 1894, Mr. Fowler was again on the farmer's editorial staff and remained until 1897, when declining health forced his retirement and his death in 1904 deprived the literary and agricultural world of one of its brightest workers, the social world of one of the most amiable, lovable, benevolent members, and Orange County's musical, set an able leader. Mr. Fowler's successor on the farmer was Henry A. Van Fredenberg, for years editor of the Milling World and the Lumber World, both of Buffalo. Mr. Van Fredenberg was born in Montague, NJ, was educated in the schools of Port Jervis, early became a school teacher, and had charge of the schools at Sussex, then Deckertown. N.J. when he entered the editorial harness on the Sussex Independent and developed rare talent, which quickly secured his recognition as a writer, a paragrapher, reporter, and editor. When he was called to the editorial chair of the Orange County Farmer, he had years of editorial experience, was a botanical scholar, a marvelous linguist, a proficient mathematician, had a rare knowledge of chemistry, geology, and pomology, and was a careful student in dairy and agricultural matters generally. That the farmer has prospered beyond all expectations under his wise and able editorial management is not saying too much. Started as a county agricultural paper, it steadily grew out of its local bounds into state reputation, and then into national and now into international importance, with a circulation now, March 1908, quoted at 25,000, with subscribers in almost every civilized country in the world, besides going into every state in the Union. It is quoted everywhere, its editorial utterances and contributions are transferred to other tongues, and it is recognized as one of the leading dairy journals of the world. This marvelous growth and influence outside its own county led its managers to change its title in 1897, when it became the New York Farmer, as more expressive of its character and the scope of its work and operations. At this time, March 1908, Mr. Van Fredenberg is still the editor, and the Farmer is now a 7-column quarto, issued on Wednesday of each week. In 1882, James J. McNally, the veteran newspaper man of Orange County, started at Monroe a weekly 7-column folio, the Monroe Herald. In 1888, he started at Goshen the Goshen News, and printed both papers at Goshen until the spring of 1892, when he died, and both publications ceased. In 1883, the News was started in Middletown as a Sunday paper by that veteran journalist, James H. Norton. Associated with him was Charles H. Conkling, a practical printer, and later W. T. Doty, whom Mr. Norton induced to take a hand in the editorial work. The News took an active interest in exploiting the farmers' interests during the famous Milk War, which waged in that year, when milk was spilled copiously in the Middletown streets and elsewhere, when encountered in surreptitious transfer to some unpopular dealer. The News was an 8-column folio, nicely printed, and attained a considerable circulation. Mr. Norton, and later Mr. Doty, retired from the concern, and the material was sold to Mrs. Hasbrouck, later to Lawyer Reed, who issued a few copies of the Jeffersonian, then to Isaac V. Montanay, who issued a few numbers of a labor paper, and finally the material was purchased by James J. McNally to be merged with the Monroe Herald and the Goshen News. In 1885, St. John and Salmon issued at Port Jervis the Farm Guide, a monthly of 8, 12, and 16 pages. It did not live long. In June 1885, George F. Ketchum started at Warwick the Warwick Valley Dispatch. It was an 8-column folio at first, and was afterward enlarged to a 9-column folio, which it is at present. In 1889, a half-interest in the paper was sold to I. W. Litchfield, Mr. Ketchum retaining control of the editorial policy. In 1894, Mr. Litchfield engaged in other business. Mr. Ketchum taking over his interest, which he still retains as sole controller of the paper and its policy. The Dispatch has always been democratic in its politics, and for some years has been the leading, in fact, the main or only exponent of the aggressive democracy represented by the Bryan forces in that party. Mr. Ketchum has been for several years chairman of the Democratic County Committee, and that he has proven himself an able editor and sagacious, fearless leader is evidenced by the growth in popularity of his paper, and the endorsement in growing aggressiveness of his course as leader of the democracy of the county and chairman of the county committee. The Daily News was started in Newburgh as a penny daily in 1885 by William H. Keefe, who had been for many years the city editor of the Newburgh Daily Journal. The paper had its inception amid modest surroundings, but what its founder lacked in material resources, however, he made up for in aggressiveness, enterprise, and versatility. The vigorous style of the newcomer in the journalistic field caught the public fancy at the very start, and the paper soon attained a large circulation and became a financial success. William H. Keefe died in February 1901, and the business was carried on by the Newburgh News Printing and Publishing Co., which had been organized several years prior to his death. Mr. F. W. Wilson is its present able editor. The News soon outgrew the meager mechanical facilities and restricted surroundings amid which it first saw the light, and in 1902 the plant was moved to its present home in the handsome building at 40 and 42 Grand Street, which it purchased and remodeled for its own purpose. The installation of a still more modern and up-to-date equipment marked the beginning of a new era in the history of the paper, and successful as it had been up to that time, it has been still more so since. The Newburgh Daily News of today is conceitedly one of the leading newspapers of the Hudson River Valley, not only in circulation, but also in influence. It is splendidly equipped and is not surpassed by any newspaper in a city of equal size anywhere. Its plant represents a large investment of capital, and it carries on its payroll upwards of 50 employees. The handsome building, the modernly equipped plant, the large circulation and volume of advertising all indicate that the News enjoys the support and large patronage of the community in which it is published, and to which it is a distinct credit. The Daily Evening Press was established in Newburgh in 1888 as a democratic organ by James G. Dunphy. Mr. Dunphy was born in Newburgh, August 21, 1842, and learned his trade under the late E.M. Ruttenber. For many years he conducted the press with an ability which brought success and secured it a great influence throughout the county. After a considerable period of prosperity, however, a blight seemed to fall upon the printing plant, and although for some time Mr. Dunphy struggled bravely against ever-increasing obstacles, he was finally obliged to give up the losing fight, and the press joined the large company of other Orange County organs which had flourished for a season and then passed silently from the scene. In 1880, 7 St. John and Salmon started in Port Jervis a small quarto called Sunbeams. It was a semi-humorous publication, but the quality or quantity of its revelry failed somehow to attack the risibles of a sufficient clientele of the American public, and its weary publishers concluded to let the prosaic citizens plod on in their own dull, flat, Boeotian way. In 1888, N.E. Conkling & Co. started at Chester the Orange County News, a weekly, 6-column folio with N.E. Conkling as editor. It was an independent paper, giving much attention to local news. At times the paper published editions for Unionville and Pine Bush. In February 1908, the plant was sold to J.B. Gregory and removed to Monroe, where the latter started the Ramapo Valley Gazette, March 1908. In April 1888, the Cornwall Local appeared at Cornwall-on-Hudson under the management of H.A. Gates. In September 1889, he disposed of the plant to C.P. Brait of Albany, who installed his brother-in-law, Thomas Pendall, a practical printer and bright writer, as editor and publisher. In June 1892, the Local came under the management of Lynn G. Goodenough, by whom it is still conducted. The paper was classed as independent politically until it came into Mr. Goodenough's possession. In 1896, he made the Local a Republican paper, and as such it became a useful and influential member of Orange County Republican newspaperdom. Recently, the name of the paper became the Local Press, as more significant of a newspaper than the name local. In 1895, Mr. Goodenough purchased Mr. Merritt's right, title, and goodwill in the Cornwall Mirror, and consolidated that publication with the local. In 1887, the Walden Citizen came into existence. It is a 6-column quarto, Republican in politics, well edited by J. H. Reed, and is a newsworthy and meritorious publication. A valuable monthly publication was begun in Port Jervis in 1888 when Church Life was issued. It was printed under the auspices of the Reformed Church of that place. It usually appeared in 8 pages with 2 and 3 broad columns to a page. Its work was largely that of gathering up local historical matters, and one of its most valuable contributors was William H. Nearpass, whose penchant in that direction enabled him to furnish much valuable historical information that otherwise might have been lost to all generations. Another contributor was the Reverend S. W. Mills, D.D., for many years pastor of the Reformed Church of Deer Park. The paper was issued for about 15 years, but why it was allowed to cease no one connected with the church seems to know. It was printed at the Gazette office. The Orange County Dairyman was started at Middletown in the office of the Mercury and Argus in December 1888. The publishers were Macardell, Thompson and Barrett, Cornelius Macardell, S.R., George H. Thompson, and Leon Barrett, the artist. Its editor was W. C. Cairns of Rockland, Sullivan County, better known as Rusticus. The Dairyman was a 5- or 6-column quarto. It never became profitable and went out of existence in January 1890. The only Sunday paper of the 4 or more started in this county that seemed to have vitality enough to come down to our day was the Telegram of Newburgh. It was started in 1889 by Edward M. Ruttenber, the venerable and learned printer, editor, author, and historian, who lately passed to his great reward, mourned by all, and beloved and revered by those who knew him best. The Telegram is now published by J. W. F. Ruttenber, son of its founder. Though started as a Sunday paper, it is now issued on Saturday and is known as the Newburgh Telegram. It is ably conducted, as it always has been. A freelance in principle, it is fearless in its assaults and sometimes makes things very interesting for residents of the hillside city and its purlieus. One of the publications that made a sensation at its starting, and during its entire career was a subject of wide interest, was called The Conglomerate. It was started June 15, 1890, by patients in the State Homeopathic Hospital at Middletown. The first number was a 4-column folio, but it soon grew to a quarto, and its circulation increased until, at its zenith, over 3,000 copies were issued. It circulated in all parts of America, had subscribers in New Zealand, and in fact in nearly every country, and its articles were copied everywhere. The Conglomerate stood for reform in lunacy matters, and for this reason, and because of its too outspoken policy against the state's lunacy commission, the authorities caused its suspension. It was gotten out entirely at the state hospital, where a fully equipped newspaper and job printing office was established by the patients under whose tutelage it was called into existence. Its pages were full of bright things. Not only were its editorials able, but its contributions were from brilliant minds, the names of whose writers, for obvious reasons, are withheld. It ceased publication in 1897 after a brilliant career, during which it was eagerly sought, read with avidity, and was a force for good throughout its whole brief career. On the afternoon of April 29, 1881, appeared in Middletown one of the county's eye, one of the state's marvels of journalistic success under the title of the Middletown Daily Times. The first numbers were issued from the Hasbrouck printing office in the Hasbrouck Block, corner of North and Depot Streets, and was a 7-column folio. While it announced that Louis S. Stivers and John D. Stivers were editors and proprietors, it was understood that ex-Congressman the Hun. Moses Dunning Stivers, their father, stood sponsor for the publication, and this able writer and shrewd politician soon made his personality evident in every issue of the Times. Rapidly did the paper gain in circulation, in influence, and in popular confidence. Congressman Stivers was a man of pronounced personality, had a way of winning friends and retaining them, and with the recent expiration of a successful term in Congress, he was in position to build up a powerful country newspaper plant. And that is just what he did. In this work, he was most ably assisted by his 2 sons, whose names appeared at the head of the editorial columns. Louis S. Stivers was a practical printer, a pressman, and a thorough, all-round mechanical expert. Young, with a love for the trade credited by all printers as being not only practical, but one of the most capable men in the state. His brother, John D. Stivers, had been his father's private secretary all through his congressional career, had acquitted himself with entire credit, and having been brought up in a printing office, was well qualified to enter the editorial department of the establishment. As a reporter, as one ready and quick to grasp the importance of legitimate news, he proved his fitness for the position by keeping the Times in the lead in its local and general news departments. It was under such auspicious conditions that the Middletown Daily News presented itself to the public every afternoon in the week, except Sunday, and its rapid growth in favor was the fulfillment of the auguries of those who best knew its esteemed sponsor and its managers. Within a short time, the establishment was removed to the first floor on the James and Henry Street corner of the casino block. Here it remained until it was removed to its present quarters at the corner of King and Center Streets, in the handsome 4-story brick building of its own, and known as the Times Building or Stivers Block. Here are fast presses, 3 Mergenthaler linotype machines, and all the necessary accoutrements to enable the management to issue one of the best daily newspapers in this country, outside of the larger cities. Its circulation is now daily considerably over 5,000 copies. The death of the Hun. M.D. Stivers and later of his son, Louis S. Stivers, removed 2 of the brightest members of the Orange County newspaperdom and necessitated reorganization of the Times Publishing Co., which is now known as the Stivers Printing Company, with John D. Stivers as president and Dr. M. A. Stivers as secretary and treasurer. On February 11, 1906, the Middletown Daily Press merged with the Times, and the combination has since issued as the Middletown Times Press. The editorial writer on the Times and Times Press since November 1, 1905, has been A. W. Russel, whose bright, well-put comments are one of the features that commend this widely read journal. The News of Highlands was started at Highland Falls in 1891. It is published on Saturdays by F.F. and A.G. Tripp and is politically independent or neutral. In February 1892 appeared in Port Jervis the Port Jervis Morning Index, the second attempt in that place to establish a morning daily. It was started by Isaac V. Montanai of Goshen, and Sherwood Reitmeyer, his nephew, was an 8-column folio, independent or rather neutral, in politics, Mr. Montanai being a Democrat and Mr. Reitmeyer a Republican. The index was newsy and well edited, but ceased publication in August of the same year. Middletown seems to have been the theater of the sensational in Orange County journalism. The Banner of Liberty, the Whig press, whose editor was once caned in the streets for a bit of facetiousness. The Sibyl, the Mercury, the Mail, the Standard, the News, the Liberal Sentinel, the Labor Advocate. The conglomerate each had its day of riotous jest or caustic invective that set the town by the ears for a time. The latest one to enter this field of humor, sarcasm, and expletive was the Forum, the first number of which was issued February 28, 1897, by W. T. Doty and H. W. Corey, and which, within a few weeks, expanded into the Middletown Sunday Forum. The first few numbers were printed in New York for the publishers by one of the patent inside concerns, and the warmth of its reception was such that its proprietors felt justified in putting in a plant of their own. The office at first was in the business office of the casino building, in the second floor, but was later transferred to the first floor of the rear of the same building on Henry Street. From the unique greeting in the first issue, the following excerpt is made as characteristic of the purposes, course, and whole conduct of the publication. There are a number of reasons why we have concluded to publish the Forum. First, we want to publish it. Second, there are a number of people who don't want us to publish it. Third, there seems need of a publication in this city that will call a spade a spade. Fourth, we can stop it when we want to. Being able to stop publishing it, if we want to, encouraged us in the idea of starting. And so it was started, and with a pace that took the whole county by storm. It was exultant, exuberant, jocular, sarcastic, hilarious, but never whining, simpering, brawling, or lachrymose. It had features such as no other paper in the county had, and all these peculiarities brought it into wider and wider notoriety, and the editions printed almost invariably fell short of supplying the demand. A leading feature was the sermons of Pastor Corey. There was a vein of the keenest irony in them, generally of more or less local application. And the demand for these lively satires extended to all classes of citizens, those the severest hit as well as those who, from a safe coign of vantage, liked to watch the unique assaults. Another of its peculiar features was the holding up to ridicule of the driveling items and personals sent in by so many crossroads correspondents of country papers, and which were generally the clever work of Deacon Peter F. Kaufman, a local real estate man who always looked on the funny side of all events. The unfortunate and severe illness of Mr. Corey necessitated the abandonment of the sermons. The concern was sold December 1897 to Frank L. Blanchard of New York, and later 1898 to W. T. Doty and Thomas Pendel of Cornwall. The latter two ran out a daily, the Morning Forum, for some months in 1898. Then Mr. Pendel purchased the outfit and transferred it to Messina, NY. During the 2 or 3 years in which the Forum lived in Middletown, it cut a wide swath, and kept the whole surrounding country wondering, what next? And, had it continued as it began, would have landed its proprietors who were getting a pile of fun out of the proceeding in the ranks of the multimillionaires or in the penitentiary. A unique financial feature of the experiment was the fact that the paper more than paid its own way from the very first issue. In October 1898, St. Morehouse started at Cornwall-on-Hudson the Cornwall Courier. This was conducted by various parties, including Mr. Morehouse and his son, Claude, by the well-known writer Cresswell McLaughlin, Bernard Call, Clark J. Brown, Clayton Brown, and William Clark, and in 1906 ceased to exist. The Orange County Record was started at Washingtonville, May 17, 1899, by the Hun. Isaac V. Montanay, since deceased, December 26, 1906, and his nephew, Montanay Reitmeyer. Since the death of Mr. Montanay, Mr. Reitmeyer is the editor and publisher. The paper is devoted to local news. In March 1908, J. B. Gregory started at Monroe the Ramapo Valley Gazette. The plant was that of the Orange County News at Chester. The paper started in 1888 by N. E. Conkling. Miscellaneous. In addition to the above-mentioned so-called regular publications, there have been numerous amateur, church, society, labor, semi-literary, and other more or less sporadic productions throughout the county, from the time of the introduction of printing into the county at Goshen in 1788 to the present time. An enterprise of importance that may be classed under this heading was that of the Franklin Printing Company, starting in Middletown in 1879. At the head of the concern were James H. Norton, Isaac F. Giwitz of Middletown, and William H. Nearpass of Port Jervis. A considerable building was erected on Mill Street, Middletown, next to the residence of Mr. Norton, and several presses and a finely equipped printing establishment was installed to print patent insides. A big business was there built up and continued until the purchase and absorption of the plant by the New York Newspaper Union and the transfer of the same to that city. From 1884 to 1886, the United States Official Postal Guide for New York City was printed by W. H. Nearpass at the Port Jervis Gazette office. Anthony M. May and Co. had the contract for this work. About 1886-7, lawyer T. A. Reed, of Middletown, amused himself for a few months with a paper he called the Jeffersonian. Soon after, the Reverend Charles M. Winchester, a Free Methodist, came to Middletown, probably in 1879. He started a daily paper which he called the Standard or the Standard Bearer. It was published in the interests of the temperance cause and made a considerable excitement during the 8 or 10 months of its existence. The Pine Bush Herald is a lateral production of the Walden Herald and dates from 1904, with George W. Jameson as editor. Town Life was a weekly issued in Middletown from June 1904 to January 1905 by Nelson W. Dix. It was a humorous publication with illustrations by the young publisher, who has a taste and a remarkable aptitude for drawing and cartoon work. The Orange County Magazine was started in Newburgh in 1906, and in the same year the Goshen Independent Republican issued a side edition called the Chester Independent Republican, with George W. Ball as editor. The first number of the St. Paul's Herald was issued in August 1892, and each month thereafter for about 1 year. It contained 8 pages, 9 by 12 inches to a page, and a cover. The Herald was issued in the interest of St. Paul's M.E. Church and Middletown Methodism. The editor and proprietor was Henry P. Powers, the present city editor of the Middletown Argus, and it was printed at the Times office. The Workers' Advocate was started in Middletown about 1903 and conducted several years by W. H. McCarter as an independent weekly paper. The Church Helper was issued under auspices of Drew M. E. Church in Port Jervis for about 1 year. The first number appeared in June 1889. It was a monthly, devoted almost exclusively to church and temperance work. The Parish Monthly has been issued since 1906 by sanction of the Reverend John J. Morris, pastor of the Church of the Immaculate Conception in Port Jervis. It is a 2-column folio, printed by P. J. Gaudy, Port Jervis, for the dissemination of local church news. The Golden Rod is a monthly issued by Frederick Arthur Gates, M.A., pastor of the Ridgebury Presbyterian Church, and printed at the office of the Middletown Times Press. The associate editor is Mary C. Clark, with a core of correspondence. It contains 10 pages and a cover, with 2 columns to a page, and with a subscription price of 25 cents a year. It has some local news and advertisements, but is devoted mainly to church and temperance work. It was started in January 1907. Amateur publications. The county has seen the birth and death of many amateur publications. The first in the county, so far as now known, and believed to be one of the first in the whole country, was issued in Port Jervis in 1862. It was called The Tiger. It was a diminutive production of 4 small pages and was printed on one of the Adams amateur presses, one of the first made, and the type, furnished by the same concern, was set by the energetic young publisher, William Henry Nearpass. The Tiger was issued semi-occasionally to suit the whim or convenience of the publisher for 2 or 3 years. Mr. Nearpass was then a clerk in the grocery and dry goods store of Charles St. John at the corner of Pike and West Main Streets. Mr. Nearpass was then about 22 years of age. Newburgh has had many of these amateur prints, beginning in 1875. Among them may be mentioned the following: Union Jack, American Eagle, the Comet, the Index, the Collector, the Packet, the Laurel, the Amateur Herald. In 1877, Port Jervis had the Amateur Guide, and in 1880 the Cricket. Academy Miscellany was started by the Port Jervis High School students in March 1889 and was discontinued in May 1895. It was a monthly publication of 8 pages, with 2 broad columns to a page, was devoted to school matters almost exclusively, and was a bright publication. The Owl is a bright 20-page monthly issued by the Middletown High School students and printed at the office of the Times Press. It has been issued for several years and is a particularly commendable school publication, both for the neatness with which it is gotten out, the literary character of its contents, and the businesslike character of the publication. The present editor is James A. Rorty, the business manager, E. C. Faulkner. During 1897, the Union School Journal was published by Merritt C. Spadle, now of the Tri-States Publishing Co., Port Jervis, and Hugh M. Cox, now a practicing physician in New York City, who were the editors and managers. It had 12 pages of 10 by 12 inches, 3 columns to a page, and had a circulation of 500. The publication was devoted to the interests of the schools and to matters of a general educational nature. The paper had the official sanction of the school authorities, and many prominent Orange County writers contributed to it. The publications of the county. In ancient Goshen. The Goshen Repository was issued in 1788 by David Manville and David M. Westcott at the Goshen Academy. The nature of the publication seems now unknown, nor is the size of the publication or its character. In 1793, its office was near the courthouse. In 1800, it was sold to John G. and William Hewiton, thus showing a life of 12 years, a much better showing than that made by many of its successors there and elsewhere. Messrs. Hewiton changed its name to the Orange County Patriot, and in 1801, William Hewiton sold his interest to William A. Carpenter, when the name was changed to the Friend of Truth. In 1804, it passed to the ownership of Ward M. Gasley or Gasley, and again its name was changed. This time it became the Orange Eagle. A fire in 1805 in the office singed the eagle's feathers, but it was enabled to move about and took its flight to Newburgh, where it became the political index. Taking its name from an extinct Newburgh paper, Gabriel Denton, in 1804, issued the Orange County Gazette. Edward M. Ruttenber traces its history to Eliot Hopkins in 1807, to Eliot Hopkins and Co. in 1811, to Eliot Hopkins in 1812, to F.J. and A.D. Houghton in 1813, and to 1818, when it was printed and published for the proprietor. How long after this it lasted is not known. In 1808, Gabriel Denton started the Orange County Patriot and Spirit of '76. It was doubtless a patriotic publication, probably a jingo organ firing the American heart for another struggle with Great Britain, which came in 1812. In 1811, it was removed to Newburgh by Lewis and Crowell, where it was published as a new series. T.B. Crowell became its publisher and announced that its columns were open to all parties but were influenced by none. In 1822, Mr. Crowell moved the paper back to Goshen and sold it to R.C.S. Hendry, who, February 22, 1834, sold it to F.T. Parson, who changed its name to the Goshen Democrat. In 1842, Charles Meade associated with Mr. Parson. Nathaniel Webb secured Mr. Parson's interest, and the firm became Meade and Webb, and later Charles Meade and Son, after the death of Mr. Webb. In 1843, R.C.S. Hendry started the True Whig, 2 years later selling it to Charles Meade, who merged it with his paper under the title of the Goshen Democrat and Whig. Later, the name Whig was dropped, and the paper remains to this day the Goshen Democrat. The firm of Meade and Son came into existence January 1, 1865, and continued until January 1, 1892, when the elder Meade sold his interest to Edwin L. Royce. William W. Meade and Edwin L. conducted the establishment under the firm name of Meade and Royce until September 1, 1902, on which date they sold the concern to J.R. Colburn of Washington, D.C. 2 months later, November 1, 1902. John F. Beringer of Walden bought the plant and 2 months later, January 1, 1903, sold it to John B. Scott and George V. Gregg, who conducted the same under the firm name of Scott and Gregg. Until September 1, 1905, on which date Mr. Scott sold his interest to George F. Gregg, who has since been its proprietor. In 1820, Williams and Farrand started the Orange Farmer. Mr. Ruttenber speaks of this as the Orange County Farmer, but as the copies now in existence bear the title Orange Farmer, the writer is inclined to believe the word county is a slip of the usually very accurate pen of Mr. Ruttenber. Its founders were graduates of the Albany Plowboy and aimed to make the Farmer an agricultural publication. How long it lasted is not known. A well-preserved copy of this Farmer is now in possession of Dr. James J. Mills of Port Jervis. It is Volume 4, number 195, dated November 17, 1823. About 1822, there moved into Goshen a lusty young pioneer, 16 years of age, under the patronymic of the Independent Republican. This stripling was born at Montgomery, May 6, 1806, and there christened the Orange County Republican. Under the tutelage of Luther Pratt in 1812, in its 6th year, its name was changed to that of the Independent Republican, and in 1818 James A. Cheevy became its sponsor, and removed it to Goshen about 1822. In 1832, the Independent Republican plant was sold to Henry H. Van Dyck, who sold it in 1836 when he became state senator, to Victor M. Drake, then a young printer 27 years of age, who had for some time been employed in the office as apprentice and journeyman printer. In 1840, one Mr. Drake sold the establishment to Moses Swezey, who came to Goshen from Long Island in 1834 as a violinist and dancing master. He was a fine penman, a good bookkeeper, and an excellent accountant, and became the head clerk for County Clerk Lebbeus L. Vale. As editor of the Independent Republican, he wielded a powerful and caustic pen and became a power in Orange County politics. He was the father of the present surrogate, John B. Swezey. In 1846, Mr. Swezey sold the plant to Clark and Montanai. It continued, as it long had been, the local organ of the Hunker faction of the Democracy. Late in the 50s, Mr. Clark went to Iowa and started a Republican paper. James J. McNally purchased the plant in 1853 and sold it to Isaac V. Montanai in 1857, only to repurchase it, selling it again in 1869 to Edward M. Ruttenber and H. P. Kimber. Mr. Ruttenber retired, and in 1874 Mr. Kimber sold it to Thomas P. McElrath, an ambitious New Yorker who had some fond illusions which he hoped to engraft into Orange County journalism. He made friends and foes, fast and furious particularly. The foes' end in 1876 retired to New York, utterly disgusted with journalism in Orange County. Then Hun, I.V. Montanai and his son, Lucian, secured the paper. In 1883 the former retired, and Frank Drake secured an interest in the concern under the firm name of Montanai and Drake. In March 1892, Mr. Drake became sole owner and remains such today, March 1908. The present proprietor of the Independent Republican, Frank Drake, is a son of that veteran Orange County journalist, Victor M. Drake, and is a chip of the old block, a good newspaper man. He is making the paper newsy, keen, merry, and bright. He changed it from a weekly to a semi-weekly edition, issued on Tuesdays and Fridays. It is a 5-column quarto. The Independent Republican has not always had things its own way in Gaussian democratic politics. In 1843, Hector Vale, son of County Clerk Lebbeus L. Vale, and T. W. Donovan started the Democratic Standard under the firm name of Vale and Donovan. The Standard represented the barn burners or free soil element in the Democratic Party, and in antagonism to the interests represented the Hunkers and the Independent Republican. In 1844, Mr. Donovan retired, and Hector Vale changed its name to the Gaussian Clarion. The Democratic factional fight became stronger, and the Clarion had such backers as Lebbeus L. Vale, Asa D. Jansen, James H. Jansen, John B. Booth of Goshen, Merritt H. Cash, Minnesink, and Francis Tuthill of Chester. On the death of Lebbeus Vale, the Clarion, in 1879, was discontinued. The subscription list going to the Independent Republican and the material to Milford, Pa, having been purchased by John M. Heller or James J. McNally, or both, and where it became the Pike County Democrat and later the Milford Herald. One paper devoted exclusively to theological subjects had its origin in Goshen and lives today to tell the tale. In 1832, the Signs of the Times was started by Lebbeus L. Vale, a convert from Congregationalism to the old-school Baptist tenets. Between politics and theology, Mr. Vale was kept pretty busy. He was a candidate for county clerk on the Democratic ticket, and in 1834 was elected. About this time, an earnest young expounder of Mr. Vale's new-grounded faith appeared on the scene. Mr. Vale could not very well run a religious journal and the county clerk's office at the same time, so he turned the Signs of the Times over, body and soul, to the youthful preacher. And Elder Gilbert Beebe took his prize in a wagon and landed it in New Vernon, near Middletown. Thence he moved it to Alexandria, Va, whence it came to Middletown, where it is domiciled today. During the fight in the Democratic Party between the hardshell faction, representing the pro-slavery element, and the softshell, representing the Douglas, squatter sovereignty, or anti-Nebraska element in the party, in 1854, the Democratic Recorder was started by A. G. Tucker. The Recorder had a short life, and the subscription list and materials were purchased by James J. McNally and absorbed by his Independent Republican. The next and last paper to appear in Goshen was the Goshen News in 1888, under James J. McNally, which, as already told, passed into that ever-open haven of refuge, the portals of the Independent Republican, on the death of Mr. McNally in 1892. Newburgh and New Windsor. When New Windsor leaps into the arena of contest with a journal of uncertain antiquity, but clearly at the daybreak of journalistic chronology in Orange County, she has grounds for contesting the concession that Newburgh was second, or Goshen even first, in the honors due to pioneerism in the printing art. E. M. Ruttenber says, in 1799, Jacob Schultz removed to Newburgh the New Windsor Gazette, the name of which he changed to Orange County Gazette. It is not in evidence when this New Windsor paper began, and it may have been immediately or long prior to its removal to Newburgh. But Mr. Ruttenber says the first paper published in Newburgh was the Newburgh Packet in 1795. The proprietor was Lucius Carey, son-in-law of Reverend John Close, Presbyterian minister at Newburgh and New Windsor. Carey sold the paper to David Denniston in 1797, who changed its name to the Mirror, Philip Van Home, 1797, and Joseph W. Barber, 1798, appearing as proprietors. In 1796, a pamphlet entitled An Apology for the Bible was printed in Newburgh by David Denniston. It was written by R. Watson, D.D., F.R.S. It is said it was creditably printed and bound. When the Orange County Gazette emerged from the New Windsor Gazette in 1799, Newburgh had two printing shops where books as well as papers were printed, and the legend is that the Gazette became the Citizen, though Mr. Ruttenberg questions this, as none of the issues are to be found. As Mr. Denniston was, about this time, connected with the American Citizen of New York City, this fact may have given rise to the belief that a local citizen had existed. The Rights of Man was started in 1799 by Dr. Elias Winfield. Mr. Denniston also purchased this paper, evidently merging it with his Orange County Gazette. The Recorder of the Times was started by Dennis Cole in 1803. The Mirror was absorbed by the Rights of Man in 1804, and the latter by the Times in 1805. Ward M. Gasley, this year, drove into town with the remnants of his Orange Eagle, whose office had been burned in Goshen, purchased the Recorder of the Times in 1806, and changed the name to the Political Index, and it lived until 1829, when it became the Orange Telegraph and the Newburgh Telegraph under Charles M. Cushman. Under many changes it lived to become, under E. M. Ruttenberg, in 1876, the Newburgh Register. In June 1822, John D. Spaulding started the Newburgh Gazette. Through a succession of owners it came, in 1856, to Eugene W. Gray, who, in connection with the Gazette, began the publication of a political paper which he called the Daily News. In 1864, the name of the News was dropped and Daily Telegraph substituted, and later in the same year it became the Daily Union. In 1866, all the previous titles were dropped and that of the press substituted. In 1869, the title of Telegraph restored, and in 1876, that of Register. The Newburgh Journal, started in 1833 by John D. Spaulding, became the Highland Courier in 1843, and in 1859, under Rufus A. Reed, it became the Highland Chieftain. The establishment came into the possession of Cyrus B. Martin, who resumed the name of Newburgh Journal, and in 1863 began the publication of the Daily Journal, which is continued today by Ritchie and Hull. The Beacon, an anti-Jackson paper, was commenced in 1828 by Judge William B. Wright. Wallace and Sweet, in 1834, published the National Advertiser, and later merged it in the Gazette. In 1849, Thomas George issued the Newburgh Excelsior, which was purchased by E. M. Ruttenberg, May, 1851, who merged it in the Telegraph. For 3 or 4 weeks in 1855, R. P. L. Schaeffer published the Newburgh American. The Newburgh Times, a temperance paper, was started in March 1856 by Royal B. Hancock as agent for an association of gentlemen. After passing into the ownership of R. Bloomer and Son, Alexander Wilson and Charles Blanchard, it became, under the latter, the Newburgh Daily Democrat, and lived thus only a few months. An association of printers, in October 1875, started the Daily Penny Post, and in 1876, a rival association started the Daily Mail. The Post died in 1876, and in 1877, the Mail was absorbed by the Register. Newburgh's theological serial publications began in 1824, when the Reverend J. R. Wilson started the Evangelical Witness, a religious monthly of 48 pages devoted to the interests of the Reformed Presbyterian Church. In 4 years, 1828, it was succeeded by the Christian Statesman, which lived 1 year. Authorized by the Synod of the same church, the Reverend Moses Roney, March 1, 1836, began the publication of the Reformed Presbyterian, a monthly of 32 pages. In 1849, Mr. Roney removed the magazine to Pittsburgh, PA, where he died in 1854, and his widow continued its publication until succeeded by the Reverend Thomas Sproul. For 1 year, the Family Visitor lived, a monthly quarto, conducted by the Reverend David L. Proudfoot. Beginning in 1845, he published the Christian Instructor, a 32-page monthly. 2 years later, the Reverend J. B. Dales bought it and removed it to Philadelphia. The Catholic Library magazine was begun in 1856 by the Catholic Library Association, with John Ashurst as editor. It was published monthly and lived until August 1860. Newburgh has been a fertile field for the production of newspapers and periodicals of all sorts. As seen above, the religious as well as the secular press felt the popular pulse, and then passed away. There were also literary ventures more or less pretentious, each budding, blossoming and fading in a short season. Tables of Rural Economy was issued in May 1832 by John Nevils. It was a monthly quarto and lived less than a year. The Literary Scrapbook was a monthly of 48 pages, started in 1855 by R. B. Denton. Its life was short. In 1857, Damascus School began the publication of The Acorn, which lived until 1859. Some time afterward, the title was rescued in a publication by the students of the Newburgh Institute under charge of Mr. Sigler, and again it died. One of the most profitable of all these literary ventures in Newburgh was that of The Household Advocate by S.S. Wood, begun in 1867. It was an 8-page monthly and soon secured a large circulation. Mr. Wood later changed its name to The Household Magazine. It attained a circulation of 60,000, and the writer is one of the many who read its pages with eagerness until it failed in 1874. Another publication which the writer remembers reading with much pleasure was Home, Farm, and Orchard, an 8-page weekly started in 1869 by A. Bensel. It lived until the spring of 1876. During the years of 1872 and 1873, De Morst and Burr issued the Musical Bulletin, a monthly quarto. In amateur papers, there were several. Among them, the Union Jack by Master A. Ludlow Case, 1865 to 1873, the American Eagle by Frank S. Hull, aged 12 years, 1865, the Comet by Henry Gerard, 1871, the Index by J. Walker F. Ruttenber, 1871, the Collector by D. W. Jagger, 1871, the Packet by W. H. Wood and D. W. Corwin, 1872, the Laurel by A. Milligan, 1872. The Amateur Herald by T. R. Balfe, 1872. At Montgomery. Montgomery seems to have come forth into the journalistic arena. The Orange County Republican was printed there from 1806 to 1818. It was begun May 6, 1806, and was printed by Cyrus Beach and Luther Pratt. This publication, as already shown in the Goshen notes, was removed to Goshen and became the Independent Republican. In 1833–1834, the Republican banner was printed there by Calvin F. S. Thomas. In June 1859, William H. Smith started the Montgomery Standard. The Montgomery Republican was issued in September 1868 by Lester Winfield, being a continuation of a publication he started at Galeville Mills, Ulster County, in May 1864, and which he removed to Pine Bush and called the Pine Bush Weekly Casket in November 1867. May 1, 1869, the Standard and the Republican united their forces and became the Republican and Standard, under Lester Winfield. In 1896, Lyman H. Taft started the Reporter. Later, the Reporter and the Republican and Standard united and became the Montgomery Standard and Reporter, which it is now, March 1908, with Lyman H. Taft as editor and proprietor and Charles M. Miller, associate editor. It is a large 9-column folio, Republican in politics, with a decided tendency to be independent. In April 1868, Stephen H. Sayre started the Walkle Valley Times, a large 7-column folio. It was neatly printed, and the office well equipped, with a cylinder press, a rare acquisition in those days. In 1869, Mr. Sayre issued the Dollar Weekly. In 1871, Lester Winfield purchased the Times and the weekly outfit, and remained in Montgomery until his death a few years ago. At Slate Hill. Reference has already been made to a well-printed paper issued in Slate Hill or Brookfield in 1834, the Republican Sentinel. The writer has several well-preserved copies of this neat publication, but when it passed out of existence is not now known. The name of the editor does not appear, nor of the publisher. Slate Hill in that day was a thriving settlement, and doubtless would have continued to grow had not the Erie Railroad come to Goshen in 1842 and to Middletown 2 or 3 years later. In Middletown, it was in 1840 that the first printing outfit landed in Middletown. In that year, A. Bensel started the Middletown Courier, a Democratic weekly, which he continued until April 1846, when, apparently scared by the entrance of the Erie Railroad, he pulled up stakes and never stopped until his outfit was landed in Kingston, N.Y., where he started the Ulster Democrat. The Orange County News was the second venture in Middletown. This was started in July 1846 by John S. Brown, and it lived until 1849. It was neutral in politics and evidently in almost everything else, and, it is said, hardly deserved the name of a newspaper. About 1847, Elder Gilbert Beebe came into town with his old-school Baptist Signs of the Times, which he removed from Alexandria, VA, as already explained. This publication continues, changed somewhat in form but not in method or substance, and remains a monument to the peculiar tenets of the faithful band of adherents of a sturdy theological doctrine. For many years it was printed in the Meeting House on Orchard Street, where the Denton residence now stands, and directly opposite the residence of Elder Beebe. A few years ago, and some time after the death of Elder Beebe, the plant was removed to the upper floor of the brick building at the west corner of East Main and Robert Streets, and the Meeting House, a plain brick structure, stands on the corner of Roberts and Cottage Streets. The Signs is published by J. E. Beebe & Co. and is edited by Elder F. A. Chick of Hopewell, N.J., and Elder H. C. Care of Middletown. In 1848, Gilbert Judson Beebe started the Banner of Liberty. It was at first published monthly, 8 pages with 4 columns to a page. After 1856, it became a weekly publication, the same size. It was a rank pro-slavery paper, and opposed and assaulted all lines of modern thought or suggestion of innovation or iconoclasm. This style of polemics met a hearty response in the South and Southwest, and the paper attained a circulation of 27,000 copies. For years it was printed in the old frame structure, then known as the Pincus Building on East Main Street, next to the Holding House. When the Civil War broke out, its circulation and income were greatly cut down by the interruption of mail communication between the North and the South, and the death of the talented but obdurate and intractable editor. After the war, left nothing for the Banner of Liberty to do but to go somewhere and expire. It did. It went to Ellenville, and shortly was heard of no more. In 1856, Mr. Beebe published a campaign banner. Gilbert J. Beebe also started in 1848, and in this case may fairly be said to have established the Middletown Mercury, which, as elsewhere stated, became one of the brightest country newspapers in the United States under James H. Norton and Isaac F. Gowitz. Mr. Beebe printed another paper in his early and more ambitious days. From 1850 to 1852, he ran out an advertising monthly for gratuitous circulation. It was called the Middletown Advertiser. The next paper to appear in Middletown was the Whig Press. It was started November 26, 1851, by John Whitbeck Hasbrouck, a young man from Ulster County. In 1866, he changed its name to the Orange County Press. This concern, always prosperous and influential, but which finally merged with the Times and became a part of the Times Press, February 1, 1906, had an eventful career, which is best summed up in the following brevities taken from the last issue of the Daily Press, February 28, 1906. Established November 26, 1851, by John W. Hasbrouck, and conducted by him for about 17 years. April 9, 1868, purchased by Moses D. Stivers and conducted by him for 20 months. December 3, 1869, firm of Stivers and Kessinger formed, the junior member being Albert Kessinger, who died in the summer of 1872. May 24, 1870, a tri-weekly edition was started, issued Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. October 15, 1872, F. Stanhope Hill and John Whiting Slauson bought the paper under the firm name of Hill and Slauson. October 26, 1872. This firm discontinued the tri-weekly known as the Evening Press and started in its place the Middletown Daily Press, issued afternoons. July 1, 1873, M. D. Stivers bought Mr. Hill's interest, and the firm of Stivers and Slauson was formed and continued 7½ years. December 14, 1880, Mr. Stivers sold his interest to Charles J. Boyd, and the firm of Slauson and Boyd was formed. July 24, 1883, Slauson and Boyd issued the first number of the Orange County Semi-Weekly Press, the first semi-weekly local paper in this section, and a pronounced success from the start. August 1, 1883, M.D. Stivers again became part owner of the press, and the firm became Stivers, Slauson, and Boyd, continuing for about 7½ years. March 1, 1891, Mr. Stivers sold his interest to his partners, and the firm of Slauson and Boyd for the second time came into existence. February 1, 1906, merged into the Times Press, after an honored and prosperous record of more than 54 years. The term of service with the press of each proprietor in round numbers is John W. Hasbrouck, 17 years, Moses D. Stivers, 19 years, John W. Slauson, 33 years, Charles J. Boyd, 25 years, Albert Kessinger, 3 years, F. Stanhope Hill, 1 year. Reference has already been made to the Hardwareman's Newspaper, 1855, the Sibyl, 1856, the Iron Age, 1858, the Rising Sun, 1866, the Mail Daily and Weekly, 1869, the Standard, 1874. The Argus Weekly, 1875, Daily, 1876, the Liberal Sentinel, 1881, the News, 1883, the Jeffersonian, 1886, the Forum, 1897, and the Workers' Advocate, 1899. The press in Port Jervis. Printing was introduced into Port Jervis by a colored man, P.H. Miller. Of his personality, the writer is unable at this day to learn a thing whence he came or whither he departed. He began the printing here of an independent Whig paper, which he called the Port Jervis Express, early in 1850. It was neatly printed, a 5 or 6 column folio, and reflected credit on its founder. It was printed in an office on West Main Street, on the west side of the canal. That section was then about all there was of Port Jervis, though the Erie had arrived, and started a station near the Delaware River, which it called Delaware. The people of the port objected to this name, and for a long time strife was keen between the residents and the Erie Company over the name, the advocates of the port finally winning. The Express saw the tail end of this fight before its life of 9 months drew to a close. In November of the year 1850, when the Express passed away, the Tri-States Union was started. Its founder was Col. Sam Fowler, a Jersey man who had acquired considerable land in the village, all within the boundaries of the present city. He was ambitious, had money, vim, and a purpose. He built a palatial home on the banks of the Neversink, erected the Fowler House, and was proceeding to make Port Jervis the booming town of the East when financial disaster overtook him, and to the great loss of the town, he left it never to return, his vast interests involved in hopeless encumbrances. But before he left, he started the Tri-States Union, and it lives today. It was a Democratic newspaper, with John I. Mumford editor. The Union has had a number of owners, and had its ups and downs, but it always managed to appear on schedule time. And in usual form, though at times during the Civil War it was sorely pressed to imitate many of its exchanges when it was almost impossible to buy, beg, or steal white paper and appear in wrapping paper, or in any old thing. It is now a 6-column quarto, with a large circulation, has an afternoon edition of the Port Jervis Daily Union, 7-column folio, has 2 of the latest Mergenthaler linotype machines, and is of the concern that issues one of the leading agricultural papers of the country, the New York Farmer. The Tri-States Union was first issued in a small building somewhere near where the Hubbard Building now stands, opposite the Fowler House and the present Erie Depot, 1908. Later it was removed to the old frame building Nos. 5557 Pike Street, now the 4-story brick structure built by George Lee and occupied by Mason and Son, druggists. The early 60s found it located on Pike Street, over the Union Store, in the second floor of the 2-story frame structure at number 100 Pike Street, now March, 1908, occupied as the Central or Northrop's Meat Market. Thence it was removed by Foster and Mitchell, 1870, to the Cregan Block, No. 76 Pike Street, over what is now Laidley's Drug Store. Next, 1872, It was removed to the rear of St. John and Malvin's, now the Gordon Company Foundry Building, on Sussex Street. In 1873, it was removed to number 81 Pike Street, now Collins News and Confectionery Store, and in 1882 to its present location, number 112 Pike Street, in the Farnham Block. Port Jervis has survived many severe temperance agitations. The most acute stage seems to have been in the extreme youth of the place when impressions ought to be most lasting and beneficial. Between 1852 and 1855, it had 3 papers devoted to the cause of temperance. The first was the Mirror of Temperance, started in June 1852 by J. L. Barlow and John Dow. This mirror reflected its surroundings for about 18 months and then faded away. It was a handsome paper, well printed and ably edited. In 1853, an Englishman, John Williams, took up the fight where the Mirror dropped it and started the Sentinel. With the proverbial pugnacity of a Johnny Bull, Mr. Williams thought he needed more paper weapons with which to fight the drink evil. And so, in the autumn of 1854, he issued a campaign paper, which he called the Precursor of Temperance, and which died with the fall campaign. The Sentinel lived until 1855, in which year Mr. Williams went to Middletown and in the Whig press office began issuing the Hardwareman's newspaper, the precursor of the Iron Age, the leading organ today of the iron industry in this country, and which as now was recently published by his son, David Williams, in New York City. April 22, 1869, James Henry Norton and William Henry Nearpass began the publication of the Evening Gazette. It was a 5-column folio, set in bourgeois type, was published tri-weekly, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. Soon afterward appeared the weekly edition, the Family Gazette, afterward changed to the Port Jervis Weekly Gazette. It was started on the 3rd floor of the brick building, then just built by Cook and Burrell as an umbrella factory at No. 92 Pike Street, now March 1908, occupied by Johnson and Stoll's Furniture Store. Thence it moved to Westbrook's Hall, the 3rd floor of the building now occupied by the J. W. Daly Co. Nos. 6668 Pike Street, thence to its present quarters in the Mondon Building, 90 Pike Street, corner of Pike and Ball Streets. The tri-weekly became a daily afternoon issue, January 17, 1881. It is now a well-equipped office, has a Mergenthaler linotype machine, and all the accessories of a good country newspaper. E. G. Fowler's Morning Call appeared on Sunday morning, April 4, 1880. It was printed in the Masterson Building, number 10 Ball Street. The Morning Index appeared in an upper floor of the Hornbeck Building, now the Swift Beef House on Jersey Avenue. The Sunbeams and Farm Guide were issued from the Union office, and Church Life and Academy Miscellany from the Gazette office. The Bulletin is the name of a 2-column folio that is issued occasionally in political and exciting local campaigns, from the press of printer P. J. Gaudy, on Ball Street. It doesn't appear very often, but when it does, it makes a sensation. At Warwick, the beautiful village of Warwick, the Queen Village of New York State, has 2 well-established, ably edited, well-printed, and influential weekly newspapers, reflecting with no exaggeration the sentiment and conditions of the Warwick Valley, a land rich in nature's bounties, lavishly endowed with all the charms of rural romanticism and pastoral fervency. The first paper published in Warwick, so far as present records are obtainable, was the Doctrinal Advocate and Monitor. It was probably started as early as 1845, possibly earlier, and was edited or conducted by Elder Jewett as an exponent of the old school Baptist doctrine. In 1846, this monitor was merged with Elder Gilbert Beebe's Signs of the Times, and for a while the latter paper was published under both titles. The second paper started there was the Warwick Advertiser, the first number of which made its appearance January 27, 1866. It was a well-printed, neat, newsy, and bright paper from the first, an age not only does not dim its luster, but seems to add to its sprightliness. Its first editor and proprietor was Leonard Cox, who was an elder in the Old School Baptist Church of Warwick for a few years. It was independent, or rather neutral, in politics, but catered to the religious and moral sentiment as well as the local interests of the community, from its inception, and has never ceased to act as a propagandist theological, political, social, and formal. Within 3 years, Elder Cox sold the plant to John L. Servin, a local lawyer and farmer, a man of high standing and education. In 1873, Mr. Servin transferred the business to his associate editor, Daniel F. Welling, a practical printer, but took back the concern within the year and soon afterward sold the same to Samuel J. Stewart and Joshua C. Wilson. A few years later, Mr. Wilson sold his interest to Dewitt C. DeMorst, a workman in the office, who, after a year or two, transferred his share back to Mr. Stewart, who remained sole proprietor until April 1, 1882, when the plant was purchased by its present owner and able editor, Hiram Tate. Under Mr. Tate's management, the Advertiser became an advocate of the politics of the Republican Party, of which it has since remained a staunch and fearless supporter. The Advertiser has been a factor of no little importance in the growth and general well-being of the village and Warwick Valley. After a careful campaign of education on that special subject, it was largely instrumental in bringing about the now very popular and certainly sensible style of fenceless dooryards and lawns, so prevalent in Warwick as to excite the admiration of all tasteful visitors, and one of the distinguishing factors in earning for the place the well-merited title of the Queen Village. It was also largely through the efforts of the Advertiser that a teacher in music and elocution has been added to the Warwick schools. Other betterments in local affairs have been brought about by this paper's efforts, and the Advertiser is certainly a paper of high tone and a credit to the Warwick Valley. The third newspaper to make its appearance in Warwick was the Warwick Valley Dispatch, which has been a success from its start. It was established in June 1885 by George F. Ketchum, who has since been its fearless editor and publisher. The Dispatch has prospered under Mr. Ketchum's continuous and wise management of nearly 23 years and has been a potent factor in shaping the progressive development of the village and town of Warwick. Its columns have been especially devoted to school improvement, the Dispatch and its editor taking a leading part in the movement for 2 modern brick schoolhouses, primary and high school, during the 12 years that Mr. Ketchum served as a member of the Warwick Board of Education, he being president of the board when the high school was built. It is generally acknowledged that the successful outcome of this agitation was largely due to the influence of the Dispatch and its editor. The paper has been a leader in all efforts to secure improvements for the village and the valley, especially for increased water supply, fine streets and roads, and the development of Warwick as a summer resort. The paper also heartily advanced the formation of the Warwick Valley Telephone Company, the Warwick Realty Company, and the Warwick Knife Company. Politically, the Dispatch is democratic and is recognized as the most influential exponent of democracy in this section of the state. For a dozen years, its editor has been chairman of the Democratic County Committee, during which time the influence of the Dispatch has been markedly shown in shaping the policy of the party in Orange County and in the favorable results achieved for its candidates at the polls, although the county has a normal Republican majority. The paper has gained a large local circulation because of its newsy features, and is respected for its fairness and fearlessness in controversy. The Dispatch was started as a 9-column, 4-page newspaper, and was first printed in a small frame building on Main Street, adjoining the Warwick Valley Hotel. Since 1889, it has been comfortably housed in a brick structure known as the Dispatch Building, which was erected on Main Street by Thomas Bird, and is equipped with modern presses and a simplex typesetting machine. Although Mr. Ketchum has always personally controlled the editorial policy of the Dispatch, Isaac W. Litchfield was a partner with him in its business from 1889 to 1894, and much of the reputation of the Dispatch is due to his bright humor and facile pen. Cornwall Papers. Cornwall, or rather Cornwall-on-Hudson, has had its full share of journalistic ups and downs. Through the courtesy of L.G. Goodenough, editor and proprietor of the local press of that place, the writer learns that the first paper, probably issued in that interesting old town, appeared April 15, 1871. It was called the Cornwall Paper, a local record of things new and old. It was published by P. P. Hazen, of Cornwall, in conjunction with A. A. Bensel, Ferry Building, Newburgh. It was stipulated in the editorial announcement that unless the necessary support in the way of subscriptions, etc., was received, the project would have to be abandoned. Mr. Goodenough has a copy of Volume 1, Number 1 of the Cornwall Paper, and as no other number seems to be in existence, it is assumed the requisite support never materialized, and that the paper practically died a borning. to a woman belongs the credit of having started the first regularly issued paper in this village. The Cornwall Times appeared May 24, 1875, with Miss S.J.A. Hussey, a highly educated woman, as editor and proprietor. The Times was continued for at least 6 years, and with credit to herself and to Cornwall. Miss Hussey died February 21, 1898, aged 79 years. Her declining days were passed practically as a recluse in a cabin on Round Top Mountain, which she owned, and where she seemed to be happiest, efforts of relatives to persuade her to live with them proving unavailing. The Cornwall Reflector was started about 1877 by John Lay, and later was edited by H. H. Snelling, an elderly gentleman of ability and a forceful writer. He continued as editor for 10 years, and until failing eyesight forced him to retire, and he went to a St. Louis home for the blind, where he died in the early 90s, after having become totally blind. In 1879 appeared the Cornwall Mirror. It was published at Highland Falls by James C. Merritt and was represented in Cornwall by various persons at different times. In April 1888, the Cornwall Local appeared, under the management of H. A. Gates, and was an excellent paper. In September 1889, he disposed of the local plant to C. P. Brait of Albany, who induced his brother-in-law, Thomas Pendel, to become its editor and publisher. In June 1892, the paper came under the present efficient management of L. G. Goodenough. Mr. Pendel became connected with the New York Herald, later with the Middletown Sunday Forum, which he removed to Massena, NY, whence he went to Peekskill and then to Poughkeepsie. For the past 15 years, the Local has been conducted by L. G. Goodenough and is a particularly handsome, bright, and ably edited local journal. Practically, the paper's former politics was classed as independent. In 1896, Mr. Goodenough made it distinctly and avowedly Republican, and, as such, it has become an influential member of the county's Republican press. In 1859, Mr. Goodenough purchased Mr. Merritt's Cornwall Mirror, merging it with the Local. Recently, the name Local Press was adopted as more significant of a newspaper than the name Local. The Local Press is an 8-page weekly, issued Thursdays at $1.50 a year, and with an average circulation for the year 1907 of 1,225 copies. In October 1898, S.T. Morehouse started a paper known as the Cornwall Courier. It was conducted by Mr. Morehouse, by his son Claude, by the well-known writer Cresswell McLaughlin, Bernard Call, Clark J. Brown, Clayton Brown, and William Clark. It lived until 1906. Walden Newspapers. Walden has 2 good, newsy weekly papers. So far as the writer can ascertain, the first paper started there was by Stephen H. Sayre, who, at Middletown in 1866, started the Rising Sun, and at Montgomery the Walkle Valley Times, 1868, and the Dollar Weekly, 1869. Mr. Sayre started at Walden in 1869 the Walden Recorder, but suffered it to go down. In 1870, Chauncey B. Reed resumed its publication and called it the Walden Recorder and Herald, but subsequently dropped the Recorder, and it has since appeared as the Walden Herald. It is now edited by Ward Winfield. It is a well-printed 7-column folio and devoted entirely to local and general news. The Walden Citizen was established in 1887 by Jacob Sears and had its first home over John Simpson's cigar store. The outfit consisted of a Washington hand press and a small quantity of type. After struggling a year, the ownership passed into the hands of a Mr. Scudder, and the plant was removed to the top floor of what is now the Fowler Building. Soon afterward, Eugen Abel, a practical printer, and Prof. D.C. Dominic, principal of the high school, purchased the concern, enlarged the paper and plant, and were getting the business on a profitable basis when, in 1898, a fire swept everything away. The paper was revived, however, and soon afterward Whitfield Gibbs became owner of the plant and speedily put the paper on solid footing and made it a leading Republican paper. John Barringer succeeded Mr. Gibbs, and since March 1903, the Reverend J. H. Reed has been editor and publisher. The paper is Republican in politics, and Mr. Reed makes it a lively publication. Miscellaneous. It is not generally known that for 2 years, 1884-1886, the United States Official Postal Guide for New York City was printed in Orange County. A.M. May & Co. had the contract, and the printing was done by William H. Nearpass at the Port Jervis Gazette office. Of the papers at Pine Bush, Monroe, Washingtonville, and Chester, mention has already been made. In the number of publications, Newburgh leads with about 40 publications or changes from one to another. Middletown comes next with 22, Port Jervis with 15, Goshen with 13, and Montgomery with 7. Bloomingburg is in Sullivan County, so is New Vernon, but each is on the south slope of the Shawangunk Range and on the Shawangunk Kill, which divides the counties of Orange and Sullivan. In each place, there was once a paper that practically was an Orange County production and depended to a greater or less extent on this county for its support. The first was the Signs of the Times in about 1883. The other was the Sullivan Whig at Bloomingburg in 1846. The former was Elder Beebe's Old School Baptist organ, the latter John W. Hasbrouck found at Bloomingburg in 1846, where he began to learn the printing trade. Incidents. As an auxiliary incident of Orange County journalism, it may not be entirely out of place to record some facts regarding journalism in Pike County, PA, opposite Port Jervis. In 1846 or 1847, James J. McNally removed the material of the Goshen Sentinel to Milford in Pike County and started the Pike County Democrat, July 14, 1849. It was a 7-column folio. In 1852, he changed its name to the Milford Herald. Sometime afterward, John M. Heller purchased the plant and put in charge John B. Adams and Harry Heller, the son of J. M. Heller. It passed to several owners, and when O. H. Mott took it in January 1, 1878, he for some unknown reason changed its name to the Milford Dispatch, which it remains, and now, 1908, it is edited by Josiah F. Terwilliger. But the first paper in Milford was the Eagle of the North, in 1827 with T. A. Wells, printer. In 1828, it became the Northern Eagle and Milford Monitor, under Benjamin A. Bidwell. Somewhere between 1831 and 1840, the paper disappeared. A second Northern Eagle appeared February 6, 1864, started by Dr. Edward Halliday. It was a red-hot Republican journal, and, as might be inferred, had a small constituency in that land of 991 Democratic and only a few Republican voters, and it died January 1, 1866. More or less personal. Orange County's pioneer journalists have been gathered to their fathers. Of the second generation, there remains one as if to link the memories of the first with the fast-reclining activities of the third generation of newspaper workers. And that one relic of the dead past is a woman, now in the sunset of life. Dr. Lydia Saver Hasbrouck is with us yet, a landmark in Orange County, journalism honored by those who know her best, beloved by kindred, respected by all. The twilight of her years is closing pleasantly at her beautiful home on Linden Avenue, Middletown. Of the third generation, but few remain of printers, reporters, editors, publishers. The frosts of many winters have silvered their heads, but the strength of years finds a few of them still struggling with the insatiable demand of modern typesetting appliances for copy and the bustle and rush of daily newspaper life. At this point, it is interesting to take a look at the individuals, the characters, the men and women who have been on the scene of action and who are there now. We have examined their worthy news and other papers and publications they have produced. We have scanned them in the best light afforded, refracted, and reflected, and to know somewhat of those who, in their own and often crude way, wrought these paper tablets of thought, let us again look over the field. Manville and Westcott. The first names to appear, the first characters to attract our attention are those of David Manville and David M. Westcott as publishers of the Goshen Repository, 1788, at the Academy. What relations they had with the old Goshen Academy, or why the repository was started at the Academy, is not apparent. Victor M. Drake wrote from his recollections that David M. Westcott was a practical printer and editor who served a portion of his time in Benjamin Franklin's old printing office in Philadelphia, though, of course, not under Franklin's mastership. He was born in Cornwall of humble parentage, and in early life was apprenticed to a farmer, and afterward learned the printer's trade. His wife was the daughter of Co. Gale, one of the early settlers of Goshen, by whom he had 5 daughters and 3 sons, Mandeville, Nathan, and William. Nathan was clerk of Orange County from 1844 to 1855. David M. Prescott, continues Mr. Drake's recollections, was not only a good practical printer, but a good merchant and farmer, an able editor, and a trustworthy public servant. He was county clerk in 1815 and 1821, member of Assembly in 1828, state senator in 1831-34, and filled many other stations of honor and trust. He acted as editor of the Independent Republican for a long time after Mr. Cheevy was struck down with paralysis. I have repeatedly called him from his labors on the farm to write editorials for the Republican, says Mr. Drake, for such was the high state of party feeling that its public would trust no other man than little Dave Westcott, with the responsibility of editing that paper in critical election times. Such, then, was the character and standing of the first editor in Orange County. That he was a man whose character, whose personality, and whose extraordinary abilities stand clearly silhouetted against time's somber background is apparent to the reader and the student of history. Carey, Lucius, the name of Lucius Carey, appears next as the printer of the Newburgh packet in 1795. Beyond the announcement that he was the son-in-law of the Reverend John Close, he cuts no illustrious figure. Deniston, David Deniston, appears on the scene in 1797 as the purchaser of the packet from Carey and as changing the name to that of the Mirror. He was early in the field as a printer, having a shop in Newburgh in 1796, when he got out a bound pamphlet or book for the Reverend R. Watson, entitled An Apology for the Bible. Mr. Ruttenber says he was of the New Windsor stock of Denistons. Mr. Deniston was certainly a busy man and a thinker. He died in Newburgh, December 13, 1803, of malignant fever, having up to that time been connected at different times, from 1796 or earlier to 1803, with the American Citizen and Watchtower of New York City, and the Mirror, the Citizen, and the Rights of Man in Newburgh. Schultz, Jacob, a local contemporary of Mr. Deniston, was Jacob Schultz, also of New Windsor, where he was born April 23, 1776, and February 14, 1799, married Anna, daughter of John Deniston, of that town. He first appears in the journalistic field as editor and proprietor of the New Windsor Gazette. When this paper came into existence is not known, though it was as early as, and probably some time prior to, 1799, for in that year he moved the paper and plant to Newburgh. In 1818 he retired to a small farm in the town of New Windsor, where he erected a substantial stone house, and where, in rural pursuits and pleasures, he passed the remainder of his days and was gathered to his fathers in 1859, aged 83 years. Winfield, Dr. Elias. Next on the scene is Dr. Elias Winfield, who in 1799 started the Rights of Man and later removed to Kingston and was lost to subsequent Orange County history. Hewiton, John G. and William Hewiton are heard of in 1800 as purchasers of the Goshen Repository, the name of which they changed to that of the Orange County Patriot. They seem to have retired from public view after 1803, when the Patriot passed into the hands of Gabriel Denton and William A. Carpenter and became the Friend of Truth. Denton, Gabriel Denton, appears in 1801 as purchaser of the interest of William Hewiton in the Orange County Patriot. In 1803, Mr. Denton sold his interest to William A. Carpenter. In 1804, Mr. Denton began the publication of the Orange County Gazette at Goshen. In 1808, he started in Goshen the Orange County Patriot and Spirit of 76. Mr. Denton seems to have been industrious as a founder of newspapers, but others must have reaped the reward, for his last days were passed in the Orange County poorhouse. Coles, Dennis, the name of Dennis Coles, appears in 1803 as starting the Recorder of the Times in Newburgh. Gasley, Ward M. In 1804, Ward M. Gasley appears on the scene for the first time. He was a native of Pennsylvania and became engaged in the printing business at Goshen as the purchaser of the Friend of Truth, the successor of the Repository and the Patriot. He changed its name to that of the Orange Eagle. His office was destroyed by fire in 1805, and with the remnants he drove into Newburgh, purchased the Recorder of the Times of Dennis Coles, and changed its name to the Political Index, under which name it continued until 1829. The recorder claimed to be Republican in politics, but was generally regarded as representing the Federalists and Burrites. When Mr. Gasley merged the Times with his Goshen paper and evolved therefrom, at Newburgh the Political Index, the interests of the Republican Party were apparently consolidated. It supported Jefferson and Madison and the War of 1812. Jonathan Fisk wrote the editorials for the Index, and with the inspiration of this able man's articles, the Index cared little for its only contemporary, the Orange County Patriot, a Federalist paper, and the latter retired to Goshen, whence it came, to become the Goshen Democrat. He sold his Index to Charles M. Cushman in 1829. Mr. Gasley served as a magistrate in the village of Newburgh for some years and died there in April 1836, aged 54 years. His wife was Bridget, daughter of Jonathan and Bridget Carter, by whom he had 3 sons. Beach, Cyrus, Pratt, Luther at Montgomery, May 6, 1806, appeared the names of Cyrus Beach and Luther Pratt as printers or rather publishers for the proprietors of the Orange County Republican. The proprietors were 24 patriotic citizens of the county. Pratt's name remained connected with the paper until 1818, when it became the Independent Republican, with James A. Cheevy as its proprietor. Hendry, R.C.S. The name of R.C.S. Hendry appears in Goshen between 1822 and 1834, through coming into proprietorship of the Patriot. He sold it to F.T. Parsons, who changed its name to the Goshen Democrat, February 22, 1834. In 1843, Mr. Hendry started the True Whig, and 2 years later sold it to Meade and Son, who united it with the Democrat under the name of the Democrat and Whig. Crowell, T.B.T.B. Crowell appeared in 1812 as the publisher of the Patriot and in 1822 as its proprietor. Then he passed from the scene. Vandyck, Henry H. In 1832, the name of Henry H. Vandyck appears, in connection with the purchase of the Independent Republican at Goshen. In 1836, he was elected to the state senate. In October 1839, he became proprietor of the Newburgh Telegraph. His course in favoring the building of the Erie Railroad a terrible commercial blow to Newburgh was so displeasing to the people of Newburgh that he disposed of the paper to Elias Pitts and left. He went to Albany and became editor of the Albany Atlas and was later elected comptroller of the state. He was a Democrat of the Jackson School. Vale, Lebbeus L. Lebbeus Lothrop Vale was born at Middletown in 1793. His father was Squire Isaiah Vale, a farmer and miller, and his mother, Azuba Horton. Mr. Vale, after engaging in various occupations, finally started at Goshen the Signs of the Times in 1832. In 1843, Vale and Denton started the Democratic Standard, which afterwards came into the possession of his son Hector, who changed its name to the Goshen Clarion. Mr. Vale was a highly popular citizen and was elected county clerk for 2 terms by handsome majorities. He died in 1849 and was buried in Middletown, but the remains were afterwards transferred to Goshen. Mr. Vale was married to Sally Moon, who lived until 1876. Cushman, Charles M. Cushman, in 1829 purchased Gasley's Political Index at Newburgh. He changed it to the Orange Telegraph and later to the Newburgh Telegraph. Mr. Ruttenber says of him that he was a descendant of Robert Cushman, one of the original company of pilgrims who sailed for the New World August 5, 1620 OS. He was born in Washington County, NY, March 20, 1802, served as an apprentice in Rutland, VT, and subsequently in Boston, and retired from printing in 1839. He was one of the founders of the Newburgh Public Libraries and also helped to establish the Quassaic Bank and also the Newburgh Savings Bank. In 1853, he was chosen to represent the 1st Assembly District of Orange County in the legislature. In June 1832, he married Mary, 4th daughter of Captain John Birdsall. He died without issue at Rhinebeck, June 1, 1859. Spalding, John D. A contemporary of Mr. Cushman was John D. Spalding or Spalding. He was born in Salem, Mass., January 1800, and came to Newburgh in 1815 with his father, the Reverend Joshua Spalding, of the Presbyterian Church. He served an apprenticeship as Devil with Ward M. Gasley was subsequently connected with the Newburgh Gazette and the Journal for about 38 years. He married Elizabeth L., daughter of Reverend John Johnston, D.D. of Newburgh, and died August 22, 1853, in his 54th year. He was survived by several children. Pitts, Elias Pitts practically succeeded Mr. Cushman in Newburgh journalism. He was born in Columbia County, NY, in 1810, graduated at the Kinderhook Academy, served an apprenticeship in the Kinderhook Sentinel, and became interested in the paper. Later, he was in the editorial department of the Rochester Advertiser and succeeded Mr. Vandyck on the Newburgh Telegraph in the winter of 1840, which continued until 1850. He was next heard of at Poughkeepsie as editor of the Poughkeepsie American. Soon after 1853, he received an appointment to a clerkship in the State Department at Washington, which continued until his death at Washington, July 21, 1854. His first wife was Elizabeth, daughter of John Jamison, of Newburgh. His second wife was Margaret, daughter of John Whited. It is practically at this point that we come to the parting of the ways, the passing of the real pioneers in Orange County journalism. The generation has come and gone, so far as activity is concerned, and we find coming on the stage new actors. They were, however, evidently of the same mold of character, infusing into their work their personality, and stamping on their productions the ineffable marks of strong individuality. Second-generation journalists. Drake, Victor M. First and clearly foremost in the second generation of early journalists was Victor M. Drake. He was born at Milford, Pa. March 20, 1813. His father was Rufus J., a son of Francis Drake, of Blooming Grove, Orange County, NY. From the 17th century, the family had lived in Orange County, in the towns of Goshen and Chester. His great-grandfather, Joseph Drake, was said to be a lineal descendant of Sir Francis Drake, of England, who died in 1794. The mother of V. M. Drake was Rhoda Pearson, a daughter of Rachel Bull, whose mother was a sister of Mary Dewitt, the mother of Dewitt Clinton. At the age of 11 years, Victor M. Drake entered the office of the Goshen Independent Republican, where he served as apprentice, journeyman, editor, and proprietor of the paper. And in 1846, he became connected with the New Jersey Herald, at Newton, as reporter, editor, and proprietor, remaining there until 1871. Mr. Drake lived an abstemious, careful, circumspect life, and died in Goshen in 1894, and his remains repose in the cemetery at that place. Frank M. Drake, the present able and dignified editor and proprietor of the Goshen Independent Republican, is a son of this venerable and respected journalist, who infused a high standard in local journalism, and left a name that should ever be revered in Orange County newspaper circles. Beebe Elder Gilbert Beebe, the editor of the Old School Baptist publication, The Signs of the Times of Middletown, for nearly half a century, was the son of David Beebe and Eunice Case. He was born at Norwich, Con. November 25, 1800, and died May 2, 1881 at his home in Middletown, NY. He was of the Old School Baptist faith and was licensed to preach in 1818. In 1823, he married at New York City, Miss Phoebe A. Cunningham, and the same year he was ordained pastor of the Baptist Church at Ramapo, NY. After serving pastorates in this church and the Baptist Church at New Vernon, he moved to Middletown, NY in 1847, which place henceforth became his home, where the remainder of his life was passed in editorial work on the Signs, which he moved there in 1848, and in expounding the Baptist faith as stated supply for several nearby churches. When Elder Gilbert Beebe became editor of the Signs of the Times, a David had entered the theological field, armed with the slings of regeneration, the rocks of inspiration, and the strength of devoutness backed by a printing press and waiting shrines. He was a worker and became a power in the land. When Elder Beebe passed away, the Old School Baptist creed lost its leader, and no one seems to have risen to take his place. The stage of Orange County journalism lost one of its most picturesque figures, the field one of its unique landmarks, a type of preacher and editor that has already passed, never to return. Meade, Charles, a contemporary of Victor M. Drake, was Charles Meade, though born 6 years later, November 19, 1819, at Newburgh. His father was Xenophon Meade, and his mother was Abigail, daughter of Moses Burr, a relative of Aaron Burr. Charles Meade was educated under the then well-known Goshen teacher, Nathaniel Webb. At the age of 15 years, he was apprenticed in the office of the Orange County Patriot, under William B. Wright, who afterward became judge of the Supreme Court of New York State. He went to Carbondale, PA, in 1839, and remained 1 year as editor of the Carbondale Journal. In 1841-42, he was employed on Graham's Magazine in Philadelphia. May 9, 1842, he married Caroline A., daughter of Daniel Worden of Goshen, who died November 11, 1880. Shortly after his marriage, he purchased the Goshen Democrat of the heirs of Frederick T. Parsons. In 1865, he associated with him his son, William B. Meade, and January 1, 1892, sold his interest to Edwin L. Royce. His second wife was Miss Fanny Jackson, of Goshen. Mr. Meade lived a quiet, unobtrusive life and made his paper a handsomely printed model conservative Republican journal. He died April 22, 1893, and his remains repose in St. John's Cemetery, Goshen. McNally, James J., one of the men who left their impress on the printing art in Orange County, as well as in Sussex and Pike counties, was the Venerable James J. McNally. He learned the printing trade in the office of the Signs of the Times at New Vernon, thence he went to Newton, NJ, and worked on the New Jersey Herald. From there he went to Milford, PA, where, it is believed, he started the Pike County Democrat, which became the Milford Herald, now the Dispatch. In the spring of 1852, he went to Goshen and bought the Independent Republican, which 7 years later he sold to Isaac V. Montani. In the spring of 1859, he again went to Newton, NJ, this time as the editor and proprietor of the New Jersey Herald. This paper he finally sold and returned to Goshen, and again became owner of the Independent Republican. In 1869, he sold the same to Edward M. Ruttenber. The same year he became owner of the Newburgh Telegraph, daily and weekly, purchasing the same of A. A. Bensel. In 1874 he sold it to Dr. Cooper, of Warwick. For a short time he conducted a grocery store in Middletown, then became connected with the Carmel Courier. In 1882 he went to Monroe and started the Monroe Herald. In 1888 he started at Goshen the Goshen News, and for a time conducted both of these publications, printing them at Goshen. This he continued until the spring of 1892, when he died, and both publications ceased. Mr. McNally was a good printer, a sharp, witty writer, and an energetic worker. His son, William C. McNally, is the owner and editor of the Ellenville, Ulster County Press. Ruttenber, Edward M. Ruttenber was born in Bennington, VT. July 17, 1824, entered the office of the Vermont Gazette in 1837 as a printer's devil. Came to Newburgh in 1838 as an apprentice to Charles M. Cushman, an old friend of his father on the Newburgh Telegraph. 3 years later, he entered the office of the Newburgh Gazette, where he remained until 1845, when he became foreman of the Telegraph, then owned by Elias Pitts. In May 1850, he purchased the Newburgh Telegraph and successfully conducted the same until 1857. It was a weekly, printed on a hand press. To Mr. Ruttenber belongs the honor of bringing to Orange County the first steam power press, on which the Telegraph was printed in 1853. In 1851, the Telegraph absorbed the Newburgh Excelsior, and the Gazette in 1857. Early in 1857, Mr. Ruttenber and E.W. Gray began issuing the daily news from the office of the Telegraph. Mr. Ruttenber sold the plant late in 1857, repurchased it in 1859, sold it in 1861, repurchased it in 1866, and in 1867 sold it to A. A. Bensel. In 1869, he and James J. McNally became owners of the plant. In the autumn of that year, Mr. Ruttenber retired to become part owner of the Goshen Independent Republican, which in 1870 he sold to H.P. Kimber. After leaving that paper, he and a younger son started a job printing office in Newburgh. From July 1863 to January 1865, when he resigned, Mr. Ruttenber was engaged in the Bureau of Military Records at Albany. Added to his other accomplishments, Mr. Ruttenber delved deeply and learnedly into historical lore, and became the first authority on Indian nomenclature and the author of 4 or 5 valuable historical works. The first was a History of Newburgh, 1859. The next was a work entitled Obstructions to Navigation of Hudson's River. Next, a history of the flags of the volunteer regiments of the state of New York. A history of the Indian tribes of Hudson's River followed, and is a work that is now in great demand. In 1875, he began in serial form a history of Orange County. His last work was Footprints of the Red Men, containing Indian geographical names in the valleys of the Hudson, Mohawk, and Delaware, their location and probable meaning. This was issued in 1906 and was published under the auspices of the New York State Historical Association. In addition to his journalistic and historical work, Mr. Ruttenber found time to work in local educational matters, and in 1870 had served 12 years as a member of the Newburgh Board of Education. In 1846, Mr. Ruttenber married Matilda A., daughter of Mark McIntyre of Newburgh, to whom 2 sons were born: Charles B., who became a musician of considerable repute, and Walker F., associated with his father in the printing business, and editor and publisher of the Newburgh Telegram. Edward M. Ruttenber died in December 1907, aged 83 years, deeply loved by his family and those who knew him best, and respected and honored by all. He was a man of genial temperament, companionable, and the evening of life found him amiable, courteous, warm-hearted, lovable. Orange County was greatly enriched by his coming and impoverished by his going. His grave on the banks of the historic Hudson, in the hillside city of his adoption, should ever be kept green. Hasbrouck, John W. John Whitbeck Hasbrouck, the son of Richard Hasbrouck and Mary Johnson, was born at Woodstock, Ulster County, N.Y., November 20, 1821. In 1834, the parents of John W. Hasbrouck removed from Woodstock to Kingston, where the subject of this sketch completed his education at the famous Kingston Academy and began his journalistic career in 1845 with the Kingston Journal. In the spring of 1846, Mr. Hasbrouck purchased the Sullivan wig at Bloomingburg, Sullivan County, but disposed of it in 1851, and the same year went to Middletown, where he started the Whig Press, which later became the Orange County Press, merging finally into the Times Press in 1906. Mr. Hasbrouck retired both from his paper and active journalism in 1868, though his graceful pen was never entirely idle until stilled by the Great Destroyer in 1907. Mr. Hasbrouck married Miss Lydia Sayer, M.D., of Warwick, N.Y. July 27, 1856, who still survives him. He found in this cultured lady a true helpmeet, one with ready brain and brawn, and together, hand in hand, they traveled down life's pathway, with a harmony seldom paralleled, and the parting of the ways found them with silvered heads and the harvest of autumn goldened by the rays of life's declining sun. Hasbrouck, Dr. Lydia Sayer, was born December 20, 1827, in the town of Warwick, N.Y. She early determined to fit herself for a professional life, and graduated at the Hygeia Therapeutic College in New York with the degree of Doctor of Medicine. Mrs. Hasbrouck's life work has been chiefly that of an educator, lecturer, and physician, and her connection with Orange County journalism was of brief duration. For 8 years, she was editor of her husband's paper, The Sibyl, a semi-monthly reform paper, and she started a paper called The Liberal Sentinel. Montanai, Isaac V. Montanai was born May 3, 1825, on the eastern slope of the Shawangunk Mountain near New Vernon, and died December 26, 1906, in the 82nd year of his age. He entered the office of the Goshen Independent Republican in the early 40s as an apprentice under Victor M. Drake. In 1846, Mr. Montanai and John S. Clark purchased the Independent of the late Moses B. Swezey, who had succeeded V. M. Drake. Later, Mr. Montanai purchased Mr. Clark's interest, and in 1853 sold the paper to James J. McNally, and in 1875 became, for the second time, the owner of the Independent Republican. A few years later, he again sold the plant to James J. McNally. In 1876, he became owner of the plant for the third time, having this time purchased it of T. P. McElrath. In 1883, he disposed of his interest to his son Lucian Montanai and Frank Drake. He had been connected with the State Journal in Madison, Wise, the Mercury at Middletown, the Telegraph at Newburgh, the Index at Port Jervis and the Record at Washingtonville. He started the latter two papers and was connected with the Record when he died. Mr. Montanay installed the first cylinder press turned by hand in Orange County, which he set up in the office of the Independent Republican in 1850, replacing the old hand press. He also installed the first newspaper folding machine in the Middletown Mercury. In 1870, Mr. Montanay was elected member of Assembly from the 2nd District of Orange County and later secured an appointment in the New York Custom House. In 1899, he resigned this position and, with his grandson, Montanay Reitmeyer, established the Orange County Record at Washingtonville. Cyrus B. Martin appeared in the field in 1861 when he became the purchaser of the Highland Chieftain and changed its name to the Newburgh Daily Journal, which it retains to this day. Mr. Martin was born in Argyle, Washington County, NY, September 6, 1830, and having early learned the printer's trade, was employed as a compositor on the Albany Journal, where he remained from 1850 to 1855, when he became one of the editors of the Chenango Telegraph, published at Norwich. He continued on this paper until he purchased the present Newburgh Daily Journal in 1861. Upon severing his connection with the latter publication in 1877, he returned to Norwich, where various interests demanded his care and attention. He became president of that great industry known as the David Madel Hammer Company, and also president of the Chenango County Bank. He departed this life some years ago while still actively engaged in business duties. Samuel Ritchie, who is editor and part proprietor of the Newburgh Daily Journal and president of the Newburgh Journal Company, has been connected with that paper for over 31 years, was born at Larne, Ireland, July 3, 1836. He was the son of Robert L. and Sarah E. Ritchie, and came to Newburgh in 1839, where, with the exception of 1 year, he has resided ever since. He was for many years connected with the Newburgh Daily Journal in a reportorial capacity and as city editor, and on March 1, 1877, with Messrs. Hull and Rodine, he purchased that paper from Cyrus B. Martin and became its editor, remaining such to the present time. Mr. Ritchie has long been recognized as an able editorial writer, and being possessed of a keen wit, he wields a trenchant pen. His kindly nature, however, has ever rendered him cautious against wantonly injuring the feelings of others, and now, in the evening of life, he reaps the reward of his upright conduct, in the regard and esteem of his fellowmen. Hull, Frank S. Hull, for many years part proprietor of the Newburgh Daily Journal, and at present the vice president and treasurer of the Newburgh Journal Company, was born in Newburgh, June 6, 1853. He became, while a boy, highly interested in printing and successfully carried on several amateur periodicals. Upon the retirement of Cyrus B. Martin in 1877 from the management of the Newburgh Daily Journal, he was one of the 3 gentlemen who purchased the former's interest, and has remained connected with that paper ever since. John F. Tucker was born in Poughkeepsie, NY, on July 3, 1850, and after leaving school became connected with the Poughkeepsie Eagle. He left that paper in 1872 to take charge of the government printing office at West Point, where he remained for 12 years, resigning in 1884 to become city editor of the Newburgh Register. With that paper, he remained connected as city editor, part proprietor and sole editor, until its suspension in February 1908. Mr. Tucker has been one of the hardest workers among newspaper men, and ever noted for the conscientious manner in which he discharged the various duties allotted to him. For many years, he has been the secretary of the Newburgh Board of Trade, and to his efficiency in office and active interest in every movement likely to benefit his city, is due a great part of the success attained by the Board of Trade. Third-generation journalists. The most recent of the old school of second-generation journalists to pass away was the Hun. Isaac V. Montanay, of the Orange County Record, at Washingtonville, who died December 6, 1906, and in December 1907, Edward Ruttenber of Newburgh. There now remains on the stage of life only Mrs. Hasbrouck of the second generation, and of the third generation, Gilbert Van Siver, Middletown, Isaac F. Giwitz, Kansas City, Samuel Ritchie, Newburgh, William H. Nearpass, Port Jervis, William T. Doty, Port Jervis, Evander B. Willis, California. These are named in the order of their appearance in the journalistic field of Orange County, rather than with reference to their ages. Van Sciver, Gilbert. Probably the oldest male printer in the county today is Gilbert Van Sciver, of Middletown. He has been almost continuously in the harness since 1852 until 2 years ago, 1906, when the press and times of that city united. He became an apprentice in the office of John W. Hasbrouck's Whig Press in 1852, when the office was located in the building on North and Depot Streets, opposite the carpetbag factory. In 1857, he went to New York and was there employed as a journeyman for 8 years. In 1865, he returned to Middletown and was re-employed in the press office, and there remained until the paper lost its identity and merged with the Times. Norton, James H. August 10, 1854. The name of James H. Norton first appeared in Orange County journalism. On that date, Mr. Norton purchased the Tri-States Union of Port Jervis, of Lucius F. Barnes, and there then entered Orange County, a journalistic genius, a talent that was destined to cut a most important figure in the newspaper life of the county and far beyond its boundaries. James Henry Norton was born at Goshen, Connecticut, in May 1823, and after a common school education in his native town, he was admitted to the bar before he was 21 years old and was appointed district attorney of Wayne County, Pa. He finally decided to abandon the law for journalism and purchased and edited the Wayne County Herald at Honesdale, and some years later sold the plant and went to Boonville, Oneida County, NY, where he started the Boonville Ledger in partnership with H.B. Beardsley. From Boonville, he came to Port Jervis in 1854 and purchased the Tri-States Union, which he edited until 1861. In 1862, he removed to Middletown and purchased G. J. Beeb's Middletown Mercury, which he and Isaac F. Giwitz made the brightest country newspaper in the United States. In 1867, he disposed of his interest in the Mercury to Isaac V. Montanay, and April 22, 1869, he and William H. Nearpass started the Evening Gazette, Tri-Weekly, at Port Jervis. A few years later, in company with W. H. Nearpass and I. F. Giwitz, he organized a concern known as the Franklin Printing Company for printing patent insides for country newspapers, and in 1880 started the News at Middletown, which he sold to Charles Conkling. His later work was as correspondent for the Sun, Herald, and Times. In 1847, he married Miss Elizabeth Monson at Bethany. Pahi died January 20, 1894, at his home in Middletown, and his remains rest in Hillside Cemetery. Giwitz, Isaac F. Shortly after Mr. Norton came to Orange County, he induced a bright young printer from upstate to join him in Port Jervis as a journeyman, and Isaac F. Giwitz came, then a mere boy. But he had talents, and Mr. Norton knew it. Young Giwitz accompanied Mr. Norton to Middletown, and the two made the Middletown Mercury the great country newspaper that it became in the 60s. In 1869, Mr. Giwitz started the first daily newspaper in Middletown, the Daily Mail. Later, he was connected with the Franklin Printing Company, and when that merged with the New York Newspaper Union and became the Union Printing Company, Mr. Giwitz still retained an interest and a position, and he was sent to St. Louis and later to Kansas City to manage a branch of the concern. His wife, who was a Miss Mackey, of Middletown, died 4 years ago, since which time Mr. Giwitz's health has steadily declined. 3 years ago, he went to Los Angeles, California, where he died at the age of 69, March 25, 1908. Mr. Giwitz was one of the most graceful writers that ever adorned the Orange County press. Friend, Dr. Joseph D. One of the able editorial writers on the Democratic papers in Middletown from about 1860 to his death in the 80s, was Dr. Joseph D. Friend. He was a regular medical practitioner, but preferred newspaper work, and many of the stirring editorials in the Mercury, the Mail and the Argus were from his trenchant pen. For a time, he owned the Mail, and when it was merged with the Mercury, he became a partner with George H. Thompson, from which he retired in 1874. Dr. Friend was a genial, whole-souled man, and the writer remembers him as one who gave him encouragement, kind words, and good advice at a time when such were needed, and did the most good. Nearpass, William H. William Henry Nearpass was born in Montague Township, Sussex County, NJ, May 9, 1840, being the son of Michael Nearpass and Charlotte E. Stewart. He removed with his parents to Port Jervis in 1856 and attended the schools there until he was 19, when he embarked in mercantile pursuits which he successfully pursued until he retired from business to devote himself to journalism. With Evie Shinier, he became the proprietor of the Gazette and has retained his interest in that successful publication ever since. Mr. Nearpass has always been an active Democrat and very influential in his party's councils, having held various village offices and elected supervisor of the county 19 times. Mr. Nearpass has always enjoyed the highest esteem of his fellow citizens, for his character has ever been above reproach, while every public duty has been faithfully and ably discharged. During the many years he has been the editor of the Gazette, he has never used its columns for the gratification of private spite or the furtherance of selfish interests, but has always hewed close to the golden rule in all his walks of life. And now, the afternoon of his career finds him with a blameless life, a clear conscience, a love for his fellow mortals that no faults of others, injuries, assaults, or misconceptions have ever chilled. Mr. Nearpass was twice married, his first wife being Miss Anna W. Newman of Brooklyn, L.I., who died in 1879. On September 8, 1881, he married Miss Josephine Westfall near Port Jervis. Doty, William T. Mr. Doty was born at Crabtree's Corner, Sussex County, NJ, March 11, 1847. His parents were Jonathan Fisk Doty and Phoebe Jane Van Wert Doty. Mr. Doty is a descendant of Edward Doughton or Doty, who came over in the Mayflower and settled at Plymouth, Mass. in 1620. His mother was one of the Van Wert or Van Wart family, one of whom assisted in the capture of Major Andre. Mr. Doty received a good education in the public and best private schools of that day. Mr. Doty's first connection with Orange County journalism was at the early age of 16, when he became attached to the Tri-States Union at Port Jervis, in which latter city he is yet. He afterwards became connected with the Middletown Mercury, the Banner of Liberty, the Whig Press, the Signs of the Times, and in Call, Finch's job printing office on Franklin Square, when in 1866 S.H. Sayre's rising sun flickered above the horizon a few times and disappeared. The Mercury and the Banner of Liberty each had offices in the Frame Building, now a brick block, next to the Holding House, on East Main Street. When Isaac F. Gewitz started his Daily Mail in 1869, Mr. Doty set type on it. He was employed on the Whig Press in 1866, when John W. and Mrs. Lydia Hasbrouck changed its name to the Orange County Press. He was also on the press, though not continuously, when in 1868 it was purchased by Moses D. and Jesse Louis Stivers. In the meantime, he was employed for several months on the Warwick Advertiser, while it was yet conducted by Elder Leonard Cox. It was not until April 1869 that he returned to Port Jervis, this time to become foreman of the Evening Gazette, at the time James H. Norton and William H. Nearpass started that paper. Except for short intervals in Port Jervis and a few months in Warwick, he was continuously employed in the various Middletown offices from 1865 to 1869. His personal recollections of the older inhabitants of that place, and particularly of the newspaper men and women John W. and Dr. Lydia Sayre Hasbrouck, Elder Gilbert Beebe and his sons, G.J. and Benton Beebe, James H. Norton, Isaac F. Gewitz, Hon. Moses D. Stivers, Dr. Joseph D. Friend Hun, Isaac V. Montanai, Evander B. Willis, Gilbert Van Siver, Elder Cox of Warwick, Co. Finch, E. Malcolm Norton, Doxey, Charles Coleman, and others, is pleasant to recall after half a century's flight of changing years. Leaving the Gazette, Mr. Doty was a compositor on the New York Tribune soon after the present structure replaced the squatty old home of the office on Printing House Square, and when the composing room was in the wonderful tall tower overlooking City Hall Park, which structure used to amuse the sun so much that it never tired of being facetious over the Tribune's tall tower. He was also a compositor on the Times and the World in those days. In 1871, he, in company with Charles St. John, Jr., and Alfred E. Spooner, bought the Tri-States Union of Port Jervis of Foster and Mitchell. They made many changes in the Union, and in politics they heartily supported Horace Greeley in his candidacy for the presidency. They also issued as a campaign paper The Woodchopper, In 1873, he associated with William H. Waller, of Monticello, in leasing the Gazette of George A. Clement. Some years later, he again went to New York City, this time as printer in charge of the issuing of a little liberal or free thought paper called Man, published at 744 Broadway by Thaddeus B. Wakeman and Thoron C. Leland. Later, he became reporter on the New York Star, then the Tammany Organ, and printed at North William Street just off of Chatham Street, now Park Row. In the latter part of the 80s, he was employed as editor of the Port Jervis Daily Union until 1888, when in obedience to a telegraphic offer from Morris Koch, manager of William A. Clark's Daily Miner, he was called to Butte City, Montana, to become editor of that paper in the interests of the Montana Democrats. He went there in June of that year, and in the fall moved his family there. In the fall of 1889, he went to the Pacific Coast, with the intention of going into business in Seattle. He was accompanied by his son Vernon, and they spent some time in Portland, Salem, Tacoma, and Seattle, the lad attending school in this latter city. Unfortunately, Seattle was then a city of tents, a great fire having, late in that summer, devastated the whole lower and business section of the city. In the winter of 1890, Mr. Doty returned east with his family and became editor of the Middletown Daily Press under Stivers, Slauson, and Boyd. The following year, he became editor of the Orange County Farmer of Port Jervis and remained in that position until 1897, when he returned to Middletown and associated with Horace W. Corey in the publishing of the Sunday Forum. When that paper was sold to Thomas Pendel, Mr. Doty returned to Port Jervis as editor of the Daily Union, which position he occupies at this time, March 1908. William T. Doty and Catherine Elizabeth, the daughter of Andrew W. Dickert of Youngsville, Warren County, PA, were married October 6, 1875. 3 children blessed that union: Gwendolyn, the wife of John S. Hatch, Jr., of near Scotchtown, this county; Vernon Dickert Doty, train dispatcher on the Panama RR at Colon; Luine, wife of Charles A. Miller of Midland Lake, near Middletown. A 4th child, Wentworth Doty, died in Port Jervis, March 12, 1888, aged 13 months. There are 4 grandchildren: Helen and Luine Miller, and Naomi and Llewellyn Hatch. Mr. Doty's home is at Circleville, this county, where he has a little farm well tilled that affords him more comfort and pleasure than all that the cities or town can offer. During his many years of residence in Port Jervis, and where his children were born, he was for 12 years a more or less active fireman and a member of Delaware Engine, and later Hose Company No. 2, which he joined in 1863, and of which he was foreman 2 years. Later, he was first assistant chief engineer 2 years, acting as chief 1 year after the removal of Leopold Fuerth, the chief, to Honesdale. He is a member of Port Jervis Lodge No. 328, FAM, and Neversink Chapter 186, RAM, of which he joined the former in 1871 and the latter in 1872. He is also a member of Delaware Commandery No. 44, Knights Templar, and of Mecca Temple AAONM. S. of New York City, past Grand of Utziantha Lodge of Odd Fellows, and past Chief Patron of Deer Park Encampment, IOOF, and was the first Chancellor Commander of Mount William Lodge 105 K. Of P. is a member of Orange Chapter No. 33, OES, and of Port Jervis Lodge No. 645, BPO Elks. Cox, Elder Leonard Cox, came to Warwick early in the 60s as an old-school Baptist preacher and started the Warwick Advertiser. The Advertiser not only lives, but after 42 years of useful existence is today a monument to the preacher-editor's judgment, force of character, and early craftsmanship. In 1868 or 1869, Mr. Cox returned to Virginia, where he is still living and editing, in connection with his son, the Charlotte Gazette, at Charlotte Courthouse, VA, and still active at the age of 90 years. The writer has very pleasant personal recollections of this venerable worker, having for a time been employed in his office in Warwick as a journeyman printer. Stivers, Hun. Moses D. The name of Moses Dunning Stivers deserves an important niche in the county's journalistic gallery, for, after he began to take part in newspaper work, he was an active, energetic, progressive, and leading factor. He was an able writer, incisive, and wonderfully effective. He was well educated, ever affable and courteous, a clean-cut gentleman. He first appeared in active connection with journalism in March 1868 when he purchased of John W. Hasbrouck the Orange County Press in association with his brother, Lieutenant Jesse L. Stivers. The latter was a practical printer, had twice enlisted in the Army in the Civil War, and died in New York City, April 30, 1871, aged 30 years. Hun. M.D. Stivers was with the press when the evening press, Tri-Weekly, was started, and later when the Tri-Weekly became a daily edition. He was instrumental in making it one of the leading country Republican papers of the state. Associated with him, at different times, in the business and editorial departments of the press, were John W. Slauson, Charles J. Boyd, Albert Kessinger, and F. Stanhope Hill. In December 1880, Mr. Stivers sold his interest in the concern to John W. Slauson and retired. In 1891, in conjunction with his two sons, Louis S. and John D. Stivers, Mr. Stivers started the Middletown Times. From the first, this paper was a success, and the popularity it attained at its inception has never waned, but continued after the death of their father in February 1895. Moses D. Stivers was born near Bennerville, Sussex County, NJ, December 30, 1828, and was the son of John Stivers and Margaret Dunning, his wife. In 1845, the family purchased and removed to the Deacon Halleck Farm at Ridgebury in this county. Mr. Stivers attended both the public and private schools, finishing his education at the Ridgebury Academy, after leaving which, for several years, he taught school winters and worked his father's farm summers. On September 26, 1855, he married Mary Elizabeth Stewart of Woweyanda, and then for 2 years kept a store at Ridgebury, and in 1859 engaged in the mercantile business in Middletown, first under the firm name of Evans and Stivers, and then under that of Stivers and Wallace. In 1864, Mr. Stivers was elected county clerk, and in 1868 he became connected with journalism by the purchase of the Orange County Press. Mr. Stivers held several political offices besides that of county clerk, being postmaster at Ridgebury under President Pierce, was appointed collector of internal revenue in 1868 for this district, and was elected to Congress. Mr. Stivers was also active in civic affairs, being a director of the Unionville and Water Gap Railroad, a trustee of the Middletown Asylum for the Insane, and of the Hillside Cemetery, also a trustee of the Middletown Savings Bank. He also took a keen interest in firemanic affairs, and filled the highest offices in the lodges of the Freemasons and Odd Fellows. Mr. Stivers was a man of strong personality, indomitable willpower, and diplomatic and statesmanlike qualities, which made him a commanding figure in Orange County politics and journalism. St. John, Charles. When he was in the work, there was no more enthusiastic or energetic newspaper man in Orange County than Charles St. John, Jr., the founder of the Port Jervis Daily Union, 1873, and the New York Farmer, 1881. He entered the journalistic field in 1871 in company with W. T. Doty and A. E. Spooner, when the three purchased the Tri-States Union at Port Jervis. For years he was more or less active in the work, and retained an interest in the Union and the Farmer, until October 1907, when his partner and brother-in-law, Fred R. Salmon, purchased his entire interest in the two papers. While Mr. St. John could write energetically and with much effect, it was as an organizer, solicitor, and business hustler that he shone brightest. Mr. St. John was a graduate of the famous Old Mt. Retirement Seminary in Sussex County, NJ, near Deckertown, and of the Eastman Business College at Poughkeepsie. He was born in Port Jervis, August 30, 1849, a son of Hun. Charles St. John of Port Jervis and Ellen S. Thompson of near Marlborough, Ulster County. The St. Johns were an old family that early came from Connecticut to New York State, and nearly a century ago Stephen St. John came to Port Jervis and purchased nearly all the land where Port Jervis now stands. In 1870, Charles St. John, Jr., married Miss Mary Salmon at Honesdale, Pa, a daughter of conductor Charles M. Salmon and Jeanette Russell. Fowler Irwin Gallatin Fowler, who started the Sunday Call in Port Jervis, and for several years edited the Daily Union and the Orange County Farmer, was born at Walden, N.Y. November 28, 1837, and died April 3, 1904. His parents were Charles Fowler and Millie Ann Lehman. He attended the schools at Walden, became a teacher, enlisted in the Daria Zouaves, went to the front in the Civil War, and became first lieutenant. After the war, he was employed in Newburgh for a while, part of the time on the Journal. In 1870, he removed to Huguenot, and in 1872 became connected with the Port Jervis Union. Later, he started the Sunday Call and was called hence to Middletown to edit the daily press. September 8, 1881, he became editor of the Orange County Farmer, just started, and remained with this paper until he and John J. Dillon bought the Elmira Husbandman, going thence to the rural New Yorker and later to the American Agriculturist. The last work that he did in the editorial line was as editor of the Orange County Farmer, when fatal illness stilled forever his able pen. During the World's Fair at Chicago in 1893, he had charge of the New York horticultural exhibit. Mr. Fowler, in addition to his editorial work, interested himself considerably in musical matters and was president of the Orange County Musical Union. As a writer, Mr. Fowler was able, ready, and facile. His homilies were not long drawn out, but were wonderfully effective, and his descriptive powers were fine. He had an extensive knowledge of agricultural matters, and when in charge of the Orange County Farmer, put that paper on a high plane and made it popular, and its circulation grew to large proportions. Personally, Mr. Fowler was genial, the soul of good nature, philanthropic, and benevolent to the last degree. Mr. Fowler and Miss Fanny F. Dunning were married March 19, 1862. Mott, ed. H. Though not directly connected with Orange County journalism, ed. H. Mott, the well-known writer and correspondent of the New York Sun, was for a time, in 1871, editor of the Gazette, and after that the Daily Union at Port Jervis. Mr. Mott was too restless to be tied down to the drudgery of the daily grind on a newspaper, and in time he found himself in the regular employ of the New York Sun, with a desk in that office, grinding out Pike County tales and character delineations that brought him notoriety and shekels galore. He is at present located in Goshen, and yet writing for the New York Sun. He also wrote a history of the Erie Railroad, which is valuable and a high-priced production. Mr. Mott is a gifted writer. His witticisms, character sketches, and stories generally are original, unique, and clever. Van Fredenberg, Henry Absalom, one of the ablest writers in the state today. One who has such command of words that they are as playthings to a child. A remarkable linguist, mathematician, botanist, chemist, geologist, and all-round naturalist, with abilities which his own modesty and lack of self-appreciation prevent him from fully recognizing as the genius who is doing editorial work on an Orange County paper today. The writer of these lines has for many years known the gentleman, worked side by side with him, tried to fathom the depth and height, the breadth and length of his marvelous mentality. While it is a pleasure to make record of these facts, it is done with hesitation for fear of misconception, misconstruction, and misinterpretation. Henry Absalom Van Fredenberg was born in the town of Montague, Sussex County, N.J., December 30, 1849. His parents were the late Aaron Van Fredenberg and Marie DeWitt Van Fredenberg. His parents, in 1850, moved from Montague, N.J., to Sparrowbush, N.Y., where his youth was passed. He was educated in the public schools and in Professor A. B. Wilbur's seminary in Port Jervis, and at an early age became a school teacher. He taught in Sparrowbush, Sanfordville, Mount Hope, Odysville, Slate Hill, and Deckertown, now Sussex. N.J. in Deckertown, he became interested in journalism and edited the Sussex Independent for several years. He edited the Port Jervis Daily Union, the Washington N.J. Star, and the Mauch-Chunk Pa. Cole Gazette and Daily Times in succession. In 1885, he went to Buffalo, N.Y., where he served as editor-in-chief of the Lumber World, Milling World, the American Tanner, the Iron Industry Gazette, the American Woodworker, and the Factory and Dealers Supply World. In that city, he served as associate editor of the Magazine of Poetry, now merged with Poet Lore, of Boston, Mass. In 1898, he returned to Orange County, making his home in Sparrowbush. Mr. Van Fredenberg succeeded the late Irwin G. Fowler as editor of the Orange County Farmer in 1899, now the New York Farmer, and is in that position at this date, March 1908, making the New York Farmer an authority on all dairy matters, and quoted extensively wherever dairy interests have an intelligent force. Stivers, Louis Stewart Stivers was born in the town of Wauwanda, Orange County, April 20, 1859, the oldest son of Hon. Moses D. and Mary Elizabeth Stewart Stivers. After his parents removed to Middletown, he attended the public schools in that city and the Walkall Academy, and then entered Peekskill Military Academy, from which he graduated in 1876. On concluding his studies, he entered the office of the Middletown Press, of which his father was then editor and part owner, and in 1891 he and his brother, John D. Stivers, began the publication of the Middletown Daily Times and the Orange County Times, the latter a semi-weekly issue. He was united in marriage in Middletown with Miss Cora D. Mackey, daughter of John Mackey, who, for many years, was connected with the Orange County Foundry Company. Mr. Stivers died October 30, 1905, deeply lamented by everyone who knew him, for he was the soul of honor, the friend of all, courteous, amiable, generous. Slauson, John Whiting. Many bright minds have been engaged in the field of Orange County journalism. It is not vaunting to say that one of the keenest of these was he who made his entrance into active newspaper life October 15, 1872, by the purchase of the Orange County Press of Stivers and Kessinger at Middletown, and under him the press, already influential and highly respected, became one of the leading Republican journals of the state. Mr. Slauson remained with the press 33 years, associating in its management with F. Stanhope Hill 1 year, the Hon. Moses D. Stivers 7 years, and Charles J. Boyd 25 years, retiring from the printing business in 1906. In all these years, the press property became very valuable, owning one of the finest locations in Middletown, and conducted in such a manner that it was a positive pleasure to be employed therein. Mr. Slauson is a writer of ability, using the choicest language in diction, structure in phrasing, and style enriched with the higher graces of composition. John Whiting Slauson was born September 18, 1846, in the town of Greenville, this county. His father was David Slauson, and his mother was Antoinette, daughter of John Whiting, a member of a prominent Connecticut family. Mr. Slauson attended the Westtown Academy and the Dalbert School for Young Men in New York City, and at the age of 20 began teaching in the public schools of the county, and after filling an unexpired term as school commissioner of the 2nd District of Orange County, he purchased an interest in the press and thenceforth devoted himself to journalism. In 1875, Mr. Slauson married Miss Olivia, daughter of Horatio R. Wilcox, of Middletown. For over 25 years, Mr. Slauson has been a member of the New York State Press Association, was one of its vice presidents in 1894, and is still an active member of the Republican Editorial Association of this state. Mr. Slauson's reputation for fair dealing and steady adherence to the principles of the Golden Rule in all relations of life have earned for him the merited esteem of his townsmen generally, and the highest regard of those who know him best a pleasure falling to the writer many years ago, and he cherishes the friendship thus formed as one of the pleasantest incidents in his life. Macardell, Cornelius, an important factor in Orange County journalism, entered when Cornelius Macardell came, and a distinct loss when he passed away. He founded the Daily Argus in 1876 at Middletown, and in 1878 consolidated the Argus and Mercury. In 1896, he turned the control of the paper over to his son, Cornelius, and his official connection with journalism ceased from that date. Cornelius Macardell was born at Darien, Georgia, October 24, 1837, the son of Cornelius and Rebecca Campbell Macardell, and returned with his family to New York in 1841. He was educated in the public schools of Brooklyn, and then, after a few years of reporting for the city papers, became interested in a newspaper venture in New Orleans. In 1861, he came north, entered Wall Street, New York, and in 1866 became a member of the Stock Exchange. A few years later, he retired from the street and bought a farm near Mount Hope in Orange County. In 1877, he again became active in Wall Street, but he sold out his seat in the Stock Exchange a number of years ago. For years, Mr. Macardell was interested in banking in Middletown and was elected president of the First National Bank in 1891. He was also interested in many ways with other business institutions in Middletown, and his business life was full of activities. In 1860, Mr. Macardell married Esther, daughter of Oliver and Penelope Crawford of near Middletown. Mr. Macardell died April 9, 1904, lamented by everyone who knew the genial, kindly old gentleman. Thompson, George H. An able journalist of the fourth generation in Orange County was George H. Thompson, whose work began on the Middletown Mercury about 1873. He was educated at Williams College, had a good style in writing, and was one of the brightest and most satirical writers in the county. He also made a good editor, and until his death a few years ago, kept the columns of the Argus and the Mercury alive with his bright sayings and well-rounded sentences. Mr. Thompson was at one time president of the Board of Education of Middletown, and for a short time was postmaster under President Cleveland. His wife was a daughter of Colonel D.C. Dusenberry, but both have passed away, leaving one daughter, Macy Thompson. Winchester, Reverend Charles M. About 1874, the Reverend Charles M. Winchester, who came to Middletown from one of the New England states to preach temperance and the gospel according to the Free Christian Church, started the Standard, an afternoon paper, and forthwith engaged in newspaper work of the most lively character. To say that affairs grew hot in Middletown for a year or two is to state facts very moderately. Mr. Winchester was bubbling over with his ideas of theology, temperance, and morals, and his powers of invective seemed unlimited. He preached Sundays and through the week in tents and other places, and hurled his javelins of wit, of satire, of denunciation, of imprecation and execration orally from the pulpit, and daily through his paper. The Standard was finally purchased by the Mercury people, and Mr. Winchester went to New York, where he died a year or two ago. Salmon, Fred R. Salmon, the present business manager of the New York Farmer and the Port Jervis Daily Union and Tri-States Union plants, was born at Susquehanna, Pa, January 18, 1858. His parents were Charles M. and Jeanette Russell Salmon. The family removed to Port Jervis and then to Honesdale, in both of which places Mr. Salmon attended schools, graduating from the Honesdale High School. He entered the office of the Port Jervis Union in April 1877 as bookkeeper for his brother-in-law, Charles St. John. In 1884, he entered into partnership with Mr. St. John under the firm name of St. John and Salmon. In 1895, they organized the Tri-States Publishing Company as its sole owners. This concern continued until October 1, 1907, when Mr. Salmon purchased Mr. St. John's interest and became the sole owner of the stock. October 6, 1889, Mr. Salmon married Miss Flora Dunning, daughter of Joseph and Clara Owen Dunning, of near Middletown. For several years, Mr. Salmon was secretary of the Republican County Committee and prominent in the councils of his party. He is now a member of the Civil Service Commission of the new city of Port Jervis, is a member of the Board of Education, is trustee of the First Presbyterian Church, and a trustee of the Port Jervis Board of Trade. Drake, Frank M. The present editor of the Goshen Independent Republican is Frank Drake, who became connected therewith as part owner January 1, 1883, and sole owner in March, 1892. Mr. Drake is a practical printer, an able writer, and is a worthy son of a worthy sire. His father was Victor M. Drake, one of the nesters of Orange County journalism, and the son is giving in the semi-weekly issues of his Independent Republican evidence that the journalistic instincts of the father have descended to the son. He is a Democrat of the conservative type, is sprightly in his treatment of all subjects, and deftly sprinkles a bit of Attic salt in much of the palatable literary provender that he sets before his readers. Mr. Drake was born at Newton, N.J., in 1855, and after his school days, he entered the office of the Independent Republican, after his parents removed to Goshen, and became an apprentice in 1874 at the age of 19 years. He never found it necessary or advisable to migrate, and it is fitting that he should find his life work in the very office in which the genius of his gifted father for so many long years was exercised for the public good. Mr. Drake is unmarried. Ketchum, George F. With the establishment at Warwick in 1880, 5 of the Warwick Valley, Dispatch, there entered the arena of Orange County journalism, a champion who has proven his right to become a leader. George F. Ketchum, who founded the Dispatch, is the son of the late George W. Ketchum and Elizabeth Strang Wright. George F. Ketchum has made his dispatch the leading Democratic paper in the county, by reason of his unquestioned honesty of purpose, his fearless but always fair and courteous advocacy of principles which he believed conducive to the public weal, his persistent, aggressive efforts, and his fair treatment of all opponents. Mr. Ketchum has been for more than a decade the chairman of the Democratic County Committee, a position that he has not held through mere favoritism, but by reason of the force of character and the indomitable energy that has characterized his whole public career. Boyd, Charles J. About 1880, Charles J. Boyd became interested in newspaper work through partnership with John W. Slauson, under the name of Slauson and Boyd, as publishers of the Middletown Press. Mr. Boyd remained with the press until it was merged with the Times in 1906, when he retired from the work to engage in insurance and real estate business. Mr. Boyd was a first-class newspaper man in every particular. He wrote a good article, had neat descriptive powers, good judgment, clear discernment and discrimination, and his work was ever in evidence on the press. It would seem that one so clever, so well endowed by nature for newspaper work, should have remained in the field. Mr. Boyd was supervisor of his ward for a number of years and made one of the most efficient members of the county legislature. He was also by appointment one of the prison commissioners of the state. Stivers, John D. In 1891, John D. Stivers entered actively into journalistic duties, though he had been connected therewith more or less all his life. In that year the Middletown Times came into existence, and he became its normal editor. Since the lamented death of his father, the Hun. Moses D. Stivers, in February 1895, John D. Stivers has been the real head and front of the establishment. Mr. Stivers is a young man who deservedly stands well with his party and the public. Through its well-written editorials, its daily supply of the local and general news served in the most concise and acceptable manner, the Times is a power in politics and in general thought that needs to be reckoned with by politicians and caterers to the public in any form whatever. John Dunning Stivers was born August 30, 1861, at Middletown, NY, the second son of the Hun. Moses D. and Mary Elizabeth Stewart Stivers. He attended the public schools of Middletown and Walkill Academy, where the rudiments of his education were obtained, and later Peekskill Military Academy, from which institution he was graduated in 1878 at the age of 17 years. He then began his journalistic career, entering the office of the Middletown Press as bookkeeper and later filling the position of city editor. Resigning from the press, Mr. Stivers became private secretary to his father, the Hun, Moses D. Stivers, during his term as member of Congress from this district. Upon the latter's retirement from office, John D. Stivers returned to Middletown, and with his brother, Lewis S. Stivers, established the Middletown Times. After the death of his father, he was elected to take the latter's place as trustee of the Orange County Trust Company. Mr. Stivers was appointed a member of the Board of Managers of the Middletown State Hospital by Governor Morton, and was secretary of the board for several years, and until the reorganization of the asylum management throughout the state by Governor Odell. Nickinson, Albert E. Nickinson, the present treasurer and general business manager of the Middletown Argus and Mercury, was born in Cincinnati, Ohio, July 8, 1863. He was a son of John Nickinson and Elizabeth J. Phillips. Albert E. was educated in the public schools of Indianapolis, Philadelphia, and Suffern. NY he entered the employ of the Argus and Mercury in 1888, remained until 1901, and returned to the office upon its reorganization as a new company in 1906. Mr. Nickinson is a good businessman, and when necessary can wield a descriptive pen. On November 28, 1889, Mr. Nickinson and Miss Penelope Macardell were married. Spadel, Merritt C. the present efficient associate business manager of the Port Jervis Daily Union, Tri-States Union and New York farmer is Merritt C. Spadel. He was born May 19, 1879, in Port Jervis, son of Martin and Hannah M. Patterson Spadel, members of well-known Deer Park families. During his student days, he frequently wrote for the local newspapers, and on October 25, 1897, he became employed in the business department of the Tri-States Publishing Company, and several months later became reporter for the Port Jervis Daily Union, and then successively city editor, associate editor, and editor. January 1, 1904, he became Associate Business Manager of the Tri-States Publishing Co., and in January 1908 became Secretary and a Director of the company. Mr. Spadel, though a young man, has been much identified with local public affairs and is now serving his 7th year as Secretary of the Port Jervis Board of Trade, is one of the Health Commissioners, is President of the Deer Park Organization of the Chautauqua Literary and Scientific Circle. Powers, Henry P. Powers, city editor and desk man of the Middletown Daily Argus and Semi-Weekly Mercury, was born at Groton, Tompkins County, NY, June 30, 1857, a son of Jacob B. Powers and Nancy G. Bouton. He early developed a love for the printing trade and entered the office of the Groton Journal, when a lad, as apprentice, serving there 7 years, and about 18 years ago he came into Orange County and located at Middletown. For a year and a half, he was employed as city editor of the Middletown Daily Press. In January 1903, he became reporter for and then city editor of the Daily Argus. Mr. Powers is a thoroughly good newspaper man, active, reliable, a ready writer, of good discrimination, and he is a valuable addition to Orange County journalism. Mr. Powers was twice married. His first wife died at Groton 22 years ago. His second wife was Miss Minnie L. Hill, daughter of John W. Hill, of Middletown. Gregg George F. In January 1903, George F. Gregg, in company with John B. Scott, became part owner of the Goshen Democrat, and September 1, 1905, he became sole owner of the same. To say that he has made the Democrat a bright, newsy, weekly paper is to express the fact mildly but justly. He is a vigorous writer, with a fervor and animation that is born of the intensity of earnestness and zeal, and he is surely making the Democrat read by friends and political foes. In 1906, Mr. Gregg was elected supervisor of the town of Goshen, and again in 1907, and brings to this public office the same earnestness, push, and capacity that characterizes his work as an editor. Mr. Gregg is yet a young man, and he is in a fair way to be one of the leaders of thought and action in Orange County. George F. Gregg was born at Walden, NY, April 30, 1875. His parents were Edgar M. Gregg, of Walden, and Rose L. Farron, of Corning, NY. His education was at the public schools. He passed several years in Chenango County, this state. For a short time, he was connected with the advertising department of the New York Times. He was also in the Ordnance Department of the United States Navy, in the Naval Magazine at Fort Lafayette. Mr. Gregg seemed to have an intuitive leaning to journalistic work, for in addition to his service on the New York Times, we find he was 15 years in newspaper work, several of which were in the office of the now esteemed contemporary, the Independent Republican. For 2 years he was city editor of the Middletown Argus, immediately prior to purchasing an interest in the Goshen Democrat. The good work he is doing in the columns of that old paper, and the esteem in which he is held by the people of Goshen, as shown by his being twice chosen as supervisor of the town, is evidence that he has found his life's work and its field. Mr. Gregg and Miss Jane A. Brundage of Newark, N.J., were married July 11, 1900. Taft, Lyman H. One of the most thoroughly independent editors in the county is Lyman H. Taft, of the Montgomery Standard-Reporter, who was born December 5, 1865 at Oneida Valley, Madison County, NY. His father was Thomas J. Taft, and his mother was Jane Baum, whose father, Reverend John Baum, was a Methodist minister at Mendenville, N. Why the parents went to the Pennsylvania oil country when Lyman was but 3 months old and settled at Warren, Pa. He attended the Warren High School, leaving the same to enter the office of the Warren Ledger, 1877, where he served an apprenticeship of 3 years, and then traveled over the country, working as a journeyman printer, and visited 40 states of the Union. September 1, 1888, he arrived at Montgomery, purchased the Recorder and in 1898 the Standard, and consolidated the 2 papers under the title of the Standard and Reporter. MacGowan, Horace A. MacGowan, city editor of the Middletown Daily Argus, was born January 7, 1877 near Circleville, this county, a son of John Nelson and Julia Woodruff MacGowan and of Scotch ancestry. His parents removed to Middletown when Horace was but 4 years of age, and he attended the schools until 13 years of age, when July 1891, he entered the employ of the Middletown Daily Press, where he remained 15 years. When the press was merged with the Times, Mr. MacGowan, February 1, 1906 became city editor of the Middletown Daily Argus, which position he still holds. Mr. McGowan has time and again proven his capability as a good writer and newspaper man by work of recognized merit. April 23, 1903, he married Miss Elizabeth Tappan, daughter of Mrs. Catherine Tappan of Middletown. Macardell, Cornelius, Jr. Cornelius Macardell was educated in the public schools of Middletown and entered the office of the Argus in 1891, becoming publisher of the Argus and Mercury in 1896, and continuing in that capacity until the formation of the corporation in March 1906. He is president of the Argus and Mercury Company. Richards, Mark V. The city editor of the Port Jervis Gazette since 1905 is Mark V. Richards, an industrious, alert reporter, a descriptive writer, and a conscientious, painstaking worker. Mr. Richards was born in Port Jervis, February 24, 1880, the son of David S. and Martha Isidore Bunting Richards. Mark V. Richards graduated from the Port Jervis High School, June 24, 1898. He began newspaper work, January 2, 1897, as a paper carrier for the Gazette. In the year and a half thus employed, he was constantly picking up bits of news for the Gazette, often writing them out in such readable form that he attracted the attention of editors Nearpass and Bennett, with the result that at the first opportunity, he was engaged as reporter for the Gazette. This work he began in September 1898 and continued until 1905, when he became city editor. July 7, 1903, he married Miss Bertha E. Lobb of Honesdale, Pa. Scheimer, Evie. The present business manager of the Port Jervis Gazette is Evie Scheimer. He has held that position since April 1, 1886. Mr. Scheimer was born December 8, 1860, on the old Scheimer homestead in Montague, Sussex County. N.J. His parents were Abram and Adaline Cuddeback Scheimer. When Evie was about 7 years of age, the family moved to Port Jervis, where he attended the public schools. Later, he graduated from the Binghamton Business College. After that, he was 10 years in the wholesale hardware business in New York City. April 1, 1886, he returned to Port Jervis and became business manager of the Gazette establishment, which position he still holds. Mr. Scheimer was for 4 years one of the trustees of the village of Port Jervis. In November 1888, Mr. Scheimer and Miss Susan A. Donaldson were married. Brown, Melvin H. The present city editor of the Middletown Times-Press is Melvin Halstead Brown, an alert worker and ready writer. He was born at Odysville, N.Y., December 25, 1867, a son of Orville and Emmeline Ketchum Brown. Melvin H. attended the public schools at Patterson, N.J., and later in Middletown and the Walkall Academy. He learned the printer's trade in the Argus office, beginning at the age of 15 years. When the Middletown Times was started, he became a compositor thereon, later foreman of the composing room, and 12 years ago became a reporter, which position, and that of city editor, he has since filled. His wife was Miss Anana, daughter of Alderman and Mrs. George Miller. Russell, Alexander W. One of the ablest editorial writers on the country press of today, is the young man who is on the staff of the Middletown Times-Press, Alexander W. Russell. He is alert to events of local as well as of state, national and international importance, and treats them in a most able manner, in language that is choice, pleasing, and expressive. Mr. Russell was born at New Berlin, Chenango County, N.Y., April 14, 1865. His parents were Edward and Elinor Tillinghaste Russell. He learned the trade of a printer in the office of the Brookfield Courier at Brookfield, Madison County, N.Y. Later, he attended Hobart College at Geneva, N.Y., leaving there in 1886 to become city editor of the Oneida Union, Oneida, N.Y., which position he filled for 10 years, at the end of which time he became city editor of the Brockton, Mass. Gazette, where he remained 2 years. Soon after this, he came to Middletown, N.Y., where he has since remained, and has been on the Times-Press editorial staff since 1906. Macardell, Abram B. Abram Bennett Macardell, the editor of the Argus and Mercury and vice president and secretary of the Argus and Mercury Publishing Company, was born at Mount Hope, this county, a son of Cornelius and Esther Crawford Macardell. In January 1886, the family removed to Middletown, and he was educated in the public schools there and graduated from Walkall Academy in 1897, a member of the last class to graduate from that time-honored and historic institution, which, after that year, became the Middletown High School. He entered Hamilton College and graduated in 1901. In November 1902, he entered the Argus office and succeeded George H. Thompson as editor at his death in May 1904. He was active in the formation of the Argus and Mercury Company in March 1906. Mr. Macardell is an easy, graceful writer, and while young in the harness, is doing good editorial work. Stage, Albert L. The present city editor of the Port Jervis Daily Union is Albert Louis Stage. He was born in the town of Lumberland, Sullivan County, NY, June 8, 1876. His parents were Albert and Caroline Cohen Stage. He attended the public schools at Berryville, N.Y., and Equinunk, qualified himself for teaching, and for several years was thus engaged in the public schools at Blooming Grove, Greeley, Mast Hope, and Flagstone, later. For a time, he was a salesman for Rand, McNally & Co., educational and book publishers of New York City. During 1904, he was employed in the wholesale house of E.P. and E. Kinney, spices, coffees, teas, and groceries in Binghamton, NY in March 1905. He became city editor of the Port Jervis Union, which position he has since most acceptably filled. Stivers, Dr. Moses A. Moses Espy Stivers was born in Middletown, November 14, 1872, the youngest son of the Hun. Moses D. and Mary Elizabeth Stewart Stivers. He graduated in the Middletown schools and became bookkeeper in the Middletown Times when it was first started. Later, he entered the College of Physicians and Surgeons in New York City in 1894. Dr. Stivers is a practicing physician in Middletown, is connected with Thrall Hospital, and is now secretary and treasurer of the Stivers Printing Company, of which his brother, John D. Stivers, is president, printing the Daily Times Press. He is a young man of superior mental qualities and ever amiable and courteous. Called elsewhere. Among the newspaper men, aside from those already mentioned, who have come and gone some to their final reward, others to new or different fields of labor who were more or less important actors on this stage of life's industry, were some who were peculiarly adapted to journalistic work and had rendered highly satisfactory service in their day. Among such were Holbrook Daniel Holbrook, who in 1862 bought the Tri-States Union in Port Jervis, a college graduate, a linguist, scholar, and able writer, a native of Boston. After less than a decade of newspaper work, he sold the plant and has since been engaged in the real estate and insurance business in Port Jervis, and is now Justice of the Peace and Police Justice in the city of Port Jervis. Slauson, William G. Slauson was, in the 70s, one of the liveliest reporters that ever labored in Middletown, and he kept the columns of the press teeming with his clever work. He has been for several years in other work, lately at Cleveland, Ohio. Shear, James J. Shear, a graduate of the Middletown Mercury and Argus, was city editor there some time, and in the 80s went to Port Jervis and secured an interest in the Gazette, where he remained until he died, June 2, 1893. Heller, Burlin Old Milford and Port Jervis printer, and a good writer and reporter was Burl Heller, who died late in the 80s. He was employed in various capacities on the Port Jervis papers, latterly as reporter on the Port Jervis Gazette. Young, Charles O. Young of Port Jervis, admitted to the bar as a lawyer in the 80s, son of the late Oliver Young, a prominent lawyer of Port Jervis, edited the Port Jervis Daily Union several years. He is a most accomplished writer, highly educated, a scholar, a linguist, and a man of high literary tastes. He prefers literature to law, and the Port Jervis papers are occasionally favored with emanations from his gifted pen. Willis, Evander B. Willis appeared in Middletown early in the 60s and learned the printer's trade, later becoming an expert stenographer, then reporter and editor, and for a time conducted the Middletown Mail. He was born at Unionville. Early in the 70s, he went to California and became court stenographer. Bennett, James, one of the men who figured prominently in the western end of Orange County newspaper circles for about a quarter of a century, was James Bennett, of Port Jervis. He was a good newspaper man and had a knack for seeing the droll side of events and for putting the same into print, and some of his yarns were extremely witty. Mr. Bennett is the youngest son of James and Sarah Westfall Bennett, and he was born at Carpenter's Point, now Tri-States, and a part of the 4th Ward of the city of Port Jervis. James Bennett graduated at the famous Old Mount Retirement Seminary in Sussex County, NJ, near Deckertown, now Sussex, in 1863. He studied medicine 2 years and abandoned the same to go into the flour and feed business in Port Jervis. In 1886, he accepted a position in the business and editorial department of the Port Jervis Gazette and became associate editor. In 1889, he went with the Union, remaining there 15 months, and then returned to his former position with the Gazette, where he remained until 1906, when he resigned to go into the insurance business, the retreat of so many old newspaper men. His wife was Alice Stiles, daughter of the late Edward A. Stiles, for so many useful years the principal and proprietor of the Mount Retirement Seminary. Barrett, Leon, one of the brightest cartoonists of the metropolis, Leon Barrett, began his work in Orange County, having come to Middletown in the 70s, where he conducted a book and stationery store at the corner of James and King Streets. He soon developed a talent for drawing that attracted the notice of newspaper men and Messrs. Macardell and Thompson found a place for him on the Argus and Mercury and eventually took him into partnership. His artistic ability so rapidly improved, however, as to receive recognition from the New York press, and severing his connection with the Argus, he went to the metropolis, where a wider field was afforded for the exercise of his remarkable talents, and where he has won fame and standing. Wheat Wallace B. Wheat, for the past 25 or 30 years, has been connected with the Port Jervis Gazette as typesetter and reporter, and for many years has been the local representative of the New York World. Bennett, James Edward Bennett was the son of James Bennett, and for 4 years was a reporter for and city editor of the Port Jervis Gazette, and is now a practicing lawyer in New York City. Pine, Charles N. Call. Charles N. Pine was an old Philadelphia journalist who, in the 90s, passed his last years on the Port Jervis Gazette, going there from Milford. He was brainy and brilliant. He died in Port Jervis, October 26, 1894. Bailey, William F. Bailey, through the 90s, was one of the most alert reporters that Middletown ever had. He was a graduate of the press office, and his work was always in the lead. He is now in the insurance business in New York City. Gibbs, Whitfield Gibbs was, for a short time, in Orange County journalism, having been the owner of the Walden Citizen late in the 90s. Mr. Gibbs now resides at Hackettstown, NJ. He is an able writer and a good newspaper man. Crane, Stephen Crane, the gifted author of The Red Badge of Courage and other tales, and magazine and newspaper articles, began his literary career in Port Jervis, and did reporting a short time on the Daily Union. His father was a resident of that city, pastor of Drew M.E. Church, and died in that city. Corey, Horace W., though connected with journalism only briefly, and through his interest in the Middletown Sunday Forum, 1897-99. Horace W. Corey gave evidence of unique ability in that work which pursued, would have brought reward and fame. His sermons and other satires were features that pointed morals where much needed. Pendell, Thomas Pendell, came into Orange County through Cornwall, 1889, and to Middletown in 1898-99 on the Forum, later on the Argus, and again on the Forum, which he removed to Messina, N. Why he is a ready writer, a rapid worker, a practical printer, and one of the best all-round newspaper men that have ever tarried in Orange County. He is now publishing a paper at Peekskill. Blanchard, Frank L. Blanchard of New York, was connected with the Middletown Forum from December 1907 to March or April 1908. He is a good writer. In the Harness, connected with the newspapers at the present time, one finds an array of rising talent, the 4th generation of workers since journalism gained a foothold in Orange County. Wilson, Frederick William in Newburgh, the Newburgh Daily News, has as editor Frederick William Wilson. To the energy and ability of Frederick W. Wilson, editor of the Newburgh Daily News and president and treasurer of the Newburgh News Printing and Publishing Co., is due in great measure the success that newspaper has achieved as a business proposition, and also its recognized standing among the leading newspapers of the state. Mr. Wilson's connection with the news dates almost from its inception, when as a lad in his teens, he entered the business office of the paper in its second year of publication as bookkeeper. The founder of the News, the late William H. Keefe, was not slow to recognize the aptitude of the young man for the business, and in his 20th year, he practically had the entire business management of the then very modest news establishment in his hands. Mr. Keefe, confining himself principally to the editorial conduct of the young and rapidly growing paper. Mr. Wilson was born October 8, 1869, near Brighton, the renowned watering place in the south of England. His father, Henry Wilson, was a surgeon in the British Navy and saw service in the Crimean War. He died when the subject of this biography was but 10 years old. After his death, his widow, Sarah Jane Cleaver, daughter of a prominent woolen goods manufacturer and former mayor of Northampton, came to Newburgh, where an older son, Dr. Henry Wilson, was established in the practice of medicine. Other relatives lived in New York and the New England states. She died here in 1894, leaving, besides the two sons mentioned, two daughters, Catherine and Maud, both of whom are married and live in New York City. Young Wilson evinced an early aptitude for literary work, and having completed his education, frequently contributed to the News, which about that time was started by its founder. In 1896, a company was organized to conduct the News. Mr. Wilson was one of the incorporators and directors, and at the meeting of the board of directors was chosen secretary and treasurer. Mr. Keefe was elected president. On the latter's death, in 1901, Mr. Wilson succeeded to the presidency of the company. He immediately set on foot plans for the enlargement of the paper and the betterment of its mechanical equipment. One of these was the introduction of typesetting machines. Next, the large double brick building, Nos. 40 and 42 Grand Street, was purchased and remodeled into an up-to-date newspaper and printing plant at an outlay for alterations alone exceeding $15,000. A perfecting press, the first in the city, was installed therein, and the building was equipped with every known contrivance to facilitate the work of production of a modern newspaper. The plant and equipment today represent an investment of over $100,000, and the home of the News is regarded as one of the most complete and handsome newspaper establishments in the state. Simultaneously with the removal of the News to its new home, in the spring of 1902, Mr. Wilson changed the appearance of the paper by discarding the old-fashioned 9-column blanket sheet for the modern 7-column folio form, an innovation at that time for small city dailies, but now generally in vogue. The history of the paper under his direction has been one of evolution, progress, and marked success. Besides being a fluent and forceful writer, Mr. Wilson possesses rare business tact and executive ability, a combination seldom found in newspaper men. He is a moving spirit in all that makes for the welfare and growth of Newburgh, and is an earnest advocate both through his paper and orally of progress and enterprise in municipal matters. He is actively identified with the work of the Business Men's Association for a Greater Newburgh, and is the chairman of the committee which has in hand the arrangements for Newburgh's part in the celebration of the tercentenary of the discovery of the Hudson River and the centennial of the navigation of its waters by Robert Fulton's Clermont, to be held in September 1909. Mr. Wilson early displayed a liking for politics, his first inclination in that direction finding vent in the organization of a juvenile Tippecanoe Club, which participated in the local parades of the Harrison Campaign of 1888. Later, he took part in the organization of a club of young voters known as the Union League Club. The 150 members unanimously elected him president. He has always been an admirer and earnest supporter of former Governor Odell. He was a delegate to the state convention at Saratoga in 1900, when Mr. Odell was first nominated for the governorship, and again in 1902 when he was renominated. He was also a delegate to the convention of 1904, which nominated Higgins, and to that of 1906, when Governor Hughes was nominated. He has himself never desired or held public office, but has been a factor in putting many of his friends in elective and appointive positions of trust. Mr. Wilson enlisted in the 10th Separate Company at the age of 18 and served 6 years. He volunteered to return to the ranks at the outbreak of the Spanish-American War and was offered a commission, but the company was not ordered to the front. He is active in social as well as business life, being a member of the Powelton Club, City Club and Newburgh Wheelmen, the Old Orchard Club of Middletown, and the Press Club and Republican Club of New York. He is a past exalted ruler of Newburgh Lodge of Elks, a member of Continental Lodge No. 287, F and AM, Jerusalem Chapter No. 8R, AM, Palestine Commandery No. 18, KT, New York Consistory, Scottish Rite, 32nd Deg, Mecca Temple, Nobles of the Mystic Shrine, President of the Wilbur H. Weston Shriners Association, President of the Newburgh Automobile Club, and a member of the New York State and American Automobile Associations. Mr. Wilson resides in a handsome residence owned by him at 268 Liberty Street, Newburgh. Ruttenber, J.W.F. The editor of the Newburgh Telegram is J. W.F. Ruttenber, who was born at Newburgh, N.Y., December 14, 1857. After receiving a good education in the public schools of his native city, he became associated in business for several years with his father, E. M. Ruttenber. Subsequently, he embarked in several newspaper ventures and finally started the Newburgh Sunday Telegram in 1889. This is a nonpartisan paper and is especially devoted to local events and local characters, in the discussion of which a full opportunity is afforded the editor for the exercise of that wit and caustic humor with which he is well equipped. The Telegram was a success financially from the start and has now developed into a very valuable newspaper plant. In Middletown, the Times Press has as editor John D. Stivers, as editorial writer Alexander W. Russell, and as city editor Melvin W. Brown. On the Argus, the editor is A. B. McArdell, ably assisted by Henry P. Powers and Horace A. MacGowan as city editors. The Signs of the Times is published by Gilbert Beebe's son, with elders F. A. Chick and H. C. Kerr as editors. On the Port Jervis Union is Fred R. Salmon, business manager Merritt C. Spadle, assistant and formerly city editor, W. T. Doty as editor, and Albert L. Stage, city editor. On the Gazette is Evie Scheimer, business manager, William H. Nearpass, editor, Mark V. Richards, city editor, and James Skellinger, assistant. The New York Farmer is edited by Henry A. Van Fredenberg. In Goshen, Frank Drake is editor and manager of the oldest newspaper in Orange County, the Independent Republican, and George F. Gregg, the editor and manager of the next oldest paper, the Goshen Democrat. At Warwick, the Advertiser's business manager and editor is Hiram Tate, while the Valley Dispatch has George F. Ketchum as editor and business manager. At Montgomery, the Old Standard and Reporter has Lyman Taft as editor and proprietor, with Charles H. Miller as associate editor. The Walden Herald's editor and proprietor is Ward Winfield, and the Citizen has a clergyman editor and publisher in the Reverend J. H. Reed. At Cornwall-on-Hudson is the Local Press, with L. G. Goodenough editor and proprietor. The Pine Bush Herald's editor and proprietor is George W. Jameson, a former school teacher, and an educated man and good writer. Monroe has the Ramapo Valley Gazette, started March 1908 with J. B. Gregory as publisher and proprietor. The Orange County Record at Washingtonville has Montanai Reitmeyer as editor and manager. Just a few reflections. Inspecting the field of Orange County journalism, one sees the glebe strewn with wrecks of ambitious effort, and sympathy goes out to the disappointed strugglers. They have tattered aims and ambitions, of immolated hopes and desires. Looking at the files and samples of the papers of today and the relics of early journalism in Orange County, one's pride over progress in certain lines is mixed with humiliation. The old papers were printed with artistic ideals. The type was neat, the page was pleasing to the eye, and the printer showed evidence of intelligence. Words were divided at the ends of lines with some idea of method and reason. The break lines were made neat. The old-time compositor who would have divided campaign on the P and run ain over, or worse yet, made a break line of ed, lie, or a single or even two numerals, would have been laughed out of the office by his companions. The writer will never forget an incident in his own very early career at the Case, when he divided Messrs, running the SRS, over into the next line. It was a long time before he heard the last of that break, and it was never repeated. Today one sees all sorts of divisions anywhere, everywhere. It matters not whether it is on the vowel or the syllable or between it all goes. The outrage on neatness of a single numeral making a full break line is no longer confined to the blacksmith, who is aiming to gel a fat line, but is seen in the work turned out from the marvelous Mergenthaler linotype, the excuse being that it takes too much time to space and adjust the line neatly. This same excuse is given for a lot of other abominations really intolerable and vexatious that one sees in the machine-set newspaper. Really, if modern mechanical appliances are sweeping the art preservative back to the most crude and primitive specimens of workmanship, there is cause for deep regret. Neatness should go hand in hand with improved methods and aids. The old-time newspaper was not a handbill. It was a model of taste and neatness. The idea of the average editor, publisher, and printer today seems to be how he can make his paper the most hideous to the eye and to the aesthetic senses. Big, black type for headlines and glaring, sensational, spectacular, flaring big heads are the order of the day. Compare these modern newspapers with almost any of those printed 100, 50, 40, 30 years ago. The contrast is so markedly in favor of the papers printed under the old regime that one who really loves the art is disgusted with modern printers and printing as applied to newspapers. This criticism, it should be borne in mind, is made with reference to newspapers and not of job work. The man who is getting out billheads, letterheads, etc., is constantly striving for neatness, and his work is a great advance over that done by his predecessors in the job department. This is as it should be. The modern job printer is an artist, the modern newspaper printer a botch. The printer may blame the editor or publisher, but that does not excuse his vile distortions and caricatures on the art. The publisher or editor may blame the popular demand for his efforts to cater to the sensational and hideous, but that does not help the matter any, nor does it tend to elevate the art of newspaper printing. Journalism, indeed, seems to have fallen or wandered into dangerous or demoralizing ways. This also is laid at the door of popular demand. Etc. The old-time editor had a personality, and this he infused into the columns of his paper. He was not always right, of course, but the general tendency of such journalism was to breed a spirit of independence, of character, of research. The consensus thus evolved by the masses was wholesome. Today the editor is a mere machine. His individuality is suppressed, and the effort is to keep him entirely under the thumb and rack screw of the publisher, who manipulates the finances, the business end of the concern. This publisher generally gets his cue from his banker, who may be his backer, and who, at any rate, sets the pace for editorials, news and in fact the whole tone of the paper. In all this there is concert. From some great business center the word goes out, and the newspapers catch up the echo. In this way the individual, the great personality that once made the newspaper a power for good, is lost. Instead, the press has become a mob, the most dangerous mob that ever existed, for it comes in the guise of instruction, of morals, of culture, of learning. Thus masquerading, journalism today is fast lapsing or rather plunging into a vortex that is positively appalling in its aspects. How and when the remedy will come is of grave concern. The mob may, in sheer desperation, rend itself, commit harikari, or it may go on until in frenzy, the long-deluded and outraged populace shall rise and revolutionize newspaperdom. Chapter 38. Freemasonry. By Charles H. Halstead. The earliest authentic record of Masonry in New York, or in fact in the American colonies, is the deputation appointing Daniel Cox, of New Jersey, to be Provincial Grand Master of New York, New Jersey, and Pennsylvania, signed by the Duke of Norfolk, Grand Master of the Grand Lodge of England, and dated this 5th day of June, 1730, and of Masonry 5730. From that date and until 1781, there were 5 different Masonic deputations granted to Provincial Grand Masters for New York by the Grand Lodge of England. During this period, there were 2 Provincial Grand Lodges in the state of New York, organized at different periods by authority of rival Grand Lodges in England, which were termed the Moderns and Ancients. In 1813, these 2 grand bodies united into what is now the United Grand Lodge of England. The Provincial Grand Lodge authorized by the Athol Warrant, dated September 5, 1781, existed from December 5, 1782 to September 19, 1783. When the British troops evacuated New York City, and as the Grand Lodge was essentially a royalist institution, and a majority of its officers and members were connected with the evacuating army, the Brethren were in a quandary, the solution of which we find in the minutes of a Grand Lodge of Emergency, held on the 19th of September, 1783, when the propriety of leaving the grand warrant by which this lodge is established in the province of New York being fully discussed. It was resolved that the same should be left and remain in the care of such brethren as may hereafter be appointed to succeed the present grand officers, the most of whom being under the necessity of leaving New York upon the removal of His Majesty's troops. This necessitated the election of a complete new set of officers, which was immediately done. The lodges throughout the state, which had received charters from the modern Provincial Grand Lodge, in the interim between the dissolution of that body and the organization of the ancient Provincial Grand Lodge, had pursued an independent existence and naturally under their existing conditions, were loath to surrender their warrants to the new body. Therefore, it was a number of years before all the lodges were brought under the control of the new Grand Lodge. This Provincial Grand Lodge, so far as existing records show, made no returns to the parent Grand Body, and in all matters acted as an independent Grand Lodge. This state of affairs caused some of the lodges to question the legality of its proceedings and the propriety of paying Grand Lodge dues. This question was settled for all time on the 6th of June, 1787, by the Grand Lodge adopting the report of a committee which reported, "Your committee appointed at the last quarterly communication, in consequence of certain resolutions of St. John's Lodge, respecting the warrant under which the Grand Lodge is established, report their opinion as follows, viz. That the Grand Lodge of this state is established, according to ancient and universal usages of Masonry, upon a constitution formed by the representatives of the regular lodges, convened under a legal warrant from the Grand Lodge of England, dated the 5th day of September, in the year of Masonry 5781, the most noble Prince John III, Duke of Athol, being the then Grand Master, and your committee further beg leave to report that, in their opinion, nothing is necessary or essential in the future proceedings of the Grand Lodge upon the subject matter referred to them, but that a committee be appointed to prepare a draft of the style of warrant to be hereafter granted by the Grand Lodge, conformable to the said Constitution. All of which is, nevertheless, most respectfully submitted to the wisdom of the most worshipful Grand Lodge." In this manner, the Grand Lodge declared itself an independent grand body, supreme within its own jurisdiction. The date of transition of the Grand Lodge from a provincial to an independent state Masonic organization might be a subject of difference of opinion, but the Grand Lodge, however, numbers its annual communications from the earlier date, viz. 1781, under the charter issued by the ancients. The Grand Lodge of the State of New York, under this charter, guarantees certain rights and privileges to 775 Masonic lodges having A membership, December 31, 1906, of 146,026 Master Masons. At different times, the Grand Lodge has been disrupted by internal strife and schisms which continued several years. But since June 1858, peace and harmony have prevailed among the fraternity. The severest trial that Freemasonry has had to endure was the anti-Masonic crusade that began in 1826, which assailed the fraternity throughout the land and resulted in many of the lodges having their charters forfeited. A political party was founded at the time on prejudice and hatred. Politicians mounted the whirlwind and rode into power on the storm. Fanatics in the forum, at the bar, and in the pulpit inflamed the passions of men and aroused the bitterest enmity against Freemasonry. Men of the highest social and Masonic standing were threatened with political ostracism. To be a Mason was to be an object of suspicion and often of persecution. The lodge rooms were deserted, charters were surrendered, and the craft became disheartened at the situation. Some members of the fraternity openly declared their withdrawal and were known as seceding Masons in the community. After 10 years of bitter feeling and hatred against the society of free and accepted Masons, the storm of persecution began to subside. The calmer and better judgment of men prevailed. The craft took courage, and Masonic lodges again opened their doors and resumed labor. In 1840, there was not a Masonic lodge in Orange County. It would appear from the meager information given in the Proceedings of Grand Lodge, or in the minutes of subordinate lodges in the early days, that the brethren were imbued with the idea that the very existence of the fraternity depended upon shrouding with great secrecy their every act and surroundings. Consequently, very few details can be gathered concerning matters that would make history. Steuben Lodge? No. 18. The first mention of a Masonic lodge in Orange County is found in the Proceedings of Grand Lodge on the 4th of June, 1788, where we find this minute. A petition from F. A. Morris and 9 others praying for a warrant to hold a lodge at Newburgh, under the name of Steuben. Granted. The charter was issued to Ebenezer Foote, Master, Francis Anderson Morris, Senior Warden, and Peter Nestel, Junior Warden, and was dated September 27, 1788. It was signed by Robert R. Livingston, Grand Master, Richard Harrison, Deputy Grand Master, and Jacob Morton, Grand Secretary. Baron de Steuben was an honorary member of the lodge. The minutes embrace the period between the 13th of November, 1788, and the 27th of December, 1792. Doubtless, the charter was surrendered soon after 1800, as at the communication of Grand Lodge of that year report was made of the irregularities that prevailed in Steuben Lodge. This lodge is among the number whose charter cannot be revived by resolution of Grand Lodge. The charter and minute book of Steuben Lodge, number 18, are in the keeping of Hudson River Lodge, number 607, as custodian. St. John's Lodge, no. 21. Subsequent to the disbandment of the troops in the War of the Revolution, the warrant of St. John's Regimental Law, the first military lodge warranted by New York or any provincial Masonic power, was taken by some of its members to Clarkstown, in the county of Orange, and here it remained until interest was revived in Masonry by some of its officers in 1784, who came at that time under the jurisdiction of the Grand Lodge. Lodge meetings were held under this warrant at Warwick as well as at Clarkstown, when on the 23rd of December, 1789, a petition signed by John Smith, David Miller, and Thomas Wing was made to Grand Lodge stating that they were the presiding officers of a lodge now held at Warwick, working under an old warrant and known by the name of St. John's Lodge, and formerly held at Clarkstown, and praying that, as the warrant properly belonged to the brethren at Clarkstown, a new warrant be issued to them as officers of a lodge to be held in the county of Orange, on the west side of the mountain, by the name of St. John's Lodge. The petition was granted, and the warrant dated the 26th March, 1790. On December 4, 1793, the proxy of St. John's Lodge stated to Grand Lodge the low condition of the funds and offered as a compromise for the amount due the Grand Lodge the sum of £10, which was accepted. The lodge was represented by proxy in Grand Lodge as late as 1802, but does not appear thereafter until June 4, 1819, when the numerical designation of St. John's Lodge, number 19, held at Warwick, was changed to number 18. On June 12, 1822, all lodges in arrears for dues for 3 years and upwards were summoned to show cause why their warrants should not be surrendered, and among the number was St. John's, number 18. The charter was declared forfeited on the 8th of June, 1832, by Grand Lodge. Orange Lodge, no. 45. At a meeting of Grand Lodge held on the 2nd of March, 1796, petitions for warrants were read, and among the number was one for a lodge to be held in the town of Goshen by the name of Orange Lodge. The warrant was dated April 12, 1796. The lodge was represented by proxy in the Grand Lodge at the communication of January 2, 1799, but thereafter we find no mention of it, except in the list of lodges whose charters cannot be revived conformable to resolution of Grand Lodge adopted on the 4th of June, 1819. James Lodge, number 65. On the 6th of September, 1797, a petition was presented to Grand Lodge from Adam I. Dahl and others to hold a lodge in the town of Middletown, county of Ulster, by the name of James Lodge, and the same was referred to the grand officers. At that time, Middletown was embraced in the county of Ulster. The warrant was dated January 6, 1798. No other information is obtainable concerning this lodge, but it appears as one of the lodges whose charters cannot be revived. Montgomery Lodge, number 71. The minutes of Grand Lodge of December 7, 1796, read, "The petition of Brother John Schmidt and sundry other brethren, for a warrant to erect and hold a lodge in the town of Montgomery, county of Ulster, with some accompanying papers, were then severally read, and referred to the presiding officers of the Grand Lodge, with powers to order a warrant to be issued if they find the applicants deserving." The warrant was not issued, however, until the 6th of June, 1798, when the dispensation was returned to Grand Lodge. The lodge was represented by proxy in Grand Lodge up to the 4th of March, 1812. The warrant was doubtless forfeited some years later. Olive Branch Lodge, number 102 at the communication of Grand Lodge, held on the 7th of December, 1803, we find this minute. A similar petition from sundry brethren residing in the town of Minnesink, Orange County, praying a warrant for a lodge to be held in said town, to be known by the name of Olive Branch Lodge, was read and referred to the grand officers. The lodge was located in the village of West Town, and its meetings were held on the upper floor of the Academy building. On December 4, 1811, Olive Branch Lodge, number 102, prayed that the payment of their dues to Grand Lodge might be postponed until the next year on account of several losses sustained by the lodge the present year, which was granted. The lodge was reported as being in arrears for dues for 2 years and upwards in 1822. The charter was declared forfeited, June 8, 1832. Hiram Lodge, number 131. At the communication of Grand Lodge, held on the 19th of February, 1806, a petition from sundry brethren to establish a lodge at Newburgh by the name of Hiram Lodge was read and the prayer thereof granted. The first officers of the lodge named in the charter were Jonathan Fisk, Master, Charles Baker, Senior Warden, John R. Drake, Junior Warden. General Lafayette was the guest of Hiram Lodge on the occasion of his visit to Newburgh on the 14th of September, 1824. The charter was surrendered to Grand Lodge in 1835. The anti-Masonic furor having subsided, the brethren sought to reopen the lodge, and to that end presented a petition to Grand Lodge that the charter might be restored to them, which was granted in June, 1842, but the number of the lodge was changed to 92. The first officers under the revived charter were Peter F. Hunn, Master, Maynard Harris, Senior Warden, James Belknap, Junior Warden. The last record of the lodge is dated June 16, 1845, and we infer that the charter was soon thereafter surrendered to Grand Lodge. The charter of Hiram Lodge is now in the keeping of Hudson River Lodge, number 607, as custodian. Mount Moriah Lodge, number 180. A petition was presented to Grand Lodge to establish a lodge in the town of Wallkill, its meetings to be holden at the house of Thomas Everson or others in the said town of Wallkill. A charter was granted under date of December 9, 1809. Doubtless the lodge was held for some years in private dwellings as on the 2nd of December, 1812, at the communication of Grand Lodge. A petition from Mount Moriah Lodge, number 189, held at Wallkill, Orange County, praying for a remission of dues in consideration of its having built a commodious lodge room, for the expenses of which it was still in arrears, was presented and read, and the prayer of the petitioner refused. Doubtless the lodge at that time was held in the upper room of the school building in the village of Mount Hope, as at a later date Masonic emblems, carved in wood, were to be seen in the room then used for school purposes. Returns were made to Grand Lodge as from Wallkill, and also return of Mount Moriah Lodge, number 189, held at Mount Hope, Wallkill, County of Orange and State of New York. The charter of this lodge was declared forfeited on the 4th of June, 1835. Cornerstone Lodge, number 231. At the communication of Grand Lodge held on the 2d of March, 1812, a petition for a warrant to hold a lodge in the town of Monroe, in the county of Orange, to be called Cornerstone Lodge, recommended by Washington Lodge, number 220, was read and granted. The warrant was dated May 26, 1814. This lodge is among the number in arrears for dues for 2 years and upwards on the 24th of June, 1822. The charter was declared forfeited on the 24th of June, 1832. Jerusalem Temple Lodge, number 247. at the communication of Grand Lodge held on the 6th of September, 1815. A petition from a number of the brethren to hold a lodge in the town of Cornwall, in the county of Orange, to be called Jerusalem Temple Lodge, recommended by Hiram Lodge, number 131, was read and granted. The lodge was constituted at the house of Ebenezer Crissy, in the village of Canterbury on the 5th of October of the same year. James B. Reynolds, master of Hiram Lodge, number 131, performed the ceremony. The first officers named in the charter were Wyatt Carr, Master Abraham Mead, Senior Warden, Sutherland Moore, Junior Warden. The charter was declared forfeited June 8, 1832. Washington Lodge, number 220. This lodge was located at Blooming Grove. The charter was dated June 10, 1813. No record of its work is extant, but it was one of those lodges that went down in the anti-Masonic period, and its charter was declared forfeited by Grand Lodge on the 5th of June, 1834. Lawrence Lodge, number 230. On the 1st of December, 1812, the proceedings of Grand Lodge read: a petition for a warrant to hold a lodge at Ward's Bridge, in the county of Orange, to be called Lawrence Lodge, recommended by Hiram Lodge, number 131, was read and granted. Ward's Bridge was afterwards known as Montgomery. The lodge was doubtless named in honor of the gallant Captain James Lawrence, who, being mortally wounded in the engagement with the Shannon, uttered, "Don't give up the ship," which have become household words in this country. The lodge was reported as inoperative on the 4th of June, 1819. Hoffman Lodge, number 300. At the communication of Grand Lodge on the 4th of March, 1818, the Grand Secretary stated that a warrant had been issued on the 3d of December, 1817, to John Kirby, Stacy Beecher, and Isaac Otis to hold a lodge at Wallkill, in the county of Orange, by the name of Hoffman Lodge, number 300. The lodge held its meetings in the house of Isaac Otis, at Mechanicsdown, which at that time was a more pretentious place than Middletown. The lodge was named in honor of Martin Hoffman, who was Grand Master of the city, Grand Lodge during 1823, 1824, and 1825. He presented the lodge with a copy of the Holy Bible, which is still in use by Hoffman Lodge, No. 412. The charter of this lodge was declared forfeited by Grand Lodge on the 7th of June, 1833. Union Lodge, number 309. The minutes of Grand Lodge under date of July 9, 1828, read, a dispensation granted by the R.T. Worshipful Richard Hatfield, late D.G.M., to hold a lodge in the town of Montgomery, county of Orange, by the name and style of Union Lodge, recommended by Hiram Lodge, number 131 at Newburgh, was presented, whereupon the Grand Secretary was ordered to issue a warrant appointing William Williamson, the first master, Daniel Cousins, the first senior warden, and Samuel Bookstaver, the first junior warden. It is rather remarkable that in the midst of the anti-Masonic excitement, a new Masonic lodge should have been established in that locality. But it did not long continue, as we note that the charter was declared forfeited on the 4th of June, 1835. Mount William Lodge, No. 762. A charter was granted by Grand Lodge on the 4th of June, 1875, to hold a lodge at Port Jervis, to be known as Mount William Lodge, No. 762. From the report of the district deputy, we find that the reason given for surrendering the charter was that the numerous societies in that village was a hindrance to increasing its membership. The warrant was surrendered to Grand Lodge on the 20th of June, 1882. The lodges above enumerated have all ceased to exist, and their records, with few exceptions, have been lost. In some instances, the charters have been given to lodges that have since been organized in the same locality, and they are prized for the association connected with them. The 13th Masonic District, as now formed, embraces the counties of Orange and Rockland and contains 16 Masonic lodges within its jurisdiction. The county of Orange has 10 Masonic lodges within its borders, and it is with these we now have to do. Newburgh Lodge, No. 309. This lodge is located at Newburgh. The charter is dated June 11, 1853, and was issued to John Gray, Master, Andrew Lawson, Senior Warden, and Henry O. Husties, Junior Warden. The lodge held its communications in a building situated on the southwest corner of Front and 3rd Streets, known as Crawford's Hall, from the 28th of July, 1853, at which date the hall was dedicated to Masonic purposes. Here it continued until the 24th of June, 1863, when it was moved to the new building erected on the northwest corner of Colden Street and Western Avenue, afterwards known as Broadway. In this hall, all the Masonic bodies in Newburgh met for the succeeding 25 years. These quarters becoming inadequate for the membership, a lease of the 2 upper floors in the new Academy of Music, situated on the northwest corner of Broadway and Grand Street, was secured. This hall was dedicated on the 11th of September, 1888. The membership of Newburgh Lodge on the 1st of June, 1907, was 370 Master Masons. The officers were Charles B. Gilchrist, Master, Thomas George Courtney, Senior Warden, Peter Cantline, Junior Warden, James D. Magiffert, Secretary. Port Jervis Lodge, No. 328. This lodge is located at Port Jervis. The charter is dated June 30th, 1854, and was issued to Alfred Barclay, Master, John M. Heller, Senior Warden, and O. H. Mott, Junior Warden. William H. Stewart was the first Secretary. The membership of Port Jervis Lodge on the 1st of June, 1907, was 252 Master Masons. The officers were Jacob Miller, Master, Fred Terwilliger, Senior Warden, L. C. Senger, Jr., Junior Warden, Emmett A. Brown, Secretary. Goshen Lodge, No. 365. This lodge is located at Goshen. The charter is dated June 26, 1855, and was issued to Alvin Pease, Master, Charles Monell, Senior Warden, and Elias Peck, Junior Warden. Benjamin C. Jackson was the first Secretary. The membership of Goshen Lodge on the 1st of June, 1907, was 107 Master Masons. The officers were John F. Halstead, Master, William N. Hoffman, Senior Warden Charles H. Thompson, Junior Warden George Mullenix, Secretary. Hoffman Lodge, No. 412. This lodge is located at Middletown. The charter is dated June 16, 1857, and was issued to Alexander Wilson, Master, Silas R. Martin, Senior Warden, and Daniel C. Dusenberry, Junior Warden. E. B. Graham was the first Secretary. The membership of Hoffman Lodge on the 1st of June, 1907, was 487 Master Masons. The officers were Nathan D. Mills, Master, John H. Galloway, Senior Warden, Burton L. Lamont, Junior Warden, Isaac B. A. Taylor, Secretary. Warwick Lodge, No. 514. This lodge is located at Warwick. The charter is dated July 19, 1864, and was issued to E. M. Smith, Master, Benjamin Corwin, Senior Warden, Charles W. Douglas, Junior Warden. John N. Wood was the first Secretary. The membership of Warwick Lodge on the 1st of June, 1907, was 98 Master Masons. The officers were Calvin C. Crawford, Master, Frank Hulbert, Senior Warden, John Mullenbrink, Junior Warden, Harry Vale, Secretary. Hudson River Lodge, No. 607. This lodge is located at Newburgh. The charter is dated July 12, 1866, and was issued to David A. Scott, Master, G. Frederick Wiltsey, Senior Warden, Samuel Stanton, Junior Warden. John Alstorff was the first Secretary. The membership of Hudson River Lodge on the 1st of June, 1907, was 415 Master Masons. The officers were Milton D. Seymour, Master, Walter S. Carvey, Senior Warden, Cyrus J. Johnston, Junior Warden, Charles H. Halstead, Secretary. Walco Lodge, No. 627. This lodge is located at Walden. The charter is dated June 24, 1867, and was issued to Hugh B. Bull, Master, Constant W. Wadsworth, Senior Warden, and Robert Young, Junior Warden. W. J. Welsh was the first Secretary. The lodge was instituted at Montgomery, but by permission of Grand Lodge under date of June 7, 1878, was moved to Walden. The membership of Walco Lodge on the 1st of June, 1907, was 159 Master Masons. The officers were George L. Sharp, Master, Benjamin S. French, Senior Warden, Edgar C. Mullen, Junior Warden, Charles K. Holden, Secretary. Standard Lodge, No. 711. This lodge is located at Monroe. The charter is dated July 27, 1871, and was issued to John F. Mackey, Master, Nicholas Demarest, Senior Warden, and Thomas H. Bryan, Junior Warden. Ezra T. Jackson was the first Secretary. The lodge was instituted at Chester, but held its meetings at East Chester. As many of the members resided in the vicinity of Monroe, a petition was made to Grand Lodge that the lodge might be moved to that village, which was done by dispensation the 8th of February, 1884. The membership of Standard Lodge on the 1st of June, 1907, was 200 master masons. The officers were Edward D. Woodhull, master, Charles N. Walton, senior warden, Bernard W. Tench, junior warden, Stacy Gaunt, secretary. Jerusalem Temple Lodge, No. 721, this lodge is located at Cornwall-on-Hudson. The charter is dated June 14, 1872, and was issued to Charles Michellan, master, Gustavus H. Black, senior warden, and Henry Rodermond, junior warden. Charles C. Van Duzer was the first secretary. The lodge was instituted in the village of Canterbury, where meetings were held until September 1883, when it was moved to Cornwall-on-Hudson. The membership of Jerusalem Temple Lodge on the 1st of June, 1907, was 70 master masons. The officers were Harvey A. Call, master, Arthur H. Walker, senior warden, Walter S. Babcock, junior warden, John M. No, secretary. L'Oreal Lodge, No. 858, this lodge is located at Tuxedo. The charter was granted by Grand Lodge on the 9th of May, 1907. The lodge was instituted on the 4th of June, 1907. The membership of L'Oreal Lodge on the 1st of June, 1907, was 50 master masons. The officers were Charles W. Cooley, master, Edwin C. Rushmore, senior warden Newton D. Phillips, junior warden, John J. Strudwick, secretary. The early history of the Grand Chapter of Royal Arch Masons in the state of New York is so obscure that but little information concerning its subordinates is obtainable. It is a well-established fact, however, that the Royal Arch degree was conferred in the state of New York under lodge charters prior to the formation of the Grand Chapter of New York in 1798. On the 14th of March, 1798, 5 chapters organized and established a deputy Grand Chapter subordinate to the Grand Chapter of the Northern States for the state of New York. Companion Dewitt Clinton was elected Deputy Grand High Priest. The prefix deputy was dropped in 1799, and thereafter they were designated Grand Chapters. At one period, Mark Lodges were a distinct organization yet subject to and received authority from the Grand Chapter. The degree of Mark Master is now conferred in a chapter of Royal Arch Masons, and the charters of Mark Lodges in this state have been surrendered to the Grand Chapter. But 2 Mark Lodges are known to have been organized in the county of Orange. Orange Mark Lodge, No. 57, this lodge was located at Goshen. A charter was granted on the 8th of February, 1809, to William Elliott, William A. Thompson, and Edward Ely. Hiram Mark Lodge, No. 7, this lodge was located at Newburgh. A charter was granted on the 3d of February, 1813, to Sylvanus Jessup, James Williams, and George Gordon. Orange Chapter, No. 33, this chapter of Royal Arch Masons was located at Minnesink. A charter was granted on the 6th of February, 1812, to Uriah Hulse, James D. Wadsworth, and Malcolm Campbell. Jerusalem Temple Chapter, No. 52, at the annual convocation of Grand Chapter, held on the 6th of February, 1817, a charter was granted. To Comps, James Reynolds, William Ross, and William P. Lott, to hold a chapter at Newburgh, County of Orange, by the name of Jerusalem Temple Chapter, number 52. The last written record of a convocation is dated May 1, 1828. The seal, record book, and ledger of Jerusalem Temple Chapter are now in possession of Highland Chapter, number 52, Newburgh, NY. The charters of these organizations have either been surrendered or forfeited, as they are no longer in existence. There are but 3 chapters of Royal Arch Masons at present, located in Orange County. Highland Chapter, No. 52, this chapter is located at Newburgh. At the annual convocation of Grand Chapter held on the 3d of February, 1864, a warrant was granted to Comp. John P. Stanborough, High Priest, Comp. Joseph H. Chapman, King, Comp. George C. Pennell, Scribe, and others to hold a chapter at Newburgh to be known as Highland Chapter, number 52. In the application for a warrant, the request was made that the old number affixed to Jerusalem Temple Chapter, 52, be assigned to the new chapter, and the request was granted. The membership of Highland Chapter on the 1st of June, 1907, was 340 Royal Arch Masons. The officers were James D. Midgiffert, High Priest, William D. Trafalgar, King, John T. Swan, Scribe, Charles H. Halstead, Secretary. Neversink Chapter. Number 186. This chapter is located at Port Jervis. The officers named in the charter, dated February 8, 1865, were Philip Lee, High Priest, Charles W. Douglas, King, Lewis L. Adams, Scribe. The chapter was instituted on the 16th of March, 1865. The membership of Neversink Chapter on the 1st of June, 1907, was 66 Royal Archmasons. The officers were S. G. MacDonald, High Priest, Jacob Miller, King, John Stoll, J.R., Scribe, Herbert Senger, Secretary. Midland Chapter No. 240. This chapter is located at Middletown. The charter is dated February 3d, 1870, and was issued to Alexander Wilson, High Priest, Elisha P. Wheeler, King, Moses D. Stivers, Scribe. The first secretary was George H. Decker. The membership of Midland Chapter on the 1st of June, 1907, was 170 Royal Archmasons. The officers were Charles V. Pedmore, High Priest, William L. Mitchell, King, Frank H. Finn, Scribe, John A. Wallace, Secretary. The commencement of the Templar Order in New York is involved in great obscurity. Yet there were several bodies, having no authority whatever, which were organized at an early date. The Grand Encampment, Commandery of New York was formed on the 22d of January, 1814, by the Sovereign Grand Consistory, which decreed the establishment of the Grand Encampment of Sir Knights Templars and appendant orders for the state of New York, and immediately proceeded to elect officers who were all members of said consistory. In 1816, a warrant was granted to Columbia Commandery in New York City, and a warrant on the same day was issued to a new commandery in New Orleans. The numerous encampments of Knights Templar existing in the state at that time were self-created bodies, governed by their own private laws, acknowledging no superior authority, because, in fact, none heretofore existed. The Grand Encampment of New York, by its representatives, assisted in forming the General Grand Encampment of the United States of America on the 11th of December, 1820. There are but 3 commanderies of Knights Templar in the county of Orange. Hudson River Commandery, No. 35. This commandery is located at Newburgh. The charter is dated September 27, 1865, and was issued to Hugh McCutcheon, eminent commander, Lendon S. Straw, Generalissimo, Isaac C. Chapman, Captain General. The membership on the 1st of June, 1907, was 295 Sir Knights. The officers were Samuel F. Brown, eminent commander, Harry L. Barnum, Generalissimo, Charles J. Stones, Captain General, Sylvester W. Holdredge, Recorder. Delaware Commandery. No. 44. This commandery is located at Port Jervis. The charter is dated October 6, 1869, and was issued to Charles B. Gray, eminent commander, Joseph W. Weed, Generalissimo, Abraham Kirkman, Captain General. Charles T. Branch was the first recorder. The membership on the 1st of June, 1907, was 81 Sir Knights. The officers were Theodore Mackerel, eminent commander John Stoll, J.R. Generalissimo, Harry J. Pippett, Captain General Louis C. Seeger, Recorder. Cyprus Commandery, No. 67. This commandery is located at Middletown. The charter is dated October 5, 1904, and was issued to Charles Reeve Smith, eminent commander, Ira Lee Case, Generalissimo, Frank Allen Tompkins, Captain General. Isaac B. A. Taylor was the first recorder. The membership on the 1st of June, 1907, was 114 Sir Knights. The officers were Charles Chester Bogart, eminent commander Charles Wesley Rogers, Generalissimo, Ames Everett McClintire, Captain General, Isaac B. A. Taylor, Recorder. Cryptic Masonry has been recognized as a part of the American system of Freemasonry in the state of New York since 1807, when a Grand Council of Royal and Select Masters was duly organized. This branch of Freemasonry has never been popular with the craft in this state, as the degrees, of which there are 3, conferred in a council, have not been made prerequisite to admission to a commandery of Knights Templar, although several attempts have been made to that end. King Solomon Council, No. 31. This council is at this date located at Poughkeepsie, NY. On the 10th of December, 1867, a council of Royal and Select Masters was opened under dispensation at Poughkeepsie, NY., which was known as Union Council. The first officers were E. H. Parker, T.I.M., G. Fred Wiltse, R.I.M., A. B. Smith, P.C.W. at the Annual Assembly of the Grand Council. Held on the 4th of February, 1868, a warrant was issued, and the name changed to King Solomon Council, number 31, and the jurisdiction extended to include the city of Newburgh. N.Y. King Solomon Council held stated assemblies at Newburgh from the 18th of March, 1869, to the 8th of December, 1879. When it was deemed for the interest of the organization that it be removed to Poughkeepsie, where it holds assemblies at the call of the thrice illustrious master. The ancient and accepted Scottish rite was introduced in the state of New York in 1813 by the formation, in the city of New York, of a Supreme Council for the Northern Jurisdiction. For some time previous, a Lodge of Perfection of this rite existed at Albany, N.Y. A Douai Lodge of Perfection, located at Newburgh, N.Y., was granted a charter in September 1873. The lodge conferred the degrees from the 4th to the 14th inclusive. In 1880, the lodge ceased to meet, but the charter was not surrendered, being held in abeyance subject to the action of the members in this locality. What is known as the American Adoptive Rite, called the Order of the Eastern Star, was created by Robert Morris, a distinguished Freemason. It sought to provide an organization that would be of benefit to the wives, mothers, sisters, and daughters of Master Masons by introducing signs, grips, and password that would be recognized by the craft generally. For a time, it was a popular institution. Then came a season of depression, until finally the degrees were rewritten and the ritual made less complex. While this order has not been recognized in this state as a Masonic body by the Grand Lodge, still it does receive recognition and support from a large number of the craft who feel that it is a valuable adjunct to Freemasonry. The Grand Chapter of the Order of the Eastern Star was organized 38 years ago. There are at this date over 350 subordinate chapters in the state, embracing a membership of over 26,000. There are 5 chapters in Orange County. Orange Chapter, number 33, is located at Port Jervis. Queen Esther Chapter, number 163, is located at Middletown. Hawthorne Chapter, No. 163, is located at Monroe. A.J. Moore Chapter, number 398, is located at Goshen. At this date, June 1907, these chapters are in a flourishing condition. Chapter 39. Horse Breeding in Orange County. By Guy Miller. The lay of the land in Orange County, hills and valleys, with the farms divided in such a manner that each one has a proportion of high uplands, as well as low meadows, enables the breeder to tide over wet as well as dry seasons. If the season is wet for the low meadows, the uplands make luxuriant growth, and in a season of drought, the lowland pastures and meadows can be depended upon for a good supply. The writer has farmed 42 years at his home farm, and there has never been a season when grass has really failed for animals at pasture or for hay making. In seeding land in Orange County, timothy, red top, and the clovers have been the principal seeds used in the past. In time these run out, giving way to grasses that appear natural to this section, viz., June grass, white clover, and Seneca grass. These varieties start growing early and continue late, thus making the pasturing season a long one. Cut for hay, the quantity of the latter is not equal to that first mentioned, yet the quality is considered far superior. Orange County being well watered, in addition to its abundant supply of the best natural grasses, makes it an ideal horse breeding section. Imported Messenger appears to have been the fountainhead of the highest type of the American light harness horse. Imp Messenger was in service at Goshen in 1801. Jonas Seeley, S.R., of Oxford, had a large, strong mare of great endurance known as Black Gin, and this mare bred to Imp. Messenger produced Silver Tail. In 1814, the son of Imp, Messenger, known as Hambletonian, made the season in Goshen, yet on certain days of each week was taken to Florida for service. Silver Tail was bred to Hambletonian and produced One Eye, the latter a grand animal and fast trotter for her day. When Imp Belfounder was in service at Washingtonville, the season of 1832, Josiah Jackson, of Oxford, owned One Eye and bred her to that horse, producing a mare that was a high-class trotter and is known as the Charles Kent mare. The Charles Kent mare had passed through the hands of several owners to Jonas Seeley, of Sugarloaf. On June 5, 1848, he bred her to Abdallah, and on May 5, 1849, a bay colt with a small star and white hind ankles was born. In the fall of that year, the Charles Kent mare and her foal were purchased by W.M. Ristick, a farmer of Chester. Mr. Ristick was born on a farm between Florida and Goshen. He frequently saw the son of Imp. Messenger, known later as Bishop's Hambletonian, passes home on trips between the above villages, and, although very young, was so impressed by the rare qualities of the horse that he chose his name for his own colt, now known as the great progenitor of trotters, Ristick's Hambletonian. It will be observed that this colt was by Abdallah, a grandson of Imp. Messenger. His grandam was by Bishop's Hambletonian, a son of Imp. Messenger, and his great-grandam, a daughter of Imp. Messenger. The blood of this imported horse had given great results in the localities where he had been in service, and the same was true relative to his descendants, particularly so in the case of his son, Bishop's Hambletonian, and his grandson, Abdallah. Imp, Belfounder's individuality, his beautiful trotting action and strong inclination to stick to that gait, commanded the admiration of horse lovers. His daughter, the Chaws Kent mare, produced Hambletonian. A daughter of his son, King's Belfounder, produced the race-winning trotter Sir Walter, record 2.27, also by Abdallah. Another daughter produced to Cassius M. Clay, Jr. Harry Clay, record 2.29. The greatest of the Clay family as a brood mare sire. Ristick's Hambletonian carried 3 crosses of Imp. Messenger blood, concentrated in the first 4 generations. It was this unparalleled wealth of messenger blood, his rare temperament and individuality, and the fact that Mr. Ristick had driven him, the 3rd time harnessed to a sulky, a mile in 2.48, on the Union Course, Long Island, the fall he was 3 years old, that gave his owner unbounded confidence in the colt's future. This, the breeding public must have shared, as at 4 years of age he served 101 mares, producing 78 colts at $25 each, thus earning for his owner $1,950. In the late fall of that year, 2 Virginia gentlemen, looking for a stock horse, visited Mr. Ristick's place, and after examining Hambletonian, stood ready to buy him at $10,000, yet Mr. Ristick would not sell. How well this confidence in the horse's value was borne out in after years, for as soon as Hambletonian's colts had become 2 and 3 years old and were placed on exhibition at the fairs, their high quality, fine general characteristics, superb trotting action, and being almost uniform in rich bay colors, won them nearly all the prizes. At the Orange County Fair, fall of 1853. In show class, first prize was awarded to Hambletonian by Abdallah, second prize Rattler. At the Orange County Fair, September 21st, 22nd, 1858. In show class for age stallions, first prize was awarded to Edsall's Hambletonian, Alexander's Abdallah by Hambletonian J. S. Edsall, second prize Washington J. D. Verywall, third prize Harry Clay by Cassius M. Clay J. D. Sayer. In the speed classes for 4 old mares, first prize Lady Howard by Hambletonian, J. W. Hoyt time 3:02, second prize Alida by Hambletonian, M. F. 10 Ike 3:03. Best Fiver, Olds. First prize Lady Banker by Hambletonian. R. Galloway time 2:31, second prize Frank Dickerson by Hambletonian. Geo. Payne 2:53-1/2, third prize Jenny Hawkins by American Star. J. J. McNally 2:54. Best 3 Old Stallion. First prize Guy Miller by Hambletonian. R. F. Galloway time 3:00, second prize Young Abdallah. Geo Payne 24, third prize Index. Seeley C. Rowe .26. Best 4 Old Stallion. First prize Hambletonian, second Volunteer by Hambletonian Joseph Hetzel time 2:57, second prize Abdallah by Hambletonian. W.M. Ristick 3:04-1/2, third prize Tom Thumb Wild Warrior. Robbed, Car 3.1. Best 5 Old Stallion. First prize Harry Clay by Cassius M. Clay. J.P. Sayer time 2:56, second prize Z. M. Clay C. J. Brown 3:14. Stallions Free for All. First prize American Star. Edmund Seeley time, 2, 52nd prize Harry Clay by Cassius M. Clay. J. P. Sayer, 2, 53 3rd prize Edsall's Hambletonian, Alexander's Abdallah by Hambletonian. J. S. Edsall, 2, 54. Mare's Free for All. First prize Mary Hoyt by American Star J. W. Hoyt time, 2, 36-1/2 second prize Goshen made by American Star Edmund Seeley, 2, 44-1/2 third prize lid by Bolivar. Amos Ryerson, 2, 52. The above summaries show that in every speed class for colts, the get of Hambletonian were the winners, and one of the very first of that horse's get, Edsall's Hambletonian, Alexander's Abdallah in stallion class for show, was awarded first prize. It is of interest to note that in the class for mares of all ages, Mary Hoyt's record of 2.3612 was the first record performance better than 2.4 on the Goshen track, and she was in the hands of the best horseman of his time, J. W. Hoyt. This performance shows the real value of the colt records, they having no track education and no modern appliances such as boots, etc. Mr. Joseph Hetzel, a farmer near Florida, related to the writer years later that he had no idea of competing in the speed class with his colt Hambletonian second volunteer, and so informed inquirers at Goshen, yet when it was confided to him that it had been said, he dare not. His Dutch was aroused. He borrowed a skeleton wagon and harness, and at his request, the judges permitted him to start behind the other entries. Mr. Hetzel made no attempt for the lead until passing the stand the second time when he gave his colt his head, soon obtaining a commanding lead and finishing more than 7 seconds ahead of his nearest competitor. Such an ovation as this church deacon and his colt received from an enthusiastic and admiring assemblage is seldom witnessed. Mr. Hetzel sold his colt soon after to Sheriff Underhill of Brooklyn for $2,500. The writer sold his colt the afternoon of his winning performance at a handsome price. Lady Howard passed to Governor Amasa Sprague of Rhode Island. In fact, every one of these colts by Hambletonian was soon sold at good prices, yet none were from trotting-bred mares, and but one Alexander's Abdallah from a fast-trotting mare. It is particularly interesting to note the summary of the trotting stallions, as American Star and Harry Clay produced the dams of the record breakers of later years. As illustrative of Hambletonian's great worth, earning capacity, the writer will mention an overnight visit at Mr. Ristick's home as early as 1865, the latter part of June. The next morning Mr. Ristick drove home behind Lady McCullan to a farm that he had recently purchased for the overflow of stock from his home farm. The new purchase was made from an up-to-date painstaking man, and good buildings and fencings, also fertile fields were in evidence, brood mares and foals and young stock were distributed about in the pastures. Mr. Ristick's son, William, had already commenced the hay-making of the season's crop. Starting on the drive homeward, Mr. Ristick inquired, "How do you like the Seeley farm, my new purchase?" The writer could only reply in laudatory terms. "Well," said Mr. Ristick, "that farm cost me nearly $22,000 and Hambletonian earned the purchase price in 3 months." The record on file in the county clerk's office in Goshen gives the seller as Charles B. Seeley to W.M. M. Ristick. The deed calls for 218.98 100 acres, consideration $21,048, dated April 1, 1865. No world's records had been won by the get of Hambletonian at this time. George Wilkes, under the name of Robert Eilingham, started in his first race on Long Island, August 1, 1861. He made a record of 2:22 at Providence in a race that he won October 18, 1868, making him the champion trotting stallion of the world. J. Good reduced this world's champion stallion record at Buffalo August 7, 1872 to 2:21-1/2. Dexter began trotting May 4, 1864, and at Buffalo, NY, on August 14, 1867, became the world's champion by trotting to a record of 2.1714. George Wilkes, J. Good, and Dexter were sons of Hambletonian, the last two from daughters of American Star. Added to the marvelous performances of Hambletonian's immediate progeny, those of his sons began to come forward. The daughter of Edsall's Hambletonian, Alexander's Abdallah Goldsmith maid, began trotting September 7, 1865 at Goshen, NY, and at Mystic Park, Boston, September 2, 1874, reduced the world's record to 2.14. St. Julian by Volunteer made a world's record of 2.1114 at Hartford, Conn. These performers attracted great attention and made a demand for the products of the breeding farms at remunerative prices, stock being purchased and taken to almost every section of the United States. Thoreau Felter was keeping a summer resort at Greenwood Lake and bred a brown mare to Hambletonian April 22, 1855, the product being George Wilkes, who after his career on the turf was placed in the stud in Kentucky. Charles Bachman established a breeding farm at Stony Ford about 1865. At this time, the blood of American Star and Cassius M. Clay, Jr., particularly that of his son Harry Clay, was very popular, and Mr. Bachman stocked his farm with many mares by these great sires. He sold to the Hun. Chas. Stanford of California, electioneer, a son of Hambletonian, whose dam was Green Mountain Maid by Harry Clay, also a small band of brood mares. George Wilkes and electioneer became great sires, and in considering the relative merits of the two families, it is a debatable question which should be placed first. Mr. Bachman's farm, Stony Ford, in the matter of brood acres and splendid equipment was unrivaled. The farm turned out race-winning and record-breaking youngsters, splendid roadsters, horses celebrated as sires, also brood mares of a high order. Many of the first men of the country, including General U.S. Grant, enjoyed Mr. Bachman's hospitality. Stony Ford stock farm passed to the ownership of Mr. J. Howard Ford, who, with Austral, winner of the Blue Ribbon in Madison Square Garden, a progenitor of beauty and extreme speed at the head of a band of choice brood mares, is breeding colts of rare quality. Samuel Hill in this locality, followed by his son, Ed. Hill, bred horses in fashionable lines of blood. Jonas Hawkins began breeding to Hambletonian when he bred the McKinstry mare May 16, 1853, producing Shark, record 2.312, to saddle 2.2734, a winner at 1, 2, and 3 miles on Long Island tracks. The McKinstry mare produced by American Star, Clara, and on May 8, 1857, Mr. Hawkins bred Clara to Hambletonian, producing the renowned Dexter, record 2, 17-1/4. The breeding was continued by Mr. Hawkins's son, Jonathan, who bred Dictator, a wonderful sire, and several sisters, also Kearsarge by Volunteer. This family is truly great, judged by the recognized test of greatness, extreme speed, and race-winning qualities. Alden Goldsmith's Walnut Grove Farm near Washingtonville became famous as the home of Volunteer, a horse that attained great prominence in the stud. Mr. Goldsmith, with his sons, James and John, showed rare judgment and skill in the selection and development of great turf performers, and as professional drivers, the sons were at the very top. During the many years that Alden Goldsmith campaigned a stable of trotters on the Grand Circuit, his horses were the grandest in existence, and his success was brilliant. In this vicinity were the Brookes, the Moffats, the Hulses, the Hallecks, the Thompsons, who bred fine horses and profited thereby. The Mills family of Bullville had been patrons of American Star, and when the superiority of the Hambletonian American Star cross was made evident by the performances of Dexter, they were enabled to breed in this fashionable line. Harrison Mills, from Hambletonian, and his American Star mare, Emma Mills, produced Independent and Sweepstakes, the former a fine animal that sired Speed, the latter a beautifully shaded bay, individually most perfect in action, really a grand horse. Sweepstakes, considering his opportunities, was an excellent sire. James M. Mills bred Chosroes, Imperial, and Fisk's Hambletonian, all by Hambletonian, the latter from Lady Irwin by American Star. Fisk's Hambletonian became quite noted as a sire in Michigan. At Middletown, John E. Wood bred many fine horses, the most prominent being Knickerbocker, son of Hambletonian, and Lady Patchen by George M. Patchen. J. D. Willis, with Harry Clay, 2.29 at the height of his stud career, other fine stallions, and a band of choice brood mares, bred, developed, and trained youngsters evidently with pleasure and satisfaction. At Florida, Jefferson Post bred Middletown by Hambletonian from a mare whose sire, Vivian Gray, was a grandson of the great American Eclipse. Nearby, Joseph Hetzel bred the great Volunteer and his two full brothers. Nathaniel Rowe, also of Florida, bred Florida, son of Hambletonian and a daughter of Volunteer, a most excellent sire. Mr. Rowe purchased in Kentucky colts at least 3 by famous sons of George Wilkes and kept them for service at his farm. William Rowe, a son, inherited his father's estate and is following the paternal footsteps in horse breeding. About Warwick were the Wellings, the Sanfords, the Wisners, and just over the county line in New Jersey were the DeKays and Givens, all breeders of fine horses. At Belleville was W. H. Wisner, breeder of Woeful. The Sayer families at Westtown bred fine horses, Decatur Sayer's farm being the center of attraction when that grand individual and phenomenally gaited horse, Harry Clay, was broken to harness at 4 years of age and was owned and kept for public service till sold to Harry Dater and removed to Long Island May 8, 1862. At Monroe Works, Mr. Peter Townsend, who with his brothers owned the vast Sterling tract with its 2 blast furnaces, where the great chain that spanned the Hudson River during the War of the Revolution was made at his grandfather's Sterling Iron Works, had near his house a farm, the Old Fields, which was mainly used to breed horses for the pleasure and use of his family. He first had a daughter of American Eclipse, a daughter of young engineer, sire of the Dam of Gideon. From the latter he bred a pair by Abdallah, also a pair by Hambletonian. Mr. Townsend purchased of Lieutenant General Manry, while professor of tactics at West Point, Saline, a thoroughbred mare brought from the latter's home in Virginia, that bred to Hambletonian produced Jas. H. Coleman, quite a trotter for his day, and Lord Sterling, that had the thoroughbred finish yet beautiful trotting action. Also young Cellini by Guy Miller, that by Iron Duke produced Monroe, 2.2712. A sister Miss Monroe was the dam of Fergus McGregor. Young Cellini produced by Volunteer, St. Patrick, 2.1412. In the early morning shadows of Shunnamunk Mountains is Glen Lee, the charming home of Mr. William Crawford. Here may be found Alto McKinney, by that great sire of race horses of extreme speed. McKinney, 2.1114, Dam Cressida, 2.1814 at 3 years, by Palo Alto, 2.0814, champion trotting stallion of 1901. At Turner those. Lewis bred Dandy, a daughter of young engineer, to Hambletonian, producing Gideon, that sired the dam of the great performer Nelson, also from Dandy and Iron Duke, Silver Duke, 2, 28-1/4. The late Mr. Pierre Loriat, the only American who has attained the distinction of winning the classic event of the world, the English Derby, with a horse of his own breeding, was a patron of Hambletonian the youngsters being raised on one of his Tuxedo farms, R. F. Galloway near Turner was a breeder to Abdallah and Hambletonian. Guy Wilkes cost him $500 at 3 years. At 7 years he dealt this horse to E. W. Teakle, receiving the famous Princess, $230 and $3,500. Princess had been bred to Hambletonian, and the next spring, 1863, gave birth to Happy Medium, 2.3212, that in February of 1871 was sold to Robert Steele of Philadelphia, Pa, for $25,000. Near Newburgh, Mr. Jas. Hasbrouck bred horses, and on his half-mile track, Judge Fullerton, mountain boy, music and others received their harness education and acquired great speed. Mr. Eimer Van Buren, always a horse lover, procured from W.M. M. Ristick, Molly, daughter of Long Island Black Hawk and Betsy by Imp. Belfounder from Hambletonian and Molly, Mr. Van Buren bred Effie Deans, 2.2512 and Lottie, 2.28, placing Molly in the Great Brood mare list. This was in the 70s, and Mr. Van Buren is still breeding and finding pleasure with his horses. Mr. J. A. P. Ramsdell is breeding the Arab that retains the beautiful type, great courage and endurance of his desert ancestry. At Goshen in the early days of trotting horses were J. S. Edsall, owner of the famous Alexander's Abdallah, also breeder of Fleetwing, Dam of Stamboul, 2.0712. John Minchin later owned a stock farm at Stony Ford with young Woeful and Tom Mare for stud service. This John Minchin farm was later purchased by General Benjamin F. Tracy and called Marshland Stud. It was stocked with Trotter's Impotent Blood. Advertiser, 2.15, sire of the world's fastest yearling trotter, Edbell, 2.23 and others. Lord of the Manor by Membrino King, handsomest horse in the world, and Kiosk, a son of Kremlin, champion trotting stallion of 1892. The brood mares were choice, and it was a great loss to Orange County when General Tracy discontinued breeding at this farm. Mr. Geo. S. Wisner bred Samson and other most excellent horses at his farm. Edmund Seeley owned American Star, a horse that by his unique open, stride, great courage, quality of endurance that served him through great hardship to the end of his days, without blemish, made the breeding on qualities of his progeny a wonderful contribution to our American trotters. Parkway Farm, made one of the real beauty spots of Goshen by the late owner, Senator McCarty, takes the highest rank as a breeding establishment, with the great Joe Patchen, the Iron Horse, sire of the wonderful horse, Dan Patch, and other performers. The form of Joe Patchen is such that his services are sought from every section in this country. When Mr. E. H. Harriman paid $41,000 for Stamboul to place at the head of his Arden Farms breeding establishment at Goshen, he became the owner of a champion, whether on the turf or in the show ring. When LCS by Stamboul, bred by Mr. Harriman, defeated Mr. Marcus Dolly's Limerick in the $5,000 match race at Goshen, 1898, the joy of Orange County breeders was complete. Mr. Harriman's patronage has had a wonderful influence in uplifting and popularizing the sport of competition of the light harness horse in Orange County. Chapter 40. Dairying. For some 75 years past, the most important crops produced on the Orange County farm has been, and is today, milk. This alone exceeds the combined value of all else the farmer produces. All other crops are gathered once a year only, but a new crop of milk is in evidence every day, Sundays and holidays included. Under existing conditions, the producer has no difficulty in disposing of all he can make at a market so close at hand that it can be delivered within an hour from the time it is drawn from the cow. Thus, it is a continual source of ready and regular revenue. Prior to 1842, the total, and for many years later a large majority, of the output was turned into butter right at the farmer's home. As a rule, the farmer's wife personally attended to churning, working, and packing the butter into the tub, all ready to be sent to market. Orange County butter was a trademark that achieved a wide reputation as denoting an article of superior quality, and the yellow bills issued by the Bank of Orange County were known far and wide as butter money. But the Orange County farmer no longer makes such disposition of his milk. To both himself and his wife, butter making is a lost art. Besides, he is no longer a farmer but a dairyman or milk producer. For his principal business is to supply the market with milk. What farming he does is merely a side issue. The beginning of these changed conditions dates back to 1842, when the Erie Railroad, then hardly out of its swaddling clothes, carried to New York the first consignment of milk that ever reached that city by way of a transportation line. In 1842, the city of New York contained, approximately, a population of 315,000 and used about 30,000 gallons, 3,000 cans, 40 quarts each, of milk daily. A large proportion of this was produced within the city limits, very much, probably a large majority, of which was the output of cows kept in stables connected with and fed on the refuse of distilleries and breweries. Very aptly this was termed swill milk, for it was all that the name implies. The balance was brought in by wagons from the surrounding farms. Early in the summer of 1842, Philo Gregory, a milk producer at Chester, NY, was induced to try the experiment of shipping milk to the New York market. At this time, the road was in operation as far west as Goshen, with its Eastern Rail terminus at Piermont, on the Hudson River, 24 miles from New York and 41 miles from Chester. At this point, all passengers and freight were transferred and reached the city by boat. There were many doubting Thomases who contended that it was impossible to carry milk this distance and deliver it in good condition. But the experiment was a success from the start, so much so that there was a continual call for more dairies and a gradual increase in the number of shippers. Orange County milk soon gained as favorable a reputation in the New York market as Orange County butter had previously achieved. More or less sour milk was in evidence from time to time, enough at least to give excuse for the aforementioned doubters to exclaim, "I told you so." Comparatively little trouble arose from this source, however, as nearly all shipments were in merchantable condition when received, if otherwise this was not due to the distance hauled, but the lack of proper care. In the first few shipments wooden churns were used, these being the most convenient vessels at hand. But tin cans soon came into use. These were of 5 sizes: 20, 30, 40, 50, and 60 quarts each. Although milk was shipped twice a day, morning and evening, it was not considered safe to send what was left over from any one milking. For this reason, every shipper provided himself with all these sizes as a means of cleaning out as closely as possible. At this time, an ice house was an institution unknown to the farm. To the milk producer of today, an ice house is regarded as almost as much of a necessity as the milk can or the cow. But in 1842, and for some years later, natural facilities for keeping milk from day to day could be found on nearly every farm. Flowing springs, the temperature of which never rose above about 50 degrees, were then plentiful in Orange County, much more common than now. It was some time after Mr. Gregory made his first shipment that farmers learned to use these springs and discontinue the morning shipment. It was later still, when the majority ceased yarding their cows early in the afternoon and shipping this milking the same evening. Since these early days, much has been learned about how to keep milk in good condition for a long time. But even now, the great possibilities in this direction are not suspected by the average producer. In 1843, the road was operated as far west as Middletown, in 1846 to Odysville, and in 1848 to Port Jervis. The only portion of the territory thus traversed that was well adapted to the production of milk lay between Odysville and Greenwood, now Arden, a distance of 31 miles. The total amount of milk shipped in 1842 averaged about 45. In 1843, 275 cans, and in 1844, some 420 cans daily. The first regular milk train was run on the 3D day of May, 1847. It ran morning and evening, leaving Odysville at 6:03 a.m. and 4:15 p.m., scheduled to reach New York at 11:03 a.m. and 9:15 p.m. Odysville continued to be the western terminus for the run of the milk train until 1868, when it was extended to Port Jervis. Not until 1884 was any attempt made to develop any of the extensive and excellent milk territory lying west of Port Jervis. All efforts in the direction of securing increased supplies were centered on the eastern, now New York division. Here, by its branches and connecting lines, it made practically every can of milk produced in Orange County available to the New York market. Prior to 25 years ago, nearly every producer shipped his milk direct to the dealer. While these conditions prevailed, the milk manifest at any station where a large amount of milk was loaded contained so many names of shippers and consignees that it resembled the poll list of an election district. At these same stations now, although loading more milk than formerly, it is unusual to find more than 2 or 3 shippers. While the list of consignees has not decreased to the same extent, still it is very short as compared with the former period. The one-time shippers are now patrons of the local creamery, from 1 to 3 of which may be found at every station. The first butter and cheese factory, or creamery, started in the state of New York, was located near what is now the Crystal Run station of the Ontario and Western Railway. This was about 1856. It was cooperative, owned and operated by the farmers of the neighborhood. The object was to lessen the labor at the household and also make a more uniform quality of butter than was possible when churned at each individual home. The cream was made into butter, the skimmed milk into cheese, and the whey mixed with grain turned into pork. Thus, nothing was wasted, and the venture proved successful. Other similar factories were started in different sections, and inside of 10 years Orange County was dotted over with such establishments. Generally, they were operated as cooperative concerns, and quite as generally, due to lack of proper management, were unsuccessful. As a consequence, they were either abandoned or passed into the possession of private parties and were no longer used exclusively for manufacturing. More money could be realized by shipping milk. Only such as could not be disposed of in this way was turned into butter and cheese. This Crystal Run factory was the progenitor of the present-day shipping stations, from which the New York market now receives approximately 98% of its milk supply and practically all its cream. Prior to the foundation of the New York Milk Exchange, in October 1887, the price paid for milk delivered at these factories, or shipping stations, was determined by the highest market price of butter. Stockholders in the cooperative factory were paid whatever might be earned. But when milk was purchased outright, the producer received the price of 1 pound of butter for every 12 or 12-1/2 as might be agreed quarts of milk delivered. When the milk exchange began to announce prices, which prevail until otherwise announced, the stations accepted these as a basis and bought at a discount that ranged from 10 to 20 cents per can of 40 quarts. Later, these discounts were lowered from time to time and now range from 10 cents to nothing. Nearly all of these stations are now operated by dealers who use them as a source of supply for their city trade. The balance conducted by parties who have no interest in the city business, but supply such dealers as do not care to operate a place in the country. In the county of Orange are including its 3 condenseries, 70 milk shipping stations, every township being represented by from 1 to 12. Mount Hope has the 1, Warwick the 12. In addition are 2 cheese and 1 butter and cheese factory, the latter the celebrated Neufchâtel cheese factory of William E. Lawrence and Son, at Chester. In 1906, this establishment turned out 7,000 pounds of butter, 600,000 pounds of Neufchâtel, and 273,000 pounds of square cream cheese. From January 1st to December 31st, 1907, the daily average output of milk in the county approximated 9,400 cans of 40 quarts each. This was disposed of about as follows. Shipped to the New York market 000 cans, 40 quarts each, consumed in the county 850, condensed, turned into butter and cheese, skimmed or cream, daily average production 400 cans, 40 quarts each. For milk shipped from 1842 to 1854 or 1855, producers received the following prices. Months, cents per quart, May, June, July and August, March, April, September and October, November, December, January and February 4 yearly average. In 1854 or 1855, the Milk Dealers' Union was organized for the avowed purpose of determining future prices. This body proposed to, and did, meet on the 10th day of every month and make a price for the preceding month. Thus, the producer did not know how much he would receive for his milk until 10 days after it had been shipped, distributed, and consumed. This was so palpably unjust and one-sided that producers were indignant, and since then have formed many counter-organizations and combinations for the purpose of taking the price-making power out of the hands of dealers. All these were failures. The present system of fixing prices, in vogue since 1882, is more equitable. It is the producer's own fault that it is not the best that could be devised. The Consolidated Milk Exchange, an incorporated stock company, announces prices in advance of delivery. This is merely an offer to pay a specified price until otherwise announced. This constitutes a legal price, inasmuch as no one is under any obligation to deliver any milk, provided the offer is not satisfactory. With one added feature, it would be a perfect way of satisfactorily settling the matter of price, a problem that has for 50 years puzzled the brains of the wisest milk producers in Orange County. That this feature is lacking, milk producers alone are responsible. When the Milk Exchange was incorporated, and before organization was completed, producers were invited, urged and pleaded with, both by dealers and the more progressive, level-headed producers, to subscribe for half of the capital stock and thus be entitled to equal representation on the price committee. But this they refused. Had the offer been accepted, producers would have a voice in deciding prices, a conceded right which for 50 years they have been striving to secure but voluntarily surrendered, when once within their grasp. Of all the movements for gaining control of prices, the action of March, 1883, was the most notable. Very few members of the numerous associations organized for this purpose were willing to admit that supply and demand had, or should have, any influence in determining the market price of milk. Nevertheless, the keystone of every effort to advance prices was by curtailing the supply. This was to be accomplished by persuading producers to withdraw part or all of their shipments until dealers were brought to terms. But it was difficult to find anybody willing to keep his milk home and thereby realize 2 cents a quart, while his neighbors continued to ship and were paid 3 cents. For this reason, Every scheme of this kind was doomed to failure. Early in March 1883, the managers of the Milk Producers Association of Orange County, reinforced by their brethren of Sussex County, N.J., notified the dealers that the market price of milk for that month would be 3½ cents a quart. This brought about a conference of the opposing forces. Dealers offered 3 cents for the first and 3½ cents for the last half of the month. Neither party would recede from its position, and both resolved to fight it out on these lines. Producers proposed to withhold all shipments, commencing about the 15th, until dealers were starved into submission. Experience had shown that something more powerful than moral suasion would be required to induce producers to discontinue shipping. Hence, the leaders in this movement determined to use force where persuasion failed. For this purpose, a spilling committee was appointed for each station and instructed to be where it could do the most good about the time a milk train was due. The orders were not to allow a can of milk to pass into the possession of the railway company. This was to be done peaceably, if possible forcibly, if necessary. Pursuant to these instructions, would-be shippers were halted on the highway and ordered to take their milk back home. Some protested mildly, but finally obeyed orders. Some objected strongly, and their milk was poured into the street. But there were still others who were determined to ship or fight. They gave the spillers to understand that they would not tamely submit to highway robbery, that they intended to ship their milk, and that an undertaker would be needed to care for anyone who attempted to prevent it. Many drove to crossroads between stations where by previous arrangement the train would stop and load the milk. It was useless to appeal to local authorities for protection from the spillers, as they were either afraid or too indifferent to take action. It was reported that the governor had been appealed to and was about to issue orders to the sheriff of Orange County to quell the rebellion, but the blockade was voluntarily raised after a 3 days struggle. Shipments of dairy milk in Orange and Sussex counties fell off about 20%, but creameries shipped more than usual, presumably enough to reduce the net falling off to about 15%. Fortunately, no blood was shed in this war, but much milk fell by the wayside. It was not a victory for producers, as bills were settled on the terms originally offered by dealers, 3 cents for the first and 3½ cents for the last half of March.